So in this tutorial we will have a look how we can create this player game object. We can jump, we can collect items, basically coins, we can kill enemies. So by making this game we're gonna have a look onto our scripts, functions, and a lot of things like variables, as well as player game object, unity editor, unity, mainly unity game engine, and what are game objects basically. So we're gonna have a look all of these things. So in this tutorial you're gonna get all of these things, so you don't need to worry about anything. Before I jump into this tutorial, I want to thanks for donating in this month from YouTube membership Karne Asada and Game of Life aka Rajat Sharma, and from Patreon membership I want to thanks Bhavesh YVNS, Cafe Johet, and Miraf Afjal. And if you want to go, guys support me, then you can do on Patreon membership or through YouTube membership as well. And supporting you can unlock exclusive benefits, so you can just go ahead and check that out. If you find this one helpful, you can unlock awesome benefits after donating, so you can just go ahead and check that out. So let's get into this tutorial. As you can see, I have opened up an empty blank project. So we have your layout might seem a little bit different. So what you can do, you can go always top right layout over here, and then click on that this one default. So it's gonna set to default. So I have hierarchy over here in the bottom right section, and we have project tab in the left section. So let's suppose you just lost any tab. Let's suppose this console, if I just right click and then close tab, it's gone. But how you can restore that immediately? To do that, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says general, and you can find the tab you lost. So I recently lost my console tab, which is over here. So I just click right over there, and the shortcut key you can see, which is control plus shift plus C, it's gonna bring up immediately, as you can see. So I'm gonna drag it bottom where it was before. So I'm gonna drag it right over there. Over here we have over, and this is our project tab, and we are ready to create the game object first. To create a game object, what we have to do, we need to go over to hierarchy. Basically, game object is a, you can assume actors, and this is scene view where actors play, or the game objects plays the game, and this is our game view where game just gonna broadcast. And we have project tab, it's gonna contain all of the assets that we need. Assets basically are those things like musics, sound effects, and you can say sprites that we're going to use, models, models, all of those things are assets, and this project tab contains those assets, and I have it over here. So let's create an empty game object first. To create an empty game object, you need to go over to hierarchy, right click, then create an empty game object. And if we take a look on this game object, this game object has a transform component. If we move over to inspector in the top right, we can see a transform component just added up by default, and this transform component have position in the x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and we have rotation as well in the x, y, and z, and scale as well as in the x, y, and z axis. But the problem is that this game object just exists in 3D this place, but we not able to see that. To able to see, we need to attach another component are basically those things which does specific things. So to see any game object, we need to attach sprite renderer component. To do so, you need to select the game object first, then go over to inspector, then click on this add component, just click on that, and just cut right over here and scroll down. You go over to rendering and scroll down one more time and select this sprite renderer. Select that, or what else you can do, you can just click on this add component and find the component by typing the name of the component, which is sprite renderer. We can see I already have attached that, so I'm not gonna do that again. let's click on sprite renderer, and still we not able to see this game object. Why? Because in sprite it says none. Basically we need to drag a sprite right over here and it's totally empty, so that's why we are not able to see. To see that, we need to drag the sprite right over here. So we need to move over to, so what we can do, we can go to project tab, assets. I have sprite folder right over here, and of course I will give a link in the description. All of these sprites that we're going to use in this project will be available, a link in the description, all of these assets. So I'm gonna go to player, just wait, let's select the ideal one. So it's pretty difficult to choose ideal, so we have it over here. But the problem is that this is an sprite sheet. We have more than one sprite. If I select that, go over to inspector and click on this sprite editor, we can see a sprite editor tab just open it up immediately. So what we have to do right over here, we need to cut this sprite individually. To cut this sprite individually, we need to change some setting in inspector. To do so, go over to inspector, then choose sprite mode to multiple. Why? Because we have more than one sprite we can see, and choose this pixel per unit number to something like, let's something you can choose 16 or 32. Let's pixel size mean this sprite just gonna be large, and large, if you just make this pixel per unit a bigger number, the sprite just gonna be smaller. So we're gonna make it something around 16. So let's do it 16 and scroll down, and if you take a closer look by scrolling your mouse, you can see it seems a little bit blurry. To get rid of that, we need to select this filter mode to point no filter in inspector, and after doing all of these things, click on this apply button in the bottom. Just click on this apply button and it's gone, as you can see, and we are ready to cut it off individually. To cut it off individually, in the top left in sprite editor you can see slice button. So just click on that and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has one row, we can see, and four columns. So let's click on slice and click, let's put four columns right over here and one row, and then click on this slice button, and after clicking on slice button, click on apply in the right of sprite editor. And now if I just select this game tab over here and go over to that sprite sheet where we just got it, and click on this arrow now in that sprite sheet, and I can select this sprite. Firstly, let's select the game object in hierarchy. Select that, go over to inspector. In the right you can see lock button, so just lock it, and we need to drag the sprite right over here. To do so, select the first, I'm gonna select the first sprite of that player game object, or that girl. I'm gonna select that and drag it over to this sprite slot. As you can see now, indeed we are able to see our game object right away. And make sure you just unlock in inspector, so you can just go, and now if we select this game object, and we are now able to see. And to rename this game object to player, what you can do, you can just right click on that game object, and then you can just rename. Or what else you can do, you can just select the game object, go over to inspector, you can rename over here. Let's call it something player. And what we want to add some component. First thing, we're gonna add a rigid body for gravity. So to do so, let's click on this add component, cut over here, basically cut, and go over to this physics 2D and find over here rigid body 2D by scrolling down. Over here we have, so let's select that, and you can just click on these components to collapse it or expand. So I'm gonna click on this rigid body to expand, and we can increase the gravity scale, we can see. So I'm gonna increase it around 2.5, and we also can increase the mass, but I'm gonna leave that. And make sure you just it doesn't need to be, but it's much preferable to choose collision detection to continuous. So any collision, if this player game object collide with, we're gonna check continuously for collision detection. And for smoother gravity, we're gonna choose interpolate to choose interpolate for smoother gravity, and we need to freeze the rotation about z axis. Why? Just take this box, it's gonna freeze if you don't do this. And if we move over to transform of this player game object, then rotation, and play around with z axis, we can see player game object indeed it's rotating like that. So to restrict it, I'm gonna set back to 0. We're gonna check this as z box. Basically we just freezing the rotation about z axis. Now we can just click on this to collapse it at once. And now if I just click on this, before we click, I just want to set the position of this player game object to center it, or to I just want to reset the position. To reset, what you can do, you can have to select the game object and then go over to inspector, then transform, right click and reset the transform. It's going to reset the position in the x to 0, in the y to 0, in the z to 0. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, this is our play button. If we just click on this play button, the game just gonna broadcast in our game view and we can see it right over here. Indeed, it's falling down as you seen. I hope you get the idea. Why? Because we added a rigid body 2D. So let's get out of play mode. Make sure you just out of play mode by clicking right that onto that play button one more time to go to get out of play mode. We're gonna add a box collider for collision detection, and we will add a ground in the bottom, so player game object just gonna fall down to that ground, you can say. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then move to 2D objects, sprites, and select this square in the bottom, you can see. So just select that, go over to transform, right click and reset the transform. Let's select this move tool right over here. You can see, select the move tool right over here, and you can just drag it down. And what we want to do, we just want to scale in the x-axis, so the player game object can fall down to top of it and walk around. So I'm gonna scale this x to something like 10, or what else you can do, you can just select this rect tool right over here, and you can just scale it and hold down all, so it's gonna resize from center. We can see it's resizing from center. You can just do that as well. I'm gonna drag it a little bit down, and instead of square, let's call it something ground. So I'm gonna call this one ground, and I hope you get the idea. And what we have to do now, we need to attach components to this ground, a box collider, basically a collider we need to attach, so this player game object can just land top of this ground. To do so, you need to select, firstly let's select the player game object. We need to attach both of this game object, we need to attach the colliders both of this game object, so this both of this game object can detect collision. So firstly we're gonna do with our player game object. So select the player game object, go over to inspector, click on add component, and find over there by typing box collider 2D, or what else you can do, you can just go over to this physics 2D and you can find the box collider 2D, or any you can add capsule collider 2D as well. It's totally up to you what you want. I think box collider 2D is fine for this player game object, so that's why I'm gonna choose box collider 2D. You can go with any collider you like, and we need to edit the collider as the size of our player game object or this sprite. To do so, go over to this box collider and click on this edit collider and edit the collider as the size of your sprite. You can just drag it, so we're gonna resize it something like this, and it's pretty sims fine sims. And so green line just added up, and make sure you just click on this edit collider so you can edit the collider. And once you done, let's add the box collider as well to this ground game object, so this ground game object can detect collision with our player game object. So let's select this ground and let's click on add component. Let's find box collider 2D by typing and attach that. And if you take a closer look, a green line just added up to this ground game object, or to this square you can say. And if I select this player game object, and select this move tool and drag it little bit further away from this ground and click on this play button in the top, we should able to see this player game object just gonna fall down due to gravity on top of this game object, and it's just gonna land top of it. Why? For collision detection, because we added box collider 2D. We can see it right over here, as you can see. I hope you get the idea how collision works in Unity, and you need to make sure you attach colliders to both of these game objects, so both of these game object can detect collision. So let's get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea of this, and I hope you get the idea that how you can add components, basically add components to do some specific things. So we added to this player game object this rigid body 2D for gravity, and this box collider 2D for collision detection. Basically we attach to game objects, basically we attach components to game objects to do some specific things. That is the that what it's made. So basically we created an empty game object and we have done. I hope you get the idea that. And if you want to save your project, whatever you have done so far, and you just want to save it, what you can do, you can just hit a Control S on your keyboard to save your project. Or what else you can do, you can just go to top left file, then scroll down, says build setting, click not build setting, basically click on save. Over here in the top you can see save, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section, which is Control plus S. So you can just hit Control plus S right away to save your project, whatever you have done so far in your Unity projects, it's gonna be saved right away. So I'm gonna hit down Control S to save my project. When we press down A or D key, I want this player game object to move left and right. And when we try to press down space key, I want this player game object to jump. To do so, what we have to do, we need to create a script. And in script, we're gonna tell in that script to what player game object actually should do. So we need to create a script to tell what player game object need to do. So to create a script, what you have to do, you need to select the game object, in which game object you want to create the script. So in our case, this player. So we will select our player game object, then move over to inspector in the right and click on this add component. And you can see new script in the bottom. Scroll down in the bottom, say new script, and name the script what you want. Something like you can call this player movement, and after naming the script, click on create and add in the bottom, and it's gonna create the script right away. And or what else you can do, you can go to project tab, then assets, and then create a script folder. Right click, create folder, and name that folder to something like script. I already have created over here. I have, then go over to that script, right click, create C# script, and name it to something like player movement or player. I already have it over here, so I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's select the script and drag it over to add component section. And now let's double click this script to open it up in Visual Studio. So it's gonna open our script right away in Visual Studio, and we are ready to write our first line of code. So we can see by default you're gonna able to see start and update function. And we have a class player. Basically class is a template. We can use this template to implement our play in our player game object. Something like you can say this is the design, and we're gonna take this design or this class to implement in this player game object, or just gonna instruct, we're gonna give instruction in this class or this player class, or you can say player script, to what player game object actually need to do. So we have first of all start function and update function. Start function get called when we start the game. So if I just move to Unity and click on this play button, you're gonna that function just gonna play one time right after the game start, and it's gonna just gonna call one time. And this update function right over here calls over again and again and again. So let's suppose we move this player game object one unit to the right side. So this update function right over here runs 60 times. So 60 times we're gonna move. So basically this update function right over here draw images or frames 60 times. So let's suppose we're moving to the right, so one unit right, So second time it's gonna be 2, then third time it's gonna be 3, then 4. So it's gonna seem that player game object just gonna move to the right direction. Basically our eyes gonna precise as in movement. Movement, basically that is the thing. Or you can assume that if you just change this player game object tiny bit, like walking animation, and you just place them one by one too much fast, it's gonna seems like player is moving or player is working, something like that. So basically that is the thing. So that's why we need to use this update function to specific things. This update function runs every single frame, and you can just remove this fixed update. We don't need it. And we have some namespaces in the top. In these namespaces allow us to use some certain function. If I just remove this using Unity engine, we can see an error just became underneath mono behavior. Basically mono behavior right over here itself a Unity class, and in that class already pre-built function is defined. This is start and update function. So that's why we need to include this namespace using Unity game engine, and make sure close that up with semicolon. And what we want to do now, we want this player game object to move left and right. So if I select this player game object and then move to right over here and play around with x-axis, we can see player game object indeed working, sorry, going left and right. So what we have to do, I'm gonna set back to 0. So we need to replace this x with our movement some units, something like if we just put -1, it's gonna go to left direction, and if we put 1 instead, it's gonna go to right direction. And if we put a 0 instead, it's gonna stay right that point. And let's script that. So we will go over to this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame. So right over here we're gonna check. So we will use this input dot get axis function, and this function right over here, input dot get axis, in quotation, it's gonna take the axis in which axis you want to move. So we want to move horizontally or in the x-axis, as you can see. So that's why in quotation we have to type horizontal, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. It's basically means the line of code, this line of code get ends right over here. So input dot get axis horizontal, make sure you just spelling it correct as I did over here, or else you gonna get some error, because this function right over here mapped up with our keyboard A and D key, or right arrow and left arrow. Let's suppose you press down A D key, so this function right over here gonna give us a positive number, so it's gonna be 1. And if you hold down A key instead of D key, it's gonna give you -1. And let's suppose you don't hold or just lift your finger from both of those keys, then this function right over here will give us 0. So what we will do, we're gonna store this result, whatever we get, we're gonna store into a variable, or you can say something like container, into a container. So to create a container or a variable, we need to go to top of our class, and we have to make a variable right over here. So make to variable, so that will be float. Float basically are those numbers which comes with decimal places like 1.5, 1.2, 0.2, 0.5. Also whole numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are floating numbers. Basically those are float numbers, and you have to name the container or the variable. So we can call this something like movement, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And what are we gonna do now, we're gonna set this movement equal to this. And now basically whatever we get, let's suppose we hold down D key, so it's gonna be 1. So we storing this 1 value into this movement right over here. So this movement just gonna be 1 right away. And let's suppose we hold down A key instead of D key, so it's gonna give us a -1. So that's why right over here movement gonna be -1. So it can be -1, +1, or 0, depending upon what key we holding down. And let's suppose we want to see this field underneath our inspector. So if we move to Unity and we want to see underneath our player script right over here that variable, or you can say that container. To able to see that, what you have to what you have to do, right before you type the variable name and the variable type, you do need to mark as public, or if you just make it instead private, you're not gonna able to see underneath your player script. So make sure you just make right before you type the variable type and the name, you mark as public. Now we're gonna able to see this movement in the inspector. So control S to save your code, you have to press down control S to save, or what else you can do, you can go to top left file, and then you can see save assets slash script slash player.cs, and the shortcut key which is control S. So we're gonna click right there to save our script, and let's move to Unity now. And Unity will take a few moments to compile our script. Basically whatever we have done so far in Unity in that script, it's gonna change. And we indeed are able to see movement variable. By default it's set it to 0 because we haven't set any default value, so that's why it's became by default 0. Now if we click on this play button in the top and try to hold down A or D key, this movement just gonna change to -1, 0 and 1 depending upon what key we which key we holding down. So let's suppose now if I hold down A key, as you can see this sorry it's became -1, and if I hold down D instead of A key, we can see it's became 1. And if we hold down just lift off my finger from both of those keys, it's became a 0 right away. So what we want to do, we want to replace this X with this movement. So this can be -1 or +1 and 0 depending upon what key we holding down. So we will go to left, right, or we're gonna stay at that point, and what we basically doing with our keyboard. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to script now. And for that we will go to down, and we're gonna use a fixed update function. Let me explain why we using fixed update. So this update function right over here runs every single frame. Something like in 1 second it can run up to 60 frames, it can second time it can call up to 62, it can call up to 65, even it can call up to 120 frames. So you can see the frame rate, it's not constant at all. But this over here fixed update, you probably guessed by the name of the function fixed, it's basically fixed. The frame rate it's totally fixed, basically constant. Let's suppose in 1 second it's run 60 frames, so next time it's still gonna run in 1 second 60 frames. So basically the frame rate are fixed or constant, you can say. So if we doing anything with physics, then we have to do inside this fixed update, and if we are working with inputs, then we have to do inside update function. So make sure you just do that. So we will go to transform dot position, and top of that plus equal, we're gonna add a new factor 3. Why? So if we move to Unity, so to we just what we're doing, we going over to this transform and then accessing this position, and top of that we're gonna access a we're gonna add a vector 3. Why? Because this is a three-dimensional data. It has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So that's why we need to set equal to new vector 3, and we do know that vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and close that up with semicolon. So what we want to replace this x with our this movement. So this movement can be -1. So if we hold down a key, so it can be -1. So if I put right over here -1, we can see it's going to the left direction. If it's became minus, it's going to the left direction, and if we put a positive value, it's going to right direction. So let's set back to 0 once again. So we will go to script. So we will replace this x with our movement, and this movement can be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. So once we are moving left and right, basically holding down A or D key, we don't want this player game object to move in vertically or y axis. So that's why in the y axis we're gonna put 0 0 f. The f basically right over here referencing float. You can, so if it's a float number, just put f at the end, or you can just remove this f as well, it doesn't matter. But I'm gonna put f. and in the z-axis, the depth one, we're gonna do the same thing. We don't want to move in that direction, so let's put 0f as well. And what we have to do now, we need to multiply this whole thing with time dot fixed delta time. We're doing inside this fixed update, so that's why we're gonna use time dot fixed delta time instead of time dot delta time. So why basically this fixed update, let's suppose in 1 second in my PC or laptop it run 1 second in 60 frames, but if you do have a fast system, then this in 1 second it's gonna run 120 frames. So you can see there is a huge difference between our frame rates. So to make it constant to any computer you use, and you just want to have the same frame rate speed or same frame rate, then you need to multiply this whole thing with time dot fixed delta time, and it's gonna make a frame rate independence. So we're gonna multiply this time dot, so you can use this star at this symbol to multiply, and we're gonna multiply with fixed delta time, and it's gonna restrict. So control S on your keyboard to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. So we're just replacing this x with our movement, and we do know this movement can be -1, +1, or 0. If it's became -1, so it's gonna go to left direction, and if it's became instead +1, it's gonna go to right direction. So let's have a look. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that. Now, if I hold down A key, we can see our player game object indeed moving to the left side. And if I just lift up my finger, the player game object stops right there. And if I hold down D key instead of A key, we going to the right side. Why? Because as you can see, movement is 1, and if I hold down one more time A key, movement becomes 1. So that's why this over here going to, that's why our player game object it's moving to the left direction. And if I just lift up my both of those fingers from both of those keys, we can see player game object just standing at that point. But if it would be nice if we control our speed a little bit faster, we can move. So what we can do, so let's get, make sure you just click on this play button to get out of play mode, and let's go to script. So let's multiply this one with some number, so we can move a little bit faster. So we can multiply with something like 5f, or we can just put 7a. But we need to come to the script and change this value over again and again to match up a correct speed. So what we will do, we're gonna make a variable for this one as well. So let's go to top of our class and let's make it public. So make sure you just making it public, so you don't need to come to this script and change this value over again and again, and that will be float. And we can call this one something like speed or move speed. I'm gonna call this one speed, and by default I'm gonna set equal. So by default you can set any value you like, or you can just close that off with some semicolon, and later you can go to script, sorry, Unity, and underneath your player script you can set the value. But I'm gonna set a default value, so that's why I'm gonna set equal to something like 7f, basically 7 float you can say. And let's replace this 7f with our speed. And now we will move with this much of a speed. So by default we set 7f, so this one is 7. So and this movement can be -1, +1, or 0. So let's suppose this one became 1. So 1 into speed, which is 7, so 1 into 7 will be 7. So we will go to the right direction with 7 unit, sorry, and we're gonna go to the left direction as well with 7 unit. So make sure you press down Ctrl S to save your code, and let's move over to Unity. By now it's gonna take few moments for compiling our script, and once it's done, and as you can see underneath our player script, we can see the speed parameter, and we can change it to something like 10, we can change it to something over 4, 5, and so on, but I'm gonna leave with 7. And if we just click on this play button and try to press down A and D key, our player game object just gonna move left and right with this much of speed as we define it in our script. So we can move a little bit faster. As you can see, we indeed moving faster than we should. And if I set this parameter to something like 10, we're moving more faster than ever. So you can just play around with this number. So make sure you just out of play mode. If you do any changes in play mode, something like if I set it to something 15, it's not gonna save. So we can move faster, but it will not be safe. So if I just get out of play mode, click on this play button to get out of play mode, we can see it's get back to 7. Basically in play mode, whatever changes you're gonna make, it's not gonna save. So make sure you just out of play mode, copy the number. So you can just, how you can copy that component value, you can just have to move over to that component, right click, and then copy component. And once you are out of play mode, then go over to that component one more time, right click on it, and then paste component values, and it's gonna paste right away if you have it. I hope you get the idea. And one thing we have to do is that we need to make this player game object prefab, as well as we need to flip this player game object to the left direction once we moving to the left direction. And I want to change the color of this background. To change, what we have to do, we need to select the main camera in hierarchy, then go over to inspector, then camera component, and click right over here in background, and you can choose any color you like. So I'm gonna choose something dark gray, something like that, and it's fine now. And what we can do, we have to select our player game object. Now let's drag it into assets. Basically we're gonna make a prefab. You can assume that it basically copy of that game object. To make a prefab, we need to select the game object from hierarchy first, select that, and drag it over to assets folder, and it's gonna turn right away blue. And what we can do now, if we so let's suppose if we select this player game object now and delete this, it's gone from hierarchy as well as in the scene view. So what we have to do, we need to work from scratch, but we do know we made a prefab. So what we can do, we can go to project tab, assets, basically where we drag it. So over here we have the player prefab, so we can select that and drag it over to scene view or in hierarchy, and all of the components is already attached. We can see the player script, box collider, rigid body, and sprite renderer. So making prefab makes our work lot more easy, or else we have to work from scratch. Basically we have to attach this component one by one and do these things. So making prefab makes our work lot more easy. So let's make a prefab folder to keep all of the things in organized way. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, let's right click on assets, then create folder, and let's call this folder to something like prefabs. And now we're gonna select our player game object from that asset folder. We're gonna select that and drag it over to that prefab folder. Now it's more organized. I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your project, or whatever you have done so far in Unity editor, it's gonna save right away. Basically that is the thing. What we have to do now, if we just click on this play button in the top and try to move to the left direction, we're not looking at that direction, basically in the left direction. So we need to flip our player game object in that direction as well. Let's have a look. So if I just press down A key, we're moving to that direction but not looking at all in that direction. To do so, if we select this player game object and go over to inspector, then transform, and then rotation, and set this Y to something like minus 180, we can see our player game object right away gets flipped to the left direction. So we just have to set this, we need to move over to this transform, and you can say Euler angles, and in the Y we're gonna set minus 180, so it's gonna flip to the left direction. And once we moving to the right direction, so we need to look to the right direction one more time. So basically we have to set back this Y to 0. If we set back, it's gonna look, it's just looking to the right direction. So let's get out of play mode and let's do inside of code. So let's go over to inspector, select player game object and then player script, and click double click right over here to pin the script in Visual Studio. We can see it right over here. So let's create a bool parameter in the top to just keep track of which direction we looking. So it doesn't need to be public, we can make it private instead, and that will be bool. bool basically it has two value. It can be true or false. It can be true or false, and you have to name the bool parameter. So I'm gonna call it something facing right, and by default you can set it set any value you like. You can set it to false, you can set it to true, but we will set it to true. Why? So we're gonna set it to true and close that up with semicolon. Why we setting facing right parameter to true? If we move over to Unity, we looking to the right direction. So that's why by default facing right we setting. Really apologize for the noises coming out from the background. So we looking to the right direction. So that's why facing right by default I just set to true. So set to true. So that's why facing right I set to true. You can set it to false if you looking to the left direction. Just wait a little, I have a cup of tea. So we looking facing right by default we set it to true. Why? Because we looking to the left direction. And let's go move over to this update function, and we're gonna check it right there. If we moving to the left direction, then we need to flip our player game object to that direction, and we're gonna take this movement parameter to check. And we do know once the movement becomes -1, basically we moving to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna use this parameter or this movement to check which direction we going. So we're gonna do let's go to bottom, and over here we can check if make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So in the if condition, in this parenthesis you need to put a condition which should be totally true, something like we do know that 10 is greater than 9. If it's true, yes, this condition it's totally true. So whatever you gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute. So you whatever you gonna write, it's just gonna be execute. So instead of checking, and if you just put right over here something like 10 is lesser than 9, which is not true at all, so the condition over here is totally false. So whatever you gonna write right now in between this curly bracket will not be execute or will not be call out or implement. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check right over here if movement is lesser than 0f. 0f, we do know once the movement becomes -1, basically we just moving to the left direction. So once we press down a key, we do know that this movement this right over here gonna be -1. So that's why this movement just gonna be -1 right away. And we do know that -1 is lesser than 0f. So the condition over here becoming true. Basically if we move, basically we do checking if we moving to the left direction. At the same time we're gonna check. So if you want to check for another condition as well, then you have to type this and we're gonna check if facing right is equals to true. Basically equals to true means checking. So if facing right is true means we just looking to the right direction. At the same time we'll moving to the left direction. So what we have to do, we need to set the Euler angles, or we need to flip our player game object, because this movement right over here gonna be -1 means we look going to the left direction, and -1 is definitely lesser than 0f. So the condition, both of these condition over here getting true means we just moving to the left direction. So what we have to do now, we need to flip our character. To flip, we're gonna go over to transform as you seen, then dot, we're gonna access the Euler angles, and this Euler angles has three axes: x axis, y axis, and z axis. So that's why we need to set equal to new vector 3, which also has x axis, y axis, and the z axis, and close that up with semicolon. So in the y, we do know if we set this one to -180, it's gonna flip to the left direction right away. So that's why we're gonna put in the y -180f, and in the z we don't want, so let's put 0f. In the x we're gonna do the same thing. And once we flip this player game object to the left direction, we do know this player game object will not look to the right direction anymore. So we need to set this facing right parameter to totally false by now. Why? Because we're gonna look to the left direction. after flipping our player game object to the left direction. So that's why after flipping our player game object to the left direction, we're gonna set facing right to false and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move to Unity, and it's gonna save right away. So once we flipping to the left direction, we setting facing right parameter to false. Why? Because we're gonna look to the left direction, so that's why. Now if we click on this play button in the top, and let's take a look on this. When we are moving, whenever we moving to the left direction, we're gonna say we are flipping to the left direction. So if I just try to press down a key, we indeed able to see our player game object gets flipped to the left direction. But the problem is that if I now press down D key, we're not moving at all to the right direction right now. So basically we need to flip, we need to set this 180 to 0. So once we set 180 to 0, we're looking to the right direction one more time, and after that looking to the right direction, we need to set facing right parameter to true. Why? Because we're looking to the right direction, so that's why. So let's get out of play mode. So we're gonna check else if, so we will use this else if to check. Else if movement, we're gonna take this movement parameter to check if which direction we're going. So if movement is greater than 0f, so we do know once we press down a D key, this movement just gonna be 1, or it's gonna be greater than 0 1. So the condition over here, so if this movement is 1 and 1, we do know that 1 is greater than 0f, basically it's greater than 0. So the condition over here true. At the same time, I'm gonna check if we just looking to the left direction, so we will check and if facing right is equals to false. Basically we're looking to the left direction, so that's why facing right is not true at all, and make this curly brackets. So what we have to do in that situation, we need to set back minus 180 to 0. So once we set back 180 to 0 minus 180 to 0, it's gonna flip to the right direction one more time. So that's why we're gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. So basically we're just going to transform, basically this transform, then Euler angles, or rotation you can say Euler angles, and we're setting this y to 180. And so sorry, we're gonna set back to 0f now, because we're gonna flipping to the right direction. And after flipping our player game object to the right direction, what we have to do right now, we need to set back this basically this facing right parameter to true by now. Why? Because we're gonna look to the right direction. Once we flip this player game object to the right direction, we will look to the right direction, so that's why. So after flipping our player game object to the right direction, we're gonna set this facing right parameter to equal to true, sorry, to true. So we're gonna look to the right direction now. So press down Ctrl S to save your project and go over to Unity, and it's gonna do the right away. Now if we just, let's click on this play button in the top and try to go or try to move to the left direction, we will flip our game object immediately to left direction. So as you can see, indeed we just looking, and once we press down D key, we looking to the right direction. So which direction we going, we just flipping our game object to that direction we can see. So basically that's working fine. I hope you get the idea. And one thing we have to do is that jumping. So once we press down on our keyboard space key, you can check for any key you like. You can check for, once you press down something like T key, G key, or anything like that, or enter, then you want to jump, you can check that. So let's get out of play mode, and to check it, we're gonna use collision function. So before we do that, let's implement it. So we're gonna go to update function, because update function runs every single time. So there we're gonna check if input, so if input dot get key get key and make this first bracket, and you can check for any key you like. So I can check for key code something like dot space. It's basically means, and make this curly brackets. Over here it's basically means if input dot get key code dot space means if we press down space key on our keyboard, so whatever we're gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute right away. So we're gonna make a function for jumping. So once we press down space key, it's basically means if input dot get key code dot space means we pressing down space key on our keyboard. So what we want to jump. So we're going to make a function for jumping to. So for making a function, we're going to go to bottom. You can make it anywhere over here, it's totally up to you, anywhere you can make. So we for function we have to type void, and we have to name the function. So we're going to call it something like jump, and we need to make this first bracket and some curly brackets, and whatever we're gonna do inside between this curly bracket will not will be execute something like, let's we want to see a before it's working fine or not, we want to see a message. So if we move to Unity and select this console in the bottom, we're gonna see a message right over here. Just want to see that. If you can find the console tab, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says general. You can see the console, which is Control Shift plus C. It's gonna bring up the console tab right away, and you can find any tab you want. So I have the console already in the bottom side, so I'm gonna go over to inspector, and to print out a message in the console we need to type this debug and dot, we have to use this log function, and log function in brackets in quotation, it's gonna take a message you want to see. So in quotation you can type whatever you want to just write or want to see, something like player jump, and close that up with some colon. So once we checking over here, if input dot get key code dot space basically means if we pressing down space key, what we want to do, well, I'm gonna call this jump function, and what jump function just gonna do, it's gonna print out the message player jump, as you can see right over here in the console says player jump. So this message just gonna pop up right away once we press down on our keyboard space key. So let's call the jump function right over here. To call it, we have to name the function. Basically type a name of the function, which is jump, and make sure make this first bracket and close that up with some colon, and Control S to save your code, and go over to Unity, and it's gonna save your script right away. So now it's done. Let's click on this play button in the top and try to press down space key on keyboard. It's gonna print out that message, player jump, right away once we press down space key. So if I press down space key, we can see player message just getting pop up. So if I just click on this clear button, it's clear it, and now try to press down one more time space key, we can see indeed the message getting pop up. Basically what we're doing, so when we press down space key, basically we're checking right over here, then we're calling this jump function, and what jump function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says player jump. So in quotation you can type whatever you want to see. So instead of printing out message, what we want this player game object to jump in the y axis. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To jump in the y axis, we need this rigid body reference of this player game object, because this rigid body is responsible for velocity, adding force and gravity, those physics things. So that's why we need a reference of this rigid body, or the link of this player rigid body 2D, then we can set velocity in the y-axis some unit. To get the reference, let's go to script, and let's go to top of our class, and we need to make a variable. So make sure you just making it public so you can see that field. If we move to Unity, underneath our player script right over here, so that's why. And the type is rigid body 2D, so we need to type the component which is rigid body 2D. So make sure you just doing as I am doing right over here, you need to do the same thing, and you have to name the component, or you have to name the field. So we can call this something like RB, short for rigid body, and make sure close that up with some semicolon. Control S to save your code and go over to Unity. So we should able to see underneath our player script a rigid body RB just component just gonna appear, and it will be none by default, basically empty. So what we have to do, we need to drag right over there. So we indeed can we are able to see that RB and it says none rigid body 2D, basically empty. So what we have to do, we need to take this rigid body 2D and drag it right over there. Now we have the player rigid body 2D, we can see right over here, basically the reference. Now we can go over to script and let's scroll down, and instead of printing out message, what we want to jump in the y-axis. So if we move to player unity and select this player game object and this move tool right over here, we only want to jump in the y-axis, we don't want to jump in the x-axis. So I'm gonna set back to 0, so only want to jump in the y-axis. So that's why we're going to create a vector2 variable. So vector2, so vector2 basically it has two axes. It has basically x-axis and the y-axis, and we have to name the vector2, and we can call this one something like velocity, and we will set equal to rb dot velocity, velocity, and close that up with semicolon. So what we're doing, we're just going over to this rigid body 2D of this player, and we taking this rigid body velocity, rigid body 2D velocity, and we storing this rigid body 2D velocity, or this player velocity is storing into this velocity parameter. So basically we taking that rigid body 2D velocity or the velocity of our player game object, and we just storing that into this velocity parameter. And this velocity parameter just has two axes, it has x-axis and y-axis. So that's why we're gonna go to next line, and we can go to this velocity right now, basically where we stored it. We stored the velocity in this velocity parameter, or you can say in this container. So we're gonna go over to that container or that parameter, and we can access the x-axis, but we don't want to set any value to x-axis, instead we want to set y. So that's why we're gonna access the y-axis of that velocity, and we will set yes to some unit, something like we can set it to 10f and close that up with semicolon. So we need to come to this script and change this value over again and again to match up a correct speed. So that's why we're gonna make a variable for this as well. So let's go to top of our class, right underneath our speed we can make, so make sure you're just making it public so we can adjust through inspector, that is will be float, and we can call this one jump height, and by default you can set any value you like, or you can just close that up with semicolon, and later on you can set underneath your player script. But I'm gonna give a default value, so let's give it something like 10f, and let's replace this 10f with our jump height, which is by default we set 10. So we're gonna jump in the y basically in the y-axis with 10 units. So let's go to script, sorry, let's go to the script, and after basically accessing the y-axis of this velocity parameter, basically we're just going over to this RB rigid body velocity, and then accessing the y-axis of this player velocity, and we're setting equal to 10 unit. So we're gonna jump in the y-axis with 10 unit. So after setting or accessing that, we're gonna go over to that RB velocity, basically the player velocity you can say, or player rigid body to t velocity. We're gonna go over to that once more time, and we will set equal to velocity and close that off with semicolon. Basically after modifying the y-axis of that velocity, we are again going to a velocity of our player game object, and then setting equal to velocity after modifying only the y-axis to this jump height, as you can see. So we're gonna jump in the y-axis with 10 unit, and then we're setting the velocity one more time to velocity. I hope you get the idea. And now Control S to save your code and move over to Unity. So we should able to see that player game object just gonna jump in the y-axis with 10 unit, but we can adjust the jump height as much we want. You can just go with any number you like, it's totally up to you. So jump height by default we set 10 unit, but we can change this number to any number we like. So I'm gonna set I'm gonna leave with 10. You can choose any number you like, it's totally up to you. So let's click on this play button in the top and try to press down space key on our keyboard. We're gonna see our player game object just gonna jump in the y-axis right away with this much of unit. So I'm gonna click on this clear to clear the console. We indeed can see that player game object is jumping in the y-axis, but the problem is that even we are in the air, we still able to jump. So we don't want these things to happen. Instead, once we are standing on this ground, at that moment we only want to jump, but not in the air. So if I try to press down multiple times space key, we still able to jump in the air. We don't want that. So let's get out of play mode and let's create a bool parameter to keep track of if we standing on this ground or not. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class. So underneath our facing right parameter, bool parameter, we're gonna create another bool. So it doesn't need to be public, you can make it private instead, and that will be bool. And we can call this one something like is ground or is ground, and by default I'm gonna set it to true, and you can set any value you like, it's totally up to you. So by default we set is ground to true. Basically you can assume that we standing on that ground. So I'm going to drag this player game object down to the ground somewhere around here. Let's go to script now, and over here we're going to check a second condition. So and we have to type. So if we pressing space key on our keyboard at the same time we standing on that ground, basically we're going to check is ground is equals to true, or you can just leave it like this, it's basically means also true, but I'm gonna set equal to true. So if is ground is true, so if we pressing space key at the same time is ground parameter is true, so both of this condition should be true. So that's why we will able to jump in the y axis, else we're not gonna able to do that. So if we press down space key on our keyboard at the same time is ground is true, so by default we set it to true. So first time we're gonna jump. So after jumping what I want to do, I want to set this is ground parameter to false, because when we jump in the air we're not gonna stand on the ground at all right now. So that's why I'm gonna set is ground parameter to false. So after jumping, as you can see, we calling the jump function. So after jumping I'm gonna set is ground to equal to false, and control S to save your code. And let's suppose we're gonna able to jump for the first time, because if we press down space key and is ground is true, so by default we set it to true, so both of this condition is true. So that's why we will able to jump. Basically we gonna able to call this jump function right over here, and jump function just making our player game object to jump in the y axis. So after jumping, what we're doing, we're setting is ground to false. And let's suppose we try to press down second time the space key. So space key and is ground is not anymore true, so the condition, this condition over here is now false, and this one is true. So that's why this not gonna call. Basically we're not gonna able to jump for the next time, or second time. Why? Because is ground is not true at all, this one is false, and both of this condition should be true in this bracket. So that's why we're not gonna able to jump for the next time, but we indeed able to jump for the first time. So let's have a look. So control S on your keyboard to save your code and go over to Unity. I'm gonna make the jump height a little bit higher, something like 15. And if we click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look, just wait. And now if I press down space key on my keyboard for the first time, we can able to see that player game object jumps. But right now if I try to press down space key multiple times on my keyboard, we still not able to jump. Why? Because if we go over to script, this condition right over here is now false. We setting after jumping, we're setting back, we're setting this is ground parameter to false, and this if condition just gonna check if we type n. So both of this condition should be checked right away. Basically both of this condition gonna be checked, so that's why. So we also need to set this is ground parameter to true. So if we move over to Unity, and if you want to see that private field that is facing right and is ground, so what you need to do, you need to go over to inspector. In the top right you can see three buttons, so just click on that and click on debug mode, and you're gonna able to see right away that's facing right. So as facing right is true, but is ground, we can see it's basically unchecked, basically false. So we need to set this back to true. So if we set this is ground back to true, so for the next time, so this condition over here is totally true. If we press down space key at the same time, if it's is ground is true, so we're gonna able to jump. So that is the thing. I hope you get the idea. And I'm gonna go to normal mode. To go back, we need to go over to inspector one more time, click on this three button and click on this normal, so you can go back. And let's get out of play mode. But when we shoot, so something like if I am over here for the first time jumping and collide with this ground, at that moment we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true one more time. So this is ground is true, so we're gonna able to jump one more time, and again we're setting back is ground parameter to false after jumping, we can see. And once we collide with this ground for the next time or for the third time, I'm gonna set back this is ground parameter to true one more time, so we will able to jump for the next time as well. So that is the thing. So to do so, we're gonna use collision functions. To do so, let's go to script and let's go to bottom. You can do anywhere you want, it's totally up to you. So we will use this on collision inter 2D function, and this function right over here, this on collision inter 2D function get called when we collide with something. Let's suppose we collide with this ground, then this function right over here just gonna call right away. And we can extract info by going over to this collision parameter. We can extract info like the name of the game object we collided with, the tag of the game object we collided with, anything we looking for we can extract. So what we want, let's just want to print out the name of the game object we collided with in the console. So to print out, we're gonna type debug.log, and we can go over to this collision parameter, and dot we can access the so we will go to that game object and dot name, and close that up with some semicolon, control S to save your code. So what we're doing, so we do know that when once we collide with something, this function just gonna call. And what this function is doing right now, what we're doing, we just whatever we colliding with, we going to that game object. As you can see, collision dot game object, basically referencing the game object we collided with, and then dot accessing the name of the game object. So in our case, that ground. So let's go over to Unity. Make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your project. And now if I just take this player game object far from this ground, and let's click on this play button in the top. Once we collide with this ground, so this ground name just gonna pop up in the console right away. We indeed can see ground just name gets pop up, because why? Because we collided with this game object, this ground game object. So that's why this function gets triggered. And what this function is doing, we just printing out the name of the game object we collided with. So I'm gonna clear the console. Let's click on this clear. I'm gonna take this player game object one more time further away from this you can say this ground, and collide for the next time. We can see ground game object just get pop up. Basically whenever we colliding with this ground, the name of the game object just getting popped up. So let's get out of play mode. So instead of printing out message, we want to set back is ground parameter to true. Before we do that, let's assign this ground game object as a ground tag. To assign it something with some certain tag, what you have to do, you need to go over to inspector in the top right, and tag you can see untag. So just click on that. In the bottom you can see add tag, so click right there and click on this plus icon, name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like ground, and after naming it, click on save, and then head over to that game object one more time. So in our case this ground, go over to that game object, go over to inspector, and tag it says untag. So just click on that and assign it. Now we assign it this ground as a ground tag. and let's double click on this message in the console so we can go back to that script right away. So if we just double click on this message, we can go back where we are. So over here we're gonna check. So this function get called when we collide with something, and we're gonna check right over here if collision collision dot game object dot tag. So we accessing the tag of that game object we collided with. So basically we just, if we collide with this ground, so we just going over to this ground game object, then going over to this game object and accessing the tag which is ground. We can see we assign it, and we're gonna check right over here if it's equals to in quotation. So make sure you just typing in quotation. I'm gonna check ground and make this curly brackets. So what we want to do, so whatever we collided with, we're going to game object and accessing that tag, and we're checking if that tag is equals to ground, as you can see. So in quotation we have done. So basically we're going to this ground game object and then accessing this ground tag, and we're checking if this tag, and we definitely know we assign it as ground. So this gonna right over here gonna be ground. So we checking if ground is equals to ground, so the condition over here getting true. So what we want to do in between these curly brackets, basically we just colliding with this ground. So in that moment we're gonna set back is ground parameter to true, and we do know once we set back is ground parameter to true, we're gonna jump for next time as well. Basically we will able to jump for the next time as well. To do so, let's go over to script, and we're gonna set is ground. So we're gonna access the is ground parameter, and we will set equal to true and close that up with some colon. Basically whenever we colliding with that ground game object, we're setting back is ground parameter to true. Basically what when we colliding with this ground game object, then we're setting back this is ground parameter to true, and over here we're checking if we press down space key at the same time if is ground is true. Basically we colliding with that ground, so both of this condition over here getting true. So that's why we're gonna able to jump, and after jumping we setting back is ground parameter to false one more time. But once we collide with this ground for the next time as well, then we're setting back is ground parameter to true. So that's why if we press down space key and second time is ground now is true, so both of this condition getting true. So that's why for the next time we still gonna able to jump, and after jumping we setting back is ground parameter to false. Basically this line of code just gonna loop forever. So whenever we standing or colliding with this ground, at that moment we will able to jump. Why? Because we only checking when we collide with this ground. At that moment we're setting is ground parameter to true, and we're checking right over here as you can see. So I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your code and go back to Unity. So once we are standing on this ground or colliding with this ground, at that moment we will able to jump if we press down space key on our keyboard. So let's have a look. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's basically click on or press down space key. We should able to jump in the Y axis. So if I just press down space key on my keyboard right away, we can see our player game object indeed able to jump. And now if I press down my space key for the second time, we still able to jump. But if I press down in the air, in the air, we not able to jump in the air. We only able to jump when we colliding with that ground. We not able to jump in the air as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. Why? Because we only checking once we collide with this ground. At that moment we setting is ground parameter to true, and we do know if is ground parameter is true. At the same time if we press down space key on our keyboard, then we are calling the jump function, and jump function just doing the rest thing. Basically it's making our player game object to jump in the Y axis. I hope you get the idea that how you can do. So I'm gonna get out of play mode right now. Time to create the animation. To create the animation we need to head over to project tab, then assets, and we have to find the animation sprite, basically sprite sheet. So let's head over to sprites. Underneath our sprite sheet we have player folder, so let's go there. And what we have to do, we can see we have attack. Let's firstly create the idle. we want to see the idle one, so we have it over here, idle. And this is an sprite sheet. So what we have to do, we need to cut them off individually. To do so, we're gonna select the idle by holding down control. uh, First, holding down control, you can choose them. Holding down control, let's select the work. Let's find this work one. Sorry, uh, sorry, we have to hold on. Let's select all of them by holding down shift. Holding down shift, and I'm gonna deselect this one by holding down control. And what we have to do, we need to go over to sprite mode in the inspector, select multiple, because these are all our sprite sheet. We have more than one sprite, so that's why. And pixel per unit, we will choose 16. Scroll down, filter mode to choice, choose point of filter, because this is an pixel art. And after choosing that, click on apply, and it's gonna apply to all of the sprite sheet: work, running, working, attacking, all of the sprite sheet. So let's find the ideal. So we have the ideal over here. To make the animation tab, sorry, to make the animation, we need to get the animation tab. In order to get the animation tab, if you don't if you're not able to find it, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation, and you can see animation as well as the animator tab. For animation, you can hit control plus 6, so it will bring up the animation tab right away, and as well the animator tab. So I have it over here, so I'm gonna select this animation tab. I'm gonna drag it somewhere over here, and we are ready to create the animation. In order to create the animation, select the player game object. Firstly, let's make a animation folder to keep all of the things in organized way. Basically, we want to keep all of the animation in animation folder, so later on we can find it easily. And our pro assets, you can save, just gonna be crystal clear. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, right click on assets, then create folder, and let's call this folder animations, animation, something like that. And now let's select this player game object, head over to that player sprite folder, and then player ideal sprite, and I'm gonna select this player game object. Over in animation tab, you can see create button, so just click on that, and it's gonna create the animation right away. So we need to choose a folder, or we're gonna choose where we want to place the animation. So we will go over to assets. In assets, we created that animation folder, so let's open this one by double clicking on it, and let's create a subfolder for our player animation, because we're gonna have enemy animation as well. So we just want to keep all of those animation in separate path. That is the reason. So let's right click over here, then new folder, and let's call this folder something like player, sorry, let's right click, then rename. Let's call this one player animation, player animation. And now let's double click that subfolder to open it up, and we have to name the animation what we want to name it. So the first one will be the ideal one, so that's why we're gonna call this one player underscore ideal, or you can just do player space ideal, and then click on save. And make sure you just hit this record button in animation tab, this red button, to record your animation. And you need to drag the sprite individually one by one, or you can just select so just click on this sprite and select one by one and drag it over to this animation tab. So I'm going to drag it over to animation tab. Let's drag the final one. Let's move it somewhere around here. And if you want to play your animation, want to see that, just click on this play button, and it's gonna play the animation right away. And it seems the animation a little bit faster. So what you can do, you can make spaces, so select like this, and you can move it over to something like 30. And now if we play this animation, we can see indeed our player game object playing our ideal animation clip. I hope you get the idea. So once you are done, we are ready to create the new animation, which will be the work or the run. So we need to find it firstly. So I'm gonna select this player game object. So to create a new animation clip, what you have to do, you need to click right over here in animation tab and then click on create new clip, and it's gonna take you to the part where you want to save the animation, and you have to name the animation. So I'm gonna call this one something like player underscore work, or we can call this one player underscore run. So I'm gonna call instead work and click on save, and we need to find the work animation clip right now. Basically work a sprite sheet, so let's find it over here. So we need to find that. We can see it right over here. So we're going to select that sprite sheet from that sprite folder, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor, and we can see there is multiple sprites, so we need to cut them off individually. To cut that, we already selected multiple in the inspector, we can see, so we don't need to do anything right over here. We have left to do in our sprite editor section. So in the top left you can see slice, so just click on that and click or select automatic to grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 3 6 7 columns, so we can put right over here 7 columns and 1 row. And after doing that, click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the right section in sprite editor. Let's select this game view now and select the player game object. So make sure and click on this record button in animation tab, and we need to drag the animation right over here of walking. So we can click on this sprite sheet of our player game object and it's cut it off individually, so we can select one by one, and let's drag it over to animation tab. So I'm going to drag it over to animation tab. So 4. So we have 3 5 and this is 6 7 6. Let's drag it over here and let's click on this play button. We can see working animation, but it seems it's pretty much slow. So what we can do, we can select all of these frames, and let's move it over to somewhere around 30 frames, 30. And if we just click on this play button now, we can see running animation is playing fine by now, and it's pretty fine. So we can see, I hope you get the idea. So if we click on this play button, we can see running animation clip is playing over again and again, and we are ready to create uh, the jumping one as well as the attacks animation clip. We need to create those, so let's create them. So we have jump animation clip right over here, so let's select that, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor, and let's select let's slice it. So I'm going to select grid by cell count, so 3 6 columns, so let's put 6 columns and 1 row. Let's click on slice, click on apply, and it's gonna do thing. And so what we can do, instead of doing this, I'm going to drag this animation tab in the bottom right now. And if you want to create the animation a little bit faster way, what you can do, you need to go over to project tab. So let's go to project tab, then assets, then sprite folder, and let's set the jump one. So just click on this sprite sheet, sprite, select the sprite sheet first and click on this arrow because we cut it off individually. We can select by all of the sprite sheet by holding down shift and drag it over to player game object in hierarchy, or over to player game object, and it's gonna create the animation right away. So what we can do, we can go to assets. In assets we created the animation folder, so let's double click that to open it up, and we also created subfolder, so let's open that up as well by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So we're gonna call this one player underscore jump, and we can click on save. And if we now select this player game object and go over to animation tab and click right over here in animation tab and select this jump one and hit this play button, we can see the jump animation is being playing over again and again, and it's created or it's dragged automatically the sprites in animation tab. So that is the thing doing a little bit faster. I hope you get the idea. So let's do the same thing. We have three attacks, so let's drag them up over here. So we're gonna save, so we have over here, so let's select that, go over to inspector, then sprite, click on sprite editor, and let's slice it. Let's slice, click on slice, click on apply. Let's do the same thing for this attack sprite, the second one. Let's slice, just put how many columns and rows it has. So 3 6 9, so let's put 9 columns and 1 row. Let's click on slice and apply, and let's select the game tab right over here and click on this first arrow. Basically select the first sprite and click over here in this arrow. Let's select all of the sprite sheet, individual sprite sheet, by holding down shift, and just move it over to this player game object, top of this player game object. Make sure you just do that. Then let's go over to assets, animation, player animation, and I'm gonna call this one something like player underscore attack one, attack one, and click on save. This is, and let's create the attack 2 as well by with the same process. So let's select and drag it over to player game object, assets, animation, player animation, and I'm gonna call this one attack 2. Let's click on save, and let's do the same thing for our attack 3. Let's select all of them by holding down shift and just place it top of your player game object in hierarchy. Let's go to assets, animation, player animation, and I'm gonna call this one player underscore attack 3, and let's click on save. And if we select our player game object by now and move over to animation tab and click right over here, select this attack 1 and click on this play button, we can see first attack animation is playing over again and again. And if we choose the second one and hit this play button, second animation clip is being played. And if we choose the third one, we can see the third animation clip is being playing. I hope you get the idea that how you can make the animation. So the problem is that right now if we select this player game object and go over to inspector, scroll down, we can see a plus icon becomes once we created this all of this animation clip. Basically this animator component right over here is responsible for playing our animation clip as well as switching them. So, and we can see a plus icon right over here in animator component. So what we have to do, we need to go over to overrides in inspector, then click over here and apply all. So this animator component just gonna attach in prefab of this player game object as well. So if I just move over to project tab, then assets, prefabs, and if I double click on this player game object, and it's gonna open up in prefab tab. So in prefab of this player game object, we cannot able to see the animator component. As you can see, we cannot able to see the animator component right over here. So that is the reason we need to go to overrides and then click on apply all. So the animator component just gonna attach to this player prefab game object as well. Basically means copy of our player game object. The change is gonna be saved. And if you want to go back in scene tab, so what you need to do, in hierarchy you can see arrow icon right over here. So just click on that and you're gonna go back to, you will head back to scene tab. And now we have to select the player game object, go to inspector, then overrides, and click on apply all. So the change is gonna be saved. And now if I move over to that prefab folder and double click on this prefab of this player game object, we can see animator component is now being added to our player game object. So make sure you just go to overrides and click on apply all. So whatever changes you made in player game object and in the hierarchy, it's gonna be saved into prefab of that player game object as well. Basically that is the thing. So let's go back to our scene tab, and I hope you get the idea. So if I just click on this play button in the top, we should able to see the ideal animation just clip just gonna play right after the game start. Why? Because that is the default one, the first animation clip we created, and we can see indeed we can see that. And to see that, if we so I'm gonna explain in next series. So I'm gonna get out of play mode for now. I hope you just get it all. If you don't, just you can rewatch the video, basically the animation section or the chapter. Let's select this player game object in hierarchy, and if we move over to animator tab, we can see we have player ideal animation clip, player walk animation clip, player jump, attack, and so on. So I'm gonna drag this up in the top. I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. And what we have to do now, if we click on this play button in the top, the game just gonna start right away, and this player ideal animation clip just gonna play over again and again. We can see from entry it goes to player ideal, and you can see it's playing over again and again. So what we have to do once we are moving, so if I just hold down A and D key, we moving. So we need to play this instead of player idle, we need to play this player walk animation clip once we are moving. And if we press down space key when we are jumping, we need to play this player jump animation clip. And if we just click left mouse button or something like we're gonna check for, then we just want to play a random attack animation clip. We just want to play attack 1, attack 2, or attack 3. Basically we're gonna choose a random one, and we just want to play that animation clip. To do so, let's get out of play mode. What we have to do, we need to make transition between this animation state. To make transition from this idle, so what you have to do, right click on idle and make transition to player walk, and select this arrow or transition, go over to inspector. You can see has exit time. Basically this is the time that it's gonna play the idle animation clip, and then it's gonna move over to work animation clip. We don't want any delay, so that's why we're gonna untick this has exit time. And we're gonna set transition duration to 0. We don't want any duration to, just it's gonna happen immediately. And now if we scroll down, it says condition and list is empty. So we need to choose a condition, in which condition or in which condition basically we want to go or want to play this work animation clip. So when we are moving, at that moment we need to play this work animation clip. So we need to choose a certain parameters to go to this work animation clip, and it's gonna play. To choose a some certain parameter or condition, you can see in animator tab in the left side parameters. So just click on that and click on this plus icon and choose this float. And we have to name the parameter, and we can call it anything we want. So I'm gonna call something like work, and we gonna choose this condition. So I'm gonna choose, so to choose that, go over to inspector and click on this plus icon, and we will choose this work is if work is greater than some smaller number, I'm gonna check for, so something like zero point 0.1. So if we set this one to something like 0.5 or 1, and if we move over to inspector, so we set this work, let's suppose we set this work to 1. So 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why from this player idle, it's gonna move over to this player work animation clip, because we have chosen some certain condition and we're gonna set. So if I just click on this play button, we have chosen this condition. If work is greater than zero point 0.1, then at that moment it's gonna play this work animation clip over again and again. And if I set this work to something like 0.2 or 1, so let's suppose I'm gonna set to 1, we can see work animation clip is played right away. So basically we need to set this some certain condition. So if we set this to 1, and basically we set it to 1, and if we check, so work over here is 1. So 1 is greater than point 0.1, so the condition over here getting met, so that's why it's moving over to this player work animation clip. Now if I set this back to 0, we're not moving at all to the ideal animation clip right now. So we also need to make transition from this work to player ideal. So let's get out of play mode, and now what we have to do, we need to right click on this player work and make transition back to player ideal, and choose this transition, go over to inspector, and as exit time we're gonna untick basically as soon as possible, or we're not moving at all. At that moment we need to play this ideal animation clip right away. So that's why, and I'm gonna choose transition duration to 0, scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we're going to choose the same condition, this works. So let's hit this plus icon, and now we're going to check for lesser with some smaller number. So just click right over here, lesser, and I'm going to check for something like zero point 0.1, a smaller number. So if we set this work to 0, and 0 definitely is lesser than 0.1, or something like -1 is lesser than 0.1. So if we set this parameter work to some certain number, something like 0 or lesser than 0, then the condition over here getting met or becomes true. So that's why from this player work it's gonna move over to this player ideal. So let's check it. So if I just hit this play button in the top, and try to set this work parameter firstly 1, it's gonna move over to this player work animation clip. Why? Because we have chosen that condition. So if I set this to 1, we are able to see player is playing working animation clip over again and again. And now if I set this work animation, so this work parameter or this condition to 0, we can see it's moving, it's moved over to this player idle. Why? Because if we set this work to 0, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1, basically smaller than this number, so that's why it's moving over to this player idle. So if we set this to 1, now it's playing work. If we move over to animator tab and select this player game object in hierarchy, we controlling this parameter in inspect basically right over here. So instead of controlling this, we're gonna control this parameter through our code. We're gonna trigger this attack 1, attack 3 and attack 2 parameters to just play those animation clips of attacking. So let's open up the script by double clicking on it, our player script. Double click that to open it up in Visual Studio, and it's gonna take us to in our Visual Studio code editor, and we need to code those things. Firstly, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a look on the working. So we do know once we set that jump parameter to 1, we are able to see that work animation is playing. So we need to set that work parameter through our code. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we need to just wait a little bit amount of time, and once it's done, we are uh, uh, ready to code in Visual Studio. It's gonna take a few moments because I do have a low system, so that's why it's taking a little bit longer time than as usual. And our script gets loaded up. So if we move over to animate Unity one more time, we can see an animator component just added up once we created this animation clip, this play attack to this player walk, player jump, and so on. So this animator component added up right away once we created this animation clips. So we need a reference of this animator component, and this animator component is responsible for playing our animation clip and switching between them. So that's why we need a reference of this animator component, and by this reference of this animator component, we can trigger these parameters and we can set some certain value, these parameters to some certain value. To do so, let's go to script and let's grab the reference first of it. To do so, let's go to top of our class and let's make it around here. So let's make public. So make sure you just making it public so we can see the field underneath our player script, and the low component we're looking for is animator. So that's why we have to type animator, and we have to name the component, and we can call it something like animator and close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code and move over to Unity. So underneath our player script, we're gonna see an empty field just gonna appear says animator. So what we have to do right there, we need to drag this reference right there. So we're gonna have the link of this animator, then we can switch up any animation we would like to switch, or depending upon what player currently is doing. According to that, we're gonna switch animation. Just wait a little bit, and once it's done, we can see underneath our player script animator, and it says none animator, basically empty. So let's take this animator and drag it right there. Now we have player animator, we can see, and we are ready to switch our animation. So let's open up our script by double clicking one more time, and we're gonna do it somewhere around here. So let's go to bottom. We will use this movement parameter to switch up animation. Why? Because this movement parameter is responsible for moving our player game object. Basically, we do know once the movement once the movement is 1 means we are going to right direction, and once the movement is -1 we're going to left direction. Basically, we just moving left and right. So that's why we're gonna take this parameter to check. So we're gonna do it somewhere around here. So let's check if movement is greater than 0f at the same time, we're gonna check, or we can check for something like 0.1 or some smaller number. You can check, and we're gonna make this curly brackets. So what we're doing right over here, we checking if movement is greater than 0.1. Basically means we moving to the right direction. So once we move to the right direction, we do know this movement just gonna be 1, and 1 we do know is greater than 0.1 or some smaller number. So we are moving to the right side, but the problem is that once we move to the left direction, this movement just gonna be -1, and -1 is not greater than 0.1, it's lesser than 0.1 or lesser than 0. So even we are moving to the left side, we still need to play this work animation. So what we're gonna do right over here, we're gonna turn this -1 once we moving to the left direction. So this movement just gonna be -1. So let's turn that -1 into a +1. To do so, what you have to do, you need to use this mathf dot apps avs apps, and this, sorry, use this mathf dot apps apps, and we take this parameter, whole parameter into these brackets. Now this movement, if it's still -1, then apps right over here, it's gonna convert -1 to +1. So this gonna be 1 even we are moving to the left direction. So this movement just gonna be 1 always. So now the 1 is greater than 0.1, basically we just moving left and right. So in that situation, what we need to do, we need to set this work parameter to 1, and we do know once we set this work parameter to 1, it's gonna play this work animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna go over to, we do know we have a reference of this animator component. So let's go to that animator, and then we're gonna set the value. So let's go to animator dot set float. We using set float and make this first bracket, because if we move to Unity, this work right over here is a float parameter. So that's why we using this set float function, and this function as a first argument, it will take the name of the parameter. So make sure you just go to Unity and make sure you just spelling it correct. So in our case this work, so let's put in quotation, which is work and comma, second condition, we need to set the value. So we gonna set this work parameter to 1. So we do know once we set this work parameter to 1, it's gonna play the work animation clip. So that's why we're gonna put 1f right over here, basically we setting 1, and close that up with some colon. We're moving to animator component, basically this animator, and then we just setting taking this work parameter and we setting it to 1, and we do know once we set this to 1, it's gonna play the work animation clip right away. So just Control S to save your code, and once it's done, go over to Unity, and it's gonna take a few moments for compiling your script, and once it's done, we're gonna check for that. Just wait for to compile, and we have the reference. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on this. So just wait for to compile. So if we move to the left and right direction, we playing the work animation, but the problem is that once we are not moving at all, we still playing the work animation clip over again and again. So what we need to do, we need to set this work parameter to 0, and we do know once we set this work parameter to 0, it's playing the ideal animation clip right away. So let's get out of play mode and let's go over to script one more time. So we're gonna check right over here, else if, we will go to that, we will check if the movement, we're gonna check if this movement is some smaller number, something like 0.1, or you can just check for 0f, but I'm gonna check for 0.1f, and make these curly brackets. So means we are not moving at all. So in that situation, we need to set this work parameter to 0. So once we set this to 0, we don't know, we just playing the ideal, it's gonna go over to this work to ideal animation clip right away. So let's do this over here. So let's go to animator dot, and we're gonna set the float. So we need to use this set float function to set the float parameter or the parameter. So it's gonna take the parameter. So let's pass in quotation work, and we need to set the value as a comma, we need to give the value. So we're gonna set it to 0f. So once we set this to 0f, we do know we gonna go over to this idle animation clip. Why? Because we select this back transition and go over to inspector, scroll down, we can see if the work is lesser than 0.1. So if we set this work parameter to 0, 0 will be lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why it's gonna go over to idle animation clip one more time. So let's go to script and make sure you just close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code and go over to Unity. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done we should able to see once we are not moving at all, we're gonna play the ideal animation clip. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna select this player game object. Let's click on this play button in the top and try to move left and right. We will play the work animation clip right away, and once we are not moving at all, we gonna play the ideal animation clip. So let's take a look. So we playing the work animation clip once we are moving, and once we just not moving at all, standing at one point, we are able to see that we just playing ideal animation clip over again and again and again and again. So that is the cool thing. And the problem is that when we press down space key on our keyboard, we need to play the jump animation clip. Basically we need to set this jump parameter to true, basically check, and once we set this to true, it's gonna play the jump animation clip whenever we press down space key. So we need to do that. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to the script one more time, and let's check where we're jumping over here. As you can see, if we press down space key at the same time we're standing on the ground, then we are jumping, and then we're setting is ground to false. So over here we need to set that. So we will go to animator, then set bool. We need to use this set bool function. Why? So if we move to Unity, this work is a bool parameter, so that's why we need to set we need to use this animator dot set bool function. So as a first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name. So make sure you just go to Unity and check one more time you is spelling it correct, which in our case this jump. So let's pass in quotation jump, and the second comma, the value we need to set is if we do know that once we set this jump parameter to check, basically means true, it's gonna play the jump animation clip right away. So let's set it to true and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and let's move over to Unity. So once we press down space key, we just going over to this animator, and by this animator we're setting this bool parameter which is jump to true, and once we set this jump to true, it's gonna play the jump animation clip right away. So let's have a look. Let's click on this play button in the top, and now just wait, kinda it's gonna take a few moments. So if I just press down space key on my keyboard, we able to see that we playing jump animation clip. But the problem is that we stuck in jump animation clip forever. So we also need to play this idle or work depending upon if we moving or not. So to basically to go back idle or player work, we need to set this jump parameter one more time to false, basically unchecked. And we do know once we set that, we're gonna go over to this idle or work depending upon player is moving or not. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to script once again, and so we're gonna do insight over here. So as you can see, we once we colliding with that ground right over here, we just setting is ground to true, basically means after jumping we just colliding with this ground one more time, and once we colliding with this ground we are able to jump one more time. So once we collide at the ground, we need to set this jump parameter to false because we're gonna stand on that ground. So that's why. So let's go to script, and after colliding with that ground, we're gonna go over to animator one more time. Let's set the bool. So it's gonna take in first bracket in quotation the parameter name, so in our case jump, comma, second thing it's gonna take the value. So let's set it to false, and we do know once we set it to false, it's gonna play the ideal or the work depending upon if the player is moving at all or not. So make sure you just close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and let's go over to Unity. So it's gonna take few moments, And we also need to set this parameter. Basically we need to trigger this attack 1, attack 3 and attack 2 to play those attack animation clip. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, let's click on this play button to check. So just wait, and now if I just press down space key on my keyboard, we are able to see that we playing the jump animation clip. And once we colliding with that ground, we playing the walk animation clip. Why? Because we moving, and once we not moving, we playing directly the idle animation clip as soon as we colliding with that, with this ground. Guess you get the idea. So let's get out of play mode, and right now what we want to do, once we click left mouse button, we're gonna play this random attack animation clip. We want to play a random one. So let's firstly let's play the first. Basically we just want to trigger this attack 1 parameters. To do so, let's open up the script one more time, and let's do it update function over here in the bottom. So we're gonna check if we will check if input dot we're gonna check for some input, and we will check if input dot get mouse button down, and in brackets you can pass 0 and close that up with semicolon. Sorry, make some curly brackets. So in input dot get mouse button down means we clicking our mouse. So if you pass right over here 0 basically means the left mouse button, but if you pass 1 instead of 0, it's gonna check for right mouse button. It's basically means if we clicking the right mouse button, but I'm gonna check for the left one, so that's why I'm gonna pass 0. So if we click the left mouse button, what I want to do, I want to play the attack animation clip, a random one. Basically we're gonna play, or we do know once we trigger this parameter, we just able to see that attack animation is playing right away. So that's why for let's firstly let's trigger this attack 1. To do so, let's go to script and let's go to animator. Then that is a trigger, so that's why we have to use this set trigger function. And this trigger function right over here, set trigger, it's gonna take the parameter name. So in our case, in quotation we have to pass, so I'm gonna pass attack 1, attack 1. So may attack 1, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and let's move over to Unity. So once we click left mouse button, this the first or the attack 1 animation clip just gonna be play right away, because we just going over to this animator and we just triggering this attack 1 parameter through our code. And we do know once we trigger, it's gonna play the attack 1 animation clip, basically this one. So let's take it. So let's click on this play button in the top. If I click left mouse button, indeed we are able to see that we playing the attack 1 animation clip over here, as well as in the game and scene view. And the problem is that what we want to do, instead of playing the one specific one, we want to play the attack 3 as well and the attack 2. So we also need to trigger this parameter. But what we want to do, instead of, we're gonna choose a random parameter and then we're gonna trigger that, so it's gonna play the random animation clip of attacking. So let's get out of play mode, and to do so, let's go over to in script and over here. So I'm gonna remove this. I'm not gonna remove this, I'm gonna check if we click left mouse button, and I'm gonna check right over here. So to choose a random attack, we're gonna use this random dot range function, and right over here random dot range function, it's gonna take the minimum inclusive and the maximum inclusive. So if you pass, we're gonna pass 0, and the maximum I'm gonna pass something like 3. So and close that up with semicolon. So this random dot range function right over here gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 2. It's not gonna pick up 3, so we're gonna have 0, 1 and 2. Why? Because we have 3 parameters to trigger this 1, 2 and 3. so that's why as a maximum I just pass 3, and this random dot range function right over here, it's not gonna pick up this 3. Instead it's gonna pick up 0, 1 and 2. So this random dot range function gonna be 0, 1 and 2. So whatever we get, or whatever random dot range function picks up or we give us, we're gonna store into a integer variable. So let's store that. So we're gonna create an integer variable, and we can integer basically whole numbers like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can call something like random index. Let's set equal to this. So this random index, we storing whatever we getting, we storing into this random index. So this random index right over here can be 0, 1 and 2, but it's gonna not gonna be 3. It's gonna instead it's gonna take the 0. So it can be 0, 1 and 2, but it can be random 1. So firstly we're gonna check right over here if random index, if it's equals to 0, 0. So we're gonna do one thing, but sorry but else if we're gonna check. So just wait, it's gonna take, sorry, just, so if else if we're gonna check, sorry, else if random random index, sorry, random index, if it's equals to 1, then we're gonna do another thing. Else if not all of these cases, like if it's not 0 random index, if it's not 1, something else like 2, then we're gonna do another, or we're gonna play another animation clip. So if random index over here, we're checking firstly if random index or equals to 0. Let's suppose this random dot range functions give or pick up something like 1. So this random index right over here gonna be 1. So this random index now is 1, and we do know this 1 is equals to 0. So now it's gonna move over to the second statement, and it's gonna check one more time. So random index is we assume it 1. So over here this condition gonna be true. So that's why in between this curly bracket, whatever we're gonna write, it will be execute, and it's gonna go and so on. So if the random index, suppose this one is picks up 0, so this random index gonna be 0, and it's gonna move over to this first statement, and it's gonna check. So random index, by now we assume it 0, so 0 equals to 0. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why I'm gonna trigger the first parameter. So let's control X for cut and control V for paste. So we're just going over to this animator component. So if we select this player game object, we say going over to this animator component, then we just trigger in the first parameter, and we also gonna trigger this attack 2 and attack 3 as well. So if the random index right over here is 1, then we're gonna trigger the second parameter. So we're gonna go over to animator, then let's use this set trigger, and the trigger we want to trigger is attack 2. So let's pass attack 2. So the second animation just gonna play if the random index if it's 1. But if both of these not the cases, and random index right over here is 2, then both of these condition just gonna be false. So this will not be played, or those this attack 1 and attack 2 not gonna be triggered. So we're gonna trigger this attack 3. So let's go over to animator, then set trigger, and the trigger we want to is our attack 3. So let's pass in between this quotation attack 3 and close that up with semicolon, and let's remove this. So if random, let's suppose random index is pick up something like 2. So this random index gonna be 2. So firstly it's gonna check if random index is equals to 0. So we assume it this random index is 2. So this condition gonna be false right away. So that's why this attack 1 not gonna be triggered, and it's gonna go over to second line or second condition. It's gonna check, and we do know random index is 2, so we just assume it. So this condition also getting false. So that's why it's gonna not happening, and else random index now is 2. So in that situation, this one just gonna be trigger attack 3. Basically we just triggering this attack 3 parameter, and we do know once we trigger this attack 3 parameter, it's gonna play the attack 3 animation clip. But it can be random, it can be this one or this one, depending upon what random dot range function right over here pickups a random number depending upon what. So once whenever we press down once whenever we click left mouse button, a random index just gonna be a random number, and then according to random index number we just triggering a random parameter. Basically we can trigger this attack 1, attack 3, or attack 2 depending upon depending upon random index number. If it's 1, if it's 0, then it's gonna trigger the first parameter, basically attack 1. So if we do know, if we trigger this attack 1, the first animation clip just gonna play right away. And if it's 2, then we just triggering this attack 2 parameter, and we do know once we trigger this attack 2 parameter, it's gonna play player attack 2 animation clip. And if it's then a random index is 2, so we triggering this attack 3 parameter, and we do know if we trigger this attack 3 parameter, it's gonna play the attack 3 animation clip right away. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code and move over to Unity, and let's check those things if it's working fine or not. Let's check it. So once we click left mouse button, we should able to see we're gonna trigger a random parameter. Basically we're gonna play a random animation clip of attack. So let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on this. Let's check it. So whenever we click left mouse button, we're gonna see a random animation clip just gonna play right away. So we can see attack 1 just get played, attack 2, and then attack 3. So it's playing a random animation clip whenever we clicking the left mouse button. Why? Because that random dot range function picking up a random number, and according to random number, we just triggering this one, this one, as well as this one. I hope you get the idea of what we're doing right there. So we just moving over to this animator. Basically we just moving over to this animator, and then we just triggering this parameter according to that random index number. I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, how you can control those these parameters through your script according to what player is doing. Ready to create the tiles. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, then sprites, tile and background. I have it over here, and also I will give a link in the description of this sprite sheet as well of these tiles. So I'm gonna select the tiles. Firstly, let's select the mockup. So I'm going to select that, right click on it and click on properties. So we will see the over here, we're going to see it. Or what else you can do, you can just double click on it, so it's going to open up in another you can say another software, and we are ready to create tiles, and we will see and just gonna make it exactly like look like this. To do so, let's go to Unity and go over to hierarchy, right click, then go to 2D object, not 2D object, sorry, go to 2D object, then tile map. In the bottom section you can see in the third section tile map, and choose the bottom one which is rectangular, and it's created grid, and we are ready to place our tiles. To do so, what we need to do, in scene tab you can see open tile palette, so just click on that, and it says no valid tile. Firstly, let's create a tile map folder, and into that tile map folder we're gonna place all of the tiles we just gonna create. To do so, let's go to project tab, asset, let's right click on assets, create folder, and let's call this folder to something like tile map, and into this folder we're gonna place all of the tiles. So go over to tile palette right over here, click on no valid tile, and then click on create new tile palette, and you have to name the tile palette. So I'm gonna call it something like tile, and click on this create button, and it's gonna take us a folder we have to choose. So we're gonna choose this We firstly we will move over to this assets. In assets folder we created this tile map folder, so let's select that folder, and we are ready to drag the tiles right over here. To do so, what we need to do, firstly we need to go to project tab, assets, then tiles and backgrounds. So let's select this tile set, click on sprite editor in the inspector, and we can see there are multiples. Basically we need to slice individually. To do so we need to select sprite mode to multiples, because we need to because it's if it's required to slice individually, and choose pixel per unit to something like 16. Scroll down. If you take a closer look, it seems blurry. To get rid of this, and this is an pixel art, so that's why we need to move over to this filter mode to choice by linear 2 point no filter. And after doing all of these things, scroll down, click on apply, and it's gonna do the thing, and we indeed able to see that blurry is gone, and we are ready to slice them individually. In the top left sprite editor you can see slice button, so just click on that and select automatic to grid by cell size, and put in the something like 16, and in the y 16 by 16, so we're gonna choose 16 over 16. And after doing that, click on slice and click on apply in the sprite editor top right, you can see. So just click on that apply button, and we're gonna choose the game view one more time by now, and we are ready to drag it into this style palette. So select that as whole spreadsheet, not select this individually. Instead select this whole spreadsheet and drag it over to this you can say that tile palette. So we will move over to assets first. In assets we created this tile map folder, so we're gonna select that folder because we want to place all of the tiles right there, so that is the reason. So let's click on select folder, and we can indeed see this thing, and it's pretty fine now. And if we select this one, we also need to slice we can slice this one. So let's select this, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor, let's slice it individually. So we will choose sprite mode to multiple, pixel per unit to 16. Just do the thing as we did for the first this tile set sprite sheet. So we're gonna choose point no filter, click on apply, let's click on slice and slice, click on apply, and we are ready to drag this whole example, or you can say whole thing, right over here, something over here. And we have to choose the folder, so let's go to assets and then tile map folder. Let's select that folder, and it's okay, fine. So let's select this game tab one more time right now, and we are ready to create our tile. Before we do that, I'm gonna delete this this crown from the bottom. And to place, we can see some tools right over here, and you can toggle it this tab, this style palette, anywhere in you can. So if you just lost, as you can see we have lost that tile palette, so how you can get that, or how you can just restore it? To do so, you need to go over to hierarchy and select this tile map or this grid, and after instantly selecting that, you're gonna see an open tile palette section in the scene tab in the bottom left, right, right bottom, you can see that. So just click on it, and you can see the tile palette indeed open up, and we are ready to create the tile palette. So we can select like this, and we can paint over into the scene view, over into this in view by this brush tools, and the shortcut key is B. So if you just select B, something like if I select this one and just press down B, it's gonna move over to this brush tool right away, and we are ready to paint. And so the anchor, I'm gonna choose this one, and let's suppose you just wrongly place any tile right over here and want to erase that. To erase, we have eraser tool over here in the top bar, we can see in tile palette, so we can select that, and the shortcut key we can see is D. so we can erase wherever we place the wrong tile, something like over here we can just erase, or we can erase at totally like this. I hope you get the idea. And let's select this brush tool, and I'm gonna select this one. Let's ready to place our tiles. Sorry. So, and let's suppose you just want to make this one copy. So before we do it, so I'm gonna just place the tile. I'm gonna place the tile, and now sorry. And let's suppose you just want to make this one copy. So how you can copy this whole? So to copy we have this you can see mark tool, pick or mark, and the shortcut key we can see is I. So we can select, and the part you want to copy, just select like this, and you're gonna make copy, and you can just paste it something over here as well as over here. But I'm not gonna do that, so I'm gonna select this erase tool, and let's erase at once, something like this, and we are done. And you want to move it a little bit in the y-axis up, or how you can just do that, the part you want to. So you can select this tool, and it's called area, and the shortcut key is S. So we can select the part we want to move like this, and we have a move tool right over here, so we can select that, and we can just move it anywhere in the scene view. We can just do that. So I'm gonna move it something in the y up a little bit, and it's fine now. And I hope you get the idea that how you can just do that. And we have multiples we can see over here. And from the behind, let's suppose uh, you also want to make the behind tile palette. So what, how you can just do that? So just go to this grid, right click on it, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then select this rectangular one more time, and we can call this one something like back tile, back tiles, sorry, back tiles. And for this we're gonna choose this one, and this tile just gonna be behind our main tile or this ground tile. So we can just paste, and we indeed can see. So I'm gonna firstly remove this. Let's, sorry, but we have done some mistake. So I'm gonna paste it one more time over here. I'm gonna drag it up, so this will be back tile. And for the back tile we can choose, sorry, I'm gonna erase that. Let's suppose let's select this whole thing, and let's paste it over here. uh, you can see that this one is like front, and we just want this tile or this back tile behind of our this ground tile. To do so, what we need to do, we need to assign this ground as a ground sorting layer, and this back tile as a back sorting layer. To do so, let's select this ground first, and you can just rename this tile map to something like ground tiles. Let's call it instead ground tiles, ground tile, ground tile. And you can select, so we will select the ground tile, select that, move over to inspector, then tile map renderer, additional settings, sorting layer. So just click on that, click on add sorting layer. So let's add some sorting layer for this ground and for this back tile. So hit this plus icon. So firstly we're gonna create for ground tile, we can see, and I'm gonna leave this one over here. Let's hit this plus icon one more time, and let's call this one back tiles, and let's drag this one behind of our ground tile. Also the ground tile will be in front of our back tile, so we will select this back tiles and let's drag it behind our ground tile, or you can just take this and you can drag it all the way behind, so it's gonna be behind of all our tiles. And make sure you just go over to that game object, basically select that from hierarchy, and for this ground tile, assign it as a ground tile sorting layer. So select that, go over to inspector, tile map renderer, sorting layer, we're gonna choose ground tile for this ground, and for this back tile we're gonna choose back tiles. And now we are indeed able to see that this back tiles is behind of our this ground tile, and that is a cool thing because we need to do exact same thing, or you can just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just do that. So I'm gonna make the ground by now. So if I just click on this play button right away, this player game object just gonna pass through this ground. Why? Because we haven't added any colliders to the ground, and it's not gonna work like as a collider by now. So that's why we need to add collider to this ground as well. And we indeed can see that our player game object just gets passed through our ground. So let's add collider to this ground as well, so the player game object just can land top of this ground. So let's get out of play mode and let's select let's go over to hierarchy, then grid, and make sure you just make this grid as a prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch, or else you have to work from scratch. You need to make this ground, these backgrounds, and these styles from the start. So that's why we're going to select this grid game object, and let's drag it over to assets, create a prefab folder. So I'm going to drag it right there, and we just turned it into a prefab by now, and we are ready to add colliders to this ground. We will add a tile map collider. Why? Because this ground is a tile map, so that's why we're gonna add a tile map collider. To do so, let's click right over here in this arrow, and let's select the ground tile, not the back tile. We don't want to add any colliders to these back tiles, you can say, so the player game object easily just not gonna restricted in that area. So player game objects just gonna go over here and can pass through this. So that's why we're not gonna attach any colliders to this back tile, and we only just want to attach those colliders to this front tile, or you can say to these ground tiles. To do so, let's select the ground tile, go over to inspector, then click on this add component and find over there by typing tile map collider. Or what else you can do, you can just go to physics 2D and you can search right over here tile map collider. So we can search by looking into it, or we can just directly type right over here tile map collider and we can see that. So tile map collider 2D, so let's click on it to attach and we can see that this tiles, or sorry, this colliders individually gets attached to each grid. We can indeed see. And what we have to do now, we can see an plus icon right over here. So let's go to this parent game object of this grid, then go to inspector overrides and let's click on this apply all. So the change is gonna be saved right away into our this prefab of this grid game object as well. So let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look on it. Just wait for to compile. And right now we can see our player game object indeed gets fall down top of this tile map, sorry, ground tile, or you can say tile map. But the problem is that we are stuck at jump animation clip and we are not able to jump for the next time. Why? Because we need to assign this ground tile as a ground game object, and we do know that this player game object is only checking for ground. If this player game object colliding with that ground, then this game object just gonna play the idle or work depending upon player is moving or not. But we do know we didn't assign it this ground tile as a ground tag. To do so, let's get out of play mode and now let's select this ground tile and we have to assign this ground tile as a ground tag, so this player game object can check this is our ground, so it just gonna jump for the next time as well, or second time. So let's select this ground tile, go over to inspector, attack which says untagged, so let's click on it and let's assign it as a ground. Now we assign it this tile map or this ground tile as a ground tile ground tag. Now we assign it, and what we have to do now, let's suppose we just want to combine all of these individual colliders at once. So how we can achieve that? To achieve that, we need to attach a composite collider 2D. So select the ground tile first and then go over to inspector, click on add component and over there find composite collider 2D and attach that. And over here we can see, so by default rigid body also get attached, so we're gonna go over to rigid body and let's set body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection to choose continuous, so it's gonna continuously detect any collision. Basically these colliders or this ground just gonna continuously check any collision happens or not. And make sure interpolate to choose none to interpolate, so it's gonna make a little more smooth. And what we have to do by now, we need to click on this tile map collider and just go over to used by composite, just check this box, and as soon as you're gonna check, it's gonna combine all of this collider at once. So let's check this and we indeed can see now the individual colliders get combined at once and it's predefined, we can see. So make sure you just go to parent game object, then inspector overrides and apply all, so the change is gonna be saved right away. So let's click on this play button by now one more time and we're gonna take a look that our player game object gonna jump one more time by now, or the second time as well, as soon as we collide with this ground or this ground tile. So we can jump and we can jump next time as well, and we can move around as we want. We can jump, we can move around, and I hope you get the idea that how you can just do it. Let's get out of play mode and we need to drag some backgrounds right behind our player game object. So to do so, let's go to project tab, assets, then sprite folder, tile background. I have it over here, so let's select one by one and let's drag it. Before we drag it, I'm gonna select the mockup or the preview. Let's right click on it and click on properties, or what else you can do, you can just double clicking on it, so it's gonna open up with another folder and we can scroll to see which background should be all the way behind and which will be close to our player game object. So let's go to Unity. So I'm gonna select that this one will be there all the way behind. This one just gonna be far from our player game object. So let's select that and drag it over to scene view or into the hierarchy. We can see this is pretty small, so what we have to do, we're gonna scale this up a little bit. To do so, we're gonna select all of the background by holding down shift, select all of them, go over to inspector and make this pixel per unit less something. We're gonna choose 16, and let's scroll down and filter mode to choice point no filter because this is an pixel art. And after doing that, click on apply and we can see our background game object by now. And what we have to do, we need to drag this background all the way behind. So this so if I select this bg1 and select this move tool, and what we need to do, we need to drag this background all the way behind. So before we do it, let's drag all this background as well, bg3 and bg2. So let's select one by one and let's drag it over to scene view or into hierarchy. And what we have to do, we need to assign this background with some sorting layer, so we can drag this background behind or close depending upon which background should be behind of our which basically it's gonna depend which layer gonna be behind. So this sky one just gonna be behind all the way behind of our this green one, as well as from this cloud you can say. So to do so, I'm going to select any of them, select that, go over to inspector, then sprite renderer, click on add sorting layer. Let's hit this plus icon. Let's make one for this the behind one. So we're gonna make something like PG1, or we can call it something like 3. Let's hit this plus icon one more time. Let's call this one 2 and then hit this one, and I'm gonna drag the one. So one just gonna be behind our back tiles as well, and then the 2 just gonna be behind our one next to our one layer you can say, and this 3 1 just gonna be all the way behind. So that's why we're gonna take this and gonna drag it all the way behind. And now let's select this bg1. So instead of calling bg1, I'm gonna call this one something like bg3 because this one is the third one, or which one should be the all the way behind. So let's call this one sky we can call, and then we're gonna call this sky. Then go over to sprite renderer, sorting layer, I'm gonna choose 3 because this is gonna be all the way behind. And now the this cloud I guess should be the middle one. So if we take a look onto this preview, we can see indeed the clouds is the middle layer we can see. So let's go to Unity, let's select the bg2, or we can call this one something like middle bg, middle bg, middle bg, and let's assign it as a 2. And for this one, this will be the close to our player game object, or this one just gonna be, you can say, the all the way up or the front one. So we can call this one to something like green beachy, green beachy, or you can call something like green hills and trees. It's totally up to you what you want to call, and let's assign this as a 1. And now what we can do, we're gonna select all of this by holding down shift in hierarchy, move over to transform, right click and reset the transform. So it's gonna set the position to 0 0 0. And what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna drag this sky. So let's select this sky and drag it a little bit up, and let's select the middle VG and let's drag it a little bit up as well. Let's select the front one or the BG3, and I'm gonna call, sorry, I'm gonna call this one green BG, green BG, and we can just drag it a little bit, drag it a little bit up. So we can select the back one and let's drag it a little bit. So what we have to do, basically we're gonna duplicate these layers. To duplicate, so just want to attach next to it. To do so, we're gonna select all of this background by holding down shift and control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around here. So we're gonna move it around 20. So 20 seems pretty fine number. You can just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. And what we have to do now, make sure you just which one you duplicated, select that and drag it top of the parent one. Basically the parent one, just make that one child the duplicate one, select the duplicate one and drag it top of the original one or the parent, you can say. Let's select the third one as well, or green bg, and let's drag it top of our green bg. And now if we select, we can just collapse it at once, and we can select the parent and we can move it anywhere we want, and the child or the duplicate layers just going as well with it. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do it, because we're gonna fill out this whole you can say this whole grounds or this whole level we want to just do it. So let's duplicate some amount as well. So let's select the duplicate one by holding down control, and you can select the duplicate one, control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere I guess 40. So let's go to inspector, transform that position, and we're gonna make it 40, and let's duplicate one more time by control D. Let's select control, sorry, we're gonna select the duplicate one, and let's press down control D to duplicate one more time, and let's move it over to something like 60, and we can just do one more time. So let's duplicate control D, and let's you can just add over here or this plus, and you can just put 20, so it's gonna do the thing, and we can see indeed it's fine. And what you can do right over here, if we select the go to this parent, this sky one, and select the child, we can see a right over here a little bit a difference. So what we can do, we can select the child game object, then move over to inspector, transform scale, and we can just put right over here something like -1, and we can see right now it's just fitted up perfectly. And we can just go to the next one, and it's okay. So we can select this one and we can just flip it. So let's do something like -1, and it's gonna flip right away. And now I guess it seems pretty fine, and it just fitted up into our level. So make sure you just collapse it at once we can do, and we can just select all of this. But before we do what we want to do, we're going to create an empty game object, and then we're going to drag all of this game object into that game object, so our hierarchy just gonna be a little more clean. To do so, just go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and let's create an empty game object, and we can call this game object something like backgrounds. Go to transform, right click and reset the transform. And if you want to choose an icon, you can just go to inspector, click on this box, and you can choose any icon you just want to go with. So I'm going to choose this yellow one. Let's select that, and let's select the all of this background. Make sure you just selecting the parent one, not the child one. Select the parent one and just drag it top of this background game object. Basically make this sky and this middle bg, green bg child of this background game object. And now if we select these backgrounds and select this move tool right over here, and we can move this anywhere we want, and the child or this the sky and this middle bg, green bg just going with it, and it's make our hierarchy lot more clean. So I'm gonna just reset the position to 0 in the x and 0 in the y. And and we can just collapse it by clicking right over here, and make sure you just make this one as well prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch. So we're going to select this background and let's drag it over to that prefab folder. And now if we just delete this background from the scene view or in hierarchy, we can see it's gone, but we can restore it directly by going over to that project tab, assets, wherever we drag it that prefab of that background. So we're gonna go over to that prefab folder. So let's go there and let's select this background and drag it into the scene view or into the hierarchy, and we can see indeed all of these things are saved. So we don't need to work from scratch or add this background, then duplicate and then attach next each other, just do the thing from scratch. basically we just don't want to do the thing from scratch. So that's why making prefab makes our work a lot more easy. And whatever you have done so far, you just go to the top left file and then click on save. So the project just gonna be saved right away. Whatever you have done so far in Unity editor, it's gonna save right away by hitting down Ctrl S, or you can just go to top left file and then click on this save section, or the shortcut key you can see in the right, which is Ctrl plus S. I hope you get the idea of this. Let's install Cinemachine to follow our player game object. To do so, go to window in the top, then scroll down, says package manager. So just select that and select my assets, or if it's in Unity project selected, then choose Unity registry in project to choose Unity registry or any from any section. And after choosing Unity registry, scroll down to the bottom, you're gonna able to see an Cinemachine. So you have to install it. It doesn't come by default with Unity editor. We need to install it further. So if we scroll down now in the bottom, we can see Cinemachine right over here. So I already installed it. So select the Cinemachine in the right section in package manager tab. You're gonna see an install button. So just click on install and it's gonna import Cinemachine to your project. And once it's done, let's cut this. You are ready to create the camera. To do so, you need to move over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to Cinemachine in the bottom and select this 2D camera in the top, and we can see our camera. And what we have to do, this is, and if we select this main camera, in main camera a Cinemachine print just added up. If we scroll down in the inspector, we can see a Cinemachine print just added up right away once we created this 2D virtual camera, Cinemachine virtual camera. Basically this component which tell our main camera what actually main camera need to do. So that's why a Cinemachine brain component just added up, so it's gonna give instruction to our main camera. And now what we have to do, we need to select the virtual camera, or you can name this to something like cam. It's totally up to you. Select that and you have to drag the player in this slot, says follow. So we want to follow our player game object, so that's why we're gonna select this our player game object, and we're gonna drag a over to follow script, sorry, follow slot. And it seems our camera is a lot more zoom out, so we're gonna zoom in a little bit. To do so, go over to Cinemachine virtual camera in the inspector, scroll down and move over to lens ortho size, and you can make this something like, we're gonna make it somewhere around 5, and it seems pretty fine now. If we just click on this play button in the top right, now we're gonna able to see that our main camera just gonna follow our player game object right away. Basically wherever player just gonna go, main camera will go with it, and we indeed can see this thing. I hope you get the idea of this. And what we want to do, if we just get autoplay mode and go over to lens, then body, then body in the Cinemachine virtual camera component, we can play around with this number. We can play around with screen Y and screen X. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna leave it to something default, so I'm gonna leave it to 0.5 in the screen Y and screen X, and we can play around with the X damping and Y damping as well, the smoother you can say. And let's go over to dead zone width. I'm gonna increase this number something like 0.1, and if you take a close look, a two line just get expand. If we just increase this, it's just getting, so in this area, if you are in this area, then the main camera just not gonna follow. But once you out of this in between this line or in this area, then at that moment camera just gonna follow your player game object. And we can do the same thing in Y axis as well, dead zone Y. So we can just increase, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna do only in the X, something like 0.12. and in the Y I'm gonna do 0. And if we just click on this play button right away in the top, so the main camera in this area not gonna follow our player game object. And once we out in from this area, if we select this, click on this body in this Cinemachine virtual camera in an inspector, we can see that. And if we just move, we are able to see that the main camera is not following. But once we out of this border or this line, we can see our main camera just following our player game object. Basically that is the cool thing. And you can just play around with these properties and you just gonna get hang of it. You can play around with soft zone width, basically the zone, if you want, if you just want a strict or just want to follow your player game object hardly, then you can just make this soft zone with smaller as well as in the height. But I'm not gonna do that. So what we want to do now, let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna click on this body one more time to just to not to see that thing. And what we have to do, we're gonna make a parallax effect. So to include parallax effect, so let's suppose this the green mountain, you can say we want this to be move a little bit faster compared to which one is further from our player game object, like this middle one or the sky one. So which the sky one, you can say we want that to move slowly as compared to the close one, which is the green mountain. And we can say to do so, to include a parallax effect, you need to select the main camera. Select the main camera, go over to inspector, scroll down, you're gonna see projects, and in camera component section you can see projection, and it's set it to orthographic. So just click on that and choose this perspective, and now it's gonna do the parallax effect. But we have to do some, or we have to adjust something. This background, basically we have to adjust. So if we move over to this background and click right over here and then select this sky, and I'm going to select this green BG or the close one, I'm going to take it to the closer to this player game object. So in order to do that, in the top you can see in scene tab 2D, so just click on that and you're gonna get the view, and hold down all so you can just look around, and you can just move your mouse in the scene view to just look around. What we will do, we will take this the last background or this blue sky, we're gonna take that. Let's select that firstly from the hierarchy, and let's select this move tool, and let's drag this one further from this player game object. So we're gonna take that and we're gonna move in the Z something over 5, we can do 5, and let's move it in the Y axis to fill out, and let's move it to the x-axis something like this, and it's pretty fun. And we're gonna do the same thing with this middle VG. So let's select that and we're gonna move in the z-axis something, or we can just drag it. We can just do something like one. I'm gonna select the last background or this sky one, and I'm gonna move it to let's move it little bit down, and let's select the middle one and I'm gonna move it to 1, and the green one just gonna be close to our player game object. So we can move in the z-axis something point 4 or point 5, we can say, and let's move it in the x. And what we want to do, we're gonna zoom in our camera a little bit. So let's select this virtual camera and let's go over to inspector, then lens a vertical FOV or FOV, or you can say field of view. So we're gonna make it somewhere like this, around 50. And if we just click on this play button now in the top, our parallax just gonna include to the game right away because we just adjust. And we indeed can see that a parallax is just working, but we hardly able to notice that because we need to drag this a little bit farther from our player game object. To do so, let's get out of play mode, And to make it, we're gonna make the background a little bit larger. To make it, we're gonna go over to project tab, assets, then sprites folder, and then we're gonna select all of this background by holding down shift. Let's select all of them by holding down shift, go over to inspector, and make this pixel per unit number to less. So less pixel size mean the sprite just gonna be large. So now let's just scroll down and click on this apply button, so it's gonna be a little bit bigger. And now we have to adjust this background, so I'm gonna click on this 2D in the top to get back it, and we need to adjust this. So I'm gonna select the first background or the behind one. Let's select that, and I'm gonna move it around somewhere around here. So note the number, which is 40. So 40, let's select the second one, we're gonna add 40 to it. Let's add up 40. Let's select the third one, let's add up 40. And let's select the just select the duplicate one, not the parent. So we're gonna add top of it plus 40. And let's do the same thing for all of, sorry, we have to select this one, and then we're gonna move it somewhere on 120, 120, and let's select the last one, and let's move it over to 140, or not 140, it's would be, sorry, this one just gonna be 120, and this one just will be 160. So let's do 160, and we have to adjust with this the middle PG, you can say. We have to go, we're gonna do the same thing. So let's select this one, let's add top of it, top of it, basically we're gonna add 40. Let's select this one, and let's top of that, let's add up 40. Sorry, not 40, is 40. Let's add 40. So if we just click on this story in the scene view in the top, we can see that. Hold down also, you can just move around, and we're gonna do it over here 120, not 120, sorry, this, yes, this just gonna be 120. And let's select the last one, which will be 160. And if we hold down all, and we can see that. But the problem is that we get, okay, so this is gonna be somewhere around 60, not 60 but 100, not 100, it's gonna be 80. So let's put 80. Just adjust this background, which, so we have done already a mistake, so we need to just adjust it. So let's go to green bg, the close one to the player game object. So let's do with this one as well. So I'm gonna select the first one, let's add top of it, we add 40. And now let's select this one, and let's do it somewhere around 80. Let's select this one, let's move it over to 80, 100, not 100, but we need to move over to 120. Let's select the last background, and let's move it over to 160. And it's just fill our background right now. I'm gonna select, click on this 2D in the scene tab in the top, we can see that. And I just want to fill this left side as well. So we're not gonna have a look on empty space, you can say. So we're gonna select the first background, let's select this one, and I'm gonna duplicate that. So let's select the child one and control D to duplicate, and let's select this move tool right over here, and let's move it to the left side to fill out the empty space. So I'm gonna move it around -40, I guess would be a best number. And let's do the same thing for the middle background and the close background. So let's go to middle background, let's select this one, control D to duplicate, and let's move it over to -40. And let's select the first one. So let's go to green page, let's select this one and control D to duplicate, and let's move it around 40. and this seems pretty fine. And make sure you just go to backgrounds, basically to the parent game object, then inspector overrides and click on apply all in the bottom. You can see, so the changes we made, it's just gonna save right away into our this backgrounds prefab game object as well. And we are ready to adjust our background right now. To do so, we're gonna select the background and let's click on in this 2D in the top. In the top, basically in scene tab, you have to do it and hold down also, you can see. So I'm gonna select the first background, sorry, not the first, let's select the last one, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around in the 10 in the z-axis, and let's move it up a little bit, or we can just move it down. And let's select the middle one and I'm gonna move it in the Z something 5, and let's move it a little bit up. And let's do the same thing for green BG, and I'm gonna move it around somewhere around, let's move it 2, and let's move it up a little bit, and we can see that. I'm gonna select the middle BG and let's move it up, and pretty fine. And if we just click on this play button in the top by now, and that's just gonna work as fine right now. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we're gonna see that. And indeed the parallax effects looking fine by now, and it seems perfect. And we can just play around with the level. I think our player game object seems a little bit large, you can say, or little bit big. We can make it even smaller by going over to sprites of this player game object. So let's get out of play mode. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, then player, and I'm gonna select all of this sprite by holding down shift, and let's select deselect this one by holding down control, and let's move over to a pixel per unit in the inspector, and I'm gonna make this number something around 24 and 24. And after doing that, let's scroll down, click on this apply all. So it's gonna, our player game object just gonna be a little bit smaller, but it seems too much small, so we can make this number a little bit something around 20. And let's scroll down, let's click on this apply button one more time, and right now the player looks pretty much good. So we can select our player game object by now, and if to focus on it, let's go to scene tab. In the top we can see 2D, so just click on that, and we need to adjust the collider. We can see the collider, it's not perfect to fit our player game object. Basically we need to fit, why? Because we just changed the sprite size, so that's why we also have to adjust the box collider as the size of our player game object. To do so, select the player, go over to inspector, box collider, and click on edit collider, and edit the collider as the size of your player game object. So it's gonna collide with perfectly and accurately as well. So we're gonna make this down, let's select the top one, let's drag it a little bit, and it's pretty fine. And once you're done, make sure just go to overrides and click on apply all, so it's gonna change in the prefab as well. And if we just click on this play button by now, we should it's just gonna work fine. And we can just zoom out a little bit in the camera to make it, or to make just even a lot more cool. And I guess this seems pretty much fun, and we can just play around, and this seems pretty good. And I hope you get the idea. And we are ready to place our, you can say, trees. To do so, let's get out of play mode. We're gonna go over to project tab, assets, then sprite folder. Let's go to tiles and background, and we have the trees right over here. So we're gonna select that and go over to inspector. Let's click on sprite editor. So we have multiple sprite of this, you can say, trees, so we need to cut them individually. To do so, we're going to select sprite mode to multiple, because we have more than one sprite, and choose pixel per unit to something like 16. Let's scroll down, and it seems a little bit blurry. To get rid of that, we're going to choose filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that, let's click on this apply button, and we are ready to slice it. So in the top left in sprite editor you can see slice button, so just click on slice and leave it to automatic and then click on slice, and it's gonna slice individually. And to split it up in the top right, we can see in sprite editor mode apply button, so just click on that apply and it's gonna cut individually. So let's select the game tab one more time, and let's click on this arrow in you can say on that spreadsheet of trees. So what we will do, we're gonna select the first, basically it's cut it off individually, and we are ready to drag it into the scene view. So I'm gonna select the first tree, let's select that and move it over to scene view or into the hierarchy. So somewhere around here I'm gonna select, so let's select this move tool and let's move it somewhere around here, and we can see, and it's pretty fine. So what we want to do, this tree just gonna be front of this back tiles you can say, but it's gonna be it's gonna will be behind of our ground tile as well as from this player game object. So let's assign this some layer. For this tree we're gonna assign a tree layer. Before we do that, let's rename this to something like tree. So I'm gonna call this one tree, and let's go to sprite renderer, additional sorting layer, let's click on add sorting layer, hit this plus icon, and I'm gonna call this one tree for our tree. And we can make for one for rocks. So if we move over to project tab, sprite style background, so we have this bushes, or just I'm gonna just assign this one as well tree and this one as well. So I'm not gonna create any another layer for this. Instead I'm gonna assign this one as well for tree, so it's just gonna be behind our ground. To do so, we're gonna take this tree and we're gonna drag it behind, but it's gonna be in front of our back tile, so that's why I didn't drag it this one behind of our back tile. I'm gonna leave it to front, I just drag it to behind our ground tile, we can see. And now we're going to select this tree, let's select that, go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and sorting layer, let's assign it with tree. Now this tree is in front of this back tile and behind of our ground tile. And you can just duplicate this tree. Before you duplicate, make sure you just make this one prefab as well, so you don't need to just do the thing. So what we can do, we're gonna select this tree and let's drag it over to that prefab folder. Now it's turned it into blue, basically means prefab. So we can go over to that folder and select that tree and just drag it from that right away into the scene view or in hierarchy. We can do that. So I'm gonna drag it over here as well, and let's drag the bushes as well as the rocks you can say, or the this one I guess. So let's go to sprite style background, let's select this bush and I'm gonna drag it this one somewhere around here. Let's drag it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna call this one bushes or grass, so let's call it instead grass, and let's assign it with tree layer. So it's gonna be behind our ground, but it's gonna be front of this back tiles. And we can make this one as well prefab, so let's drag it over to that prefab folder, and you can just decorate and it's gonna be fine. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do it. So I'm gonna drag the, let's select this one, let's drag it over here, let's assign it with tree, and I'm gonna call this one something rocks. It's not rocks, instead we can call something else. Let's call it objects instead. Object, I'm gonna call it object. Let's drag it over to a prefab folder one more time, and now we are ready to decorate. Let's drag it, and I'm gonna drag this somewhere around here, and this seems pretty fine. And make sure you just go to top left file and then click on save, or just hit control plus s, so whatever you have done so far in Unity project, it's gonna be saved. I think this tree right over here is floating in the air, so we can select that and we're gonna drag it a little bit down, and let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna drag all of this game object right there. So our hierarchy is just gonna be a little more clean. Sorry, clean. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and we can call this game object something like decorations decorations, and move over to transform, right click and reset the transform. And I'm gonna select an icon for that, and let's select all of this grass trees object and just drag it top of this game object. And now we can just click right over here to just collapse to collapse at once, and we can just drag this as well, or we can just make it prefab. To do so, let's select that and drag it over to that prefab folder. And make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your project. And fine, create the enemy. We're gonna go over to project tab, assets, then sprites, enemies we have. So let's select I'm gonna select this. Let's select any of them, then go to inspector, click on sprite editor, and we can see our enemy. So we need to cut this individually. Let's select multiple pixel per unit. We're gonna choose 16, filter mode to point, no filter. And after doing that, let's click on this apply button, and let's slice it. So click on this slice is in sprite editor, and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 5 rows, and we can see 3 6 7 8 columns. So let's put 8 columns and 5 rows. And after doing that, click on slice and click on apply, and I'm going to select this game tab, and let's click on this arrow in that spreadsheet. So I'm going to select the first one. So let's select that and drag it over to into the scene view or in the hierarchy. And it seems a little bit small. We can just make it a little bit larger. To do so, let's select the sprite sheet, go over to inspector, and I'm gonna make this 2 pixel per unit to something 8. And now if we click on apply, we can see, and I'm gonna drag it. It seems a little bit big. We can make it even a little bit smaller. So let's go with something like 12, and let's click on this apply. And 12 seems a pretty good number. And it's indeed. And let's also do the same thing for this skeleton. So we're gonna select the skeleton first. Let's select that, go over to inspector multiple, and pixel per unit we're gonna choose something around, let's choose 10 instead. 10 point of filter we will choose, and let's click on slice, and let's go to top left. We're gonna put slice and click on slice. I'm gonna select the let's select this one, and I'm gonna delete from this zombies, right? Instead I'm gonna select the skeleton one. Let's select that and drag it over to scene view or into the hierarchy, so we can see our skeleton. And we can name it something like skeleton, or let's call it instead enemy one. Let's drag it top of my hierarchy so I can see. So it's flipped to the right direction, and I just want to flip this enemy game object to the left direction. In order to do that, you can just go to inspector transform, and you can put in the X scale something like -1, but it's not a good way, so we're gonna leave it to 1. And we will go move over to this sprite renderer, and we can see there flip in the x-axis and y-axis. So we want to flip this enemy game object horizontally or in the x-axis, so that's why we're gonna check this x box, and now it's get flipped. Let's add some components to this enemy game object. Firstly, we're gonna add a rigid body 2D for gravity, and the second thing, we're gonna add a box collider for collision detection. So let's click on add component. Let's find by typing rigid body 2D. Let's click in this rigid body 2D. We're gonna make the gravity scale a little bit higher, something like 3, and collision detection we're gonna choose continuous, and make sure you just freeze the rotation about Z axis. And now what we want to do, let's add a box collider 2D for collision detection. So let's find by typing box collider 2D, and let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our enemy game object. So let's, and indeed the enemy is just looking pretty fine. And now if we just select this move tool right over here and select this enemy game object in hierarchy, I'm going to drag this a little bit up, and if we just click on play button in the top right away, this enemy game object just gonna fall down due to our gravity, and it's gonna fall down top of our ground. Why? For a reason of gravity and you can say box collider. So we can just move around into the scene view, and we can just attack that, and we will add some animation to this enemy game object. So we're gonna do in a pretty fast way. To do so, we're gonna select firstly, we will choose the running animation clip. So from here, here to here is the running, you can say walking or the running sprite sheet of this enemy. So we're gonna select all of this sprite sheet by holding down shift, basically the running sprites, and let's drag it over top of our enemy one game object, and it's gonna create the animation right away. So we will go to assets, and in assets we created a animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's create a subfolder for our, you can say, enemy animation. So let's right click, new folder, and let's call this folder enemy space animation, and let's open up that subfolder by double clicking. Also let's create another subfolder because this is our first enemy, so that's why we're gonna call something like enemy one animation. So let's right click, then new folder, and we can call enemy one animation, and let's open up that subfolder as well by double clicking, and now we have to name the animation. So this will be the working animation, so we can call something like enemy one, enemy one underscore work, and click on save, and it's gonna create the animation right away. So I'm gonna select this enemy one game object in hierarchy, and let's move to animation tab, and now if we hit this play button, we can see the working animation or running animation of this enemy game object. It's kind of weird a little bit, and it seems pretty much fast. So what we can do, we can just select like this, and we can just move it a little bit, something like that. And now if we hit this play button, it's a little bit slow, so we can just move it, and this seems pretty fine. Or we can just move one step further, and this one seems pretty great. And once you find with your satisfied with your animation, make sure you just hit this record button, red button, to record it, and it's gonna record the animation, and we are ready to create the next animation. And if you can find the animation tab, you just need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation, and the shortcut key you can see control 6, as well as the animator tab. And now we're going to create the second animation, which will be the attack one. So we can see from here to here, this is the attack. So let's select this sprite by holding down shift, and let's move it over to top of this enemy one game object in hierarchy. Let's go to assets, then animation, enemy one, and we're gonna call this enemy one underscore attack animation or attack, and let's click on save, and we can go to animation tab, and let's select this one by clicking right over here in animation tab. We can choose enemy one attack, and if we hit this play button, we can see attack animation indeed playing over again and again and again. So we need to create other animation like once this enemy takes damage, it should play damage animation clip, something like that. So let's do it. So we have over here, or what else we can do, we're gonna create a another, you can just do this thing, or let's do it. So I'm gonna select this enemy one, and then animation tab. We don't have any clip of taking damage, so that's why we just gonna create a you can say something like a normal or custom one. To do so, let's click right over here in animation tab and click on create a new clip, and it's gonna take us. So let's call this one something like enemy one underscore damage, sorry, damage, and click on save. And in this animation, what we want, we're gonna make sure you just hit this red button to record your animation. So we're gonna move over to something like one frame, and let's go to inspector, then sprite renderer, then color, and we're gonna make it totally red, something like that. And then we're gonna move one more frame, and we're gonna set back this color back to normal. And let's we can just copy this by control C, and firstly select like this, and control C to copy, and we're gonna paste it over here by control V. And let's move this frame as well. We're gonna copy this one by control C, sorry, control C to copy, and let's paste it over here by control V. And we're gonna move this one as well to not make spaces. And now if we just click on this play button, we can see a damage parameter is playing, but the problem is that it's playing. So we're gonna make some spaces, something like this. And now if we hit this play button, we can see you just have to make some spaces between these sprites, so it's gonna play the damage parameter, you can say. And this one seems pretty fine. And once you satisfy, make sure you just click on this record button one more time to capture, or you can just leave this, it's automatically gonna capture the animation what we want. And now if we select this enemy one game object and move over to animator tab, we can see we have by default work animation clip is just gonna play right after the game start. And we also need to make transition from this work to enemy attack as well as enemy one damage. So now if we select this enemy game object, sorry, enemy game object, and hit this play button in the top, you should able to see that this work animation just gonna play right after the game start. Why? Because this one is a default animation clip, and we indeed can see that the enemy just playing working animation over again and again. And let's suppose you want to make this attack one as a default state. To make it default, just right click on that animation clip and set as layer default state. As you can see, now the enemy just playing attack animation clip over again and again. You can make any of them, but I'm gonna leave with play work. But we have done in play mode, so this whatever we have done so far while in play mode, it's not gonna save at all. So we can get out of play mode, and it's saved basically in animator. But if you do in inspector any kind of change, it's not gonna save. So I'm gonna right click on enemy one work and set as layer default state. And what I want to do right now, if we select this enemy one game object, let's attach a script, or let's create a script to move this enemy to the or patrol around this ground. And once the player is close enough to this enemy game object, then this enemy game object will work towards our player game object. And once it's come to a certain distance, then this enemy game object just gonna attack on our player game object. So basically that is the logic. To do so, let's create a script for that. So let's go to project tab, then assets, and create a script folder. So I'm gonna go over to script folder, right click on a script folder, then create C# script and name it to something like enemy. I already have created right over here. I have. So I'm going to select this enemy one game object, and let's select this enemy script and drag it over to add component section. Basically attach your enemy script to your enemy one game object, or to any enemy game object. Or what else you can do, you can just click on this add component, make sure you selected enemy one game object, basically the enemy. Then in the bottom you can see new script, name the script what you want, and after doing that click on create and add in the bottom, and it's gonna create your script right away, and it will also gonna attach the script right away to your enemy one or enemy game object. And now let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So we can see this by default we have start function and update function. So what we want to do, I'm going to remove these two namespaces from the top. From the top we don't need it. Instead we're going to use so basically to move we will use this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame, so we're gonna move over to that. So to move our enemy game object left and right, firstly let's create a bool parameter to check if the player is in distance or not. So to do so we're gonna go to top of our class, and it doesn't need to be public, you can make it private instead. For private we're gonna make it private, that will be bool which can be true or false, and we can call player in range, something like player in range, and by default I'm gonna set to something like false, and let's move over to this update function. So the update function runs every single frame, so that's why it's gonna check every single frame, and we will check right over here if player in range equals to true, or you can just leave like this, it also means true, and make some curly brackets. So if the player in range, basically player is now in range of this enemy attack range, so this enemy just should stop patrolling around this ground. Instead at that moment this enemy one game object should attack on our player game object. So basically that is the logic. So let's go to script. So else the enemy is else the player is not in range, so we're gonna do so what we will do, we will just patrol around the ground, so before we do that, so let's make a, basically we're gonna do it over here. So we need a reference of our player position, so we can just keep track of where player is, and if the player position and enemy position, or something like if the player is close enough to this enemy game object or in attack distance of this enemy, then this enemy should stop, and at in that moment we're gonna something like we're gonna do in this player range, like moving towards our player game object and attack on our player game object, basically those things we're gonna do there. Let's go to script. So let's double click on this enemy script to open it up in Visual Studio. So firstly we need our player position to keep track of where player is, and the player, if it comes in attack distance of this enemy, then enemy firstly gonna chase our player game object, and then after doing it, when it comes to certain distance, then enemy just gonna attack on our player game object. So let's so we need player position. So if we select this player, so we need the transform component, and in transform component we have the position, rotation, and the scale. Basically we need player transform. So let's go to script, and let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make a public. So make sure you just making it public so we can see this field underneath our, if we select this enemy one game object underneath our enemy script, so we can see that right over here. So that's why, and that is a transform, means position you can say, and we can call something like player position or player transform or player simply, and close that up semicolon. Now we're gonna go over to this update function, and make sure save your script and go to Unity and drag the player position. You're gonna see and player transform or player position transform, so you need to select this player and drag it over right there, so we're gonna have the reference or the player position. So let's go to script, and we're gonna check it right over here. So we will check if vector2 dot distance, vector2 distance, and this function vector2 distance, it's gonna take two position and gonna compare between them. So firstly we're gonna pass our own position, means transform dot position comma, basically transform dot position, we just moving over to this player transform and then accessing this position. And the second thing we're gonna check for second position will be our player dot position. Basically we also going to player transform and then position, and if the distance between them, if it's lesser than or equal to something like, we can just gonna check, we can check for 10f. But let's create a variable for this as well. So let's go to top of our class and let's also make a public float and public float, and we can call this something like attack range. And by default you can give it any value you like, or you can just leave like that, and you can just go to inspector and you can adjust it over there. But I'm gonna give a default value something like 10f. So let's pass attack range. So if the distance between, and make some curly brackets, if the distance between our enemy own position and player position, if it's lesser than or equal to attack range, means our player in attack range. So in that moment what enemy game object need to do, attack. So we're gonna set this, basically we will set this bool parameter player in range to true. Why? Because player comes in attack range. So that's why we're gonna do player in range, we're gonna set it to true. But if the position, our enemy basically means own position and player, if it's not equal to or greater than not lesser than or equal to this attack range, means player is not in this attack range, means our player game object is far from our enemy game object. So in that moment we're gonna set this player in range to false, because a player is not in attack range, or you can say player is far from our enemy game object. So that's why else condition, else the distance between our player and enemy, if it's not lesser than or equal to attack range, then we're gonna set this player in range to false and close that up with semicolon. But if the player, and we checking right over here, if player in range means true, means the player when we setting this player in range true, when the distance between our enemy and player, if it's lesser than or equal to attack range, in that moment we setting in player in range to true. So if the player in range true, means our player game object inside attack distance or in attack range. So in that moment, firstly enemy game object need to chase our player game object, and after that when it comes to certain distance, it's gonna attack. So before we do that, we're gonna make something like, we're gonna print out a message. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, make this first bracket in quotation, let's say something like uh, uh, we can say work towards player, work towards player, and close that up with semicolon. But if it's not the case, means player is not in range, in that moment we're gonna print out another thing. We can say with debug.log, let's say something like player in not attack range, and let's close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move over to Unity, and make sure you just drag the reference as well. So just wait for to compile. So we can see player and it says none transform, basically empty. So let's select this player and drag it over there. Now we have player transform, basically means player position, and we're gonna clear the console. Let's hit this play button in the top. Make sure you just select the console in the bottom or anywhere and see the message what's really happening. So we can see work towards our towards player, means player in attack range. But if I just get further away from our enemy game object, we can see message says player in wrong attack range. So in that moment what this you can say enemy need to do. Enemy just should patrol around in this you can say ground. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to script. So once the player in range, we're gonna do firstly we're gonna chase our player game object, and once the player is not in attack range, we're gonna do something like this enemy just this enemy game object should just patrol around this ground. That is the thing. So let's go to a script. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna patrol around once the player game object is not in attack range. So to do so, we're gonna type transform dot translate function to move our enemy game object. Let's use this, and transform dot translate function right over here, it's gonna move our enemy game object, and we have to give the direction in which direction we want to move. So we looking to the left direction, so that's why we're gonna go to left direction, something like this. So that is the thing. So let's go to, we're gonna pass vector2 dot left. Vector2 dot left basically means minus x in the -1, so it's gonna move to the left direction, and y in the 0, we're not gonna move in the y axis. So vector2 dot left basically means -1 in the x, so it's gonna go to left direction, and y in the 0, we're not gonna move at all in the y. And let's multiply with some unit, so it's gonna move a little bit faster. So let's create a script for that, something like, let's go to top of our class over here, let's make a public float, and we can call this one work speed, and by default I'm gonna set it to something 1.5f, and close that up with semicolon. Let's multiply this thing with our work speed, and let's also multiply this work speed or this whole thing with time dot delta time to make frame rate independent. So let's multiply with time dot delta time and close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So we should able to see that this enemy game object just gonna move to the left direction with that 1.5 or with that work speed, but we can adjust in inspector underneath our enemy script. It's totally up to you how much you want. I'm gonna leave with 1.5. You can just put over here something like 2. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna move somewhere around here. So let's hit this play button in the top. So we should able to see that this enemy game object just gonna move to the left direction with this much of work speed. So just wait, and indeed it's moving, and once it gets over here, it's get fall down. Basically what we want to do, let's get out of play mode. So once we are over here, something like this, we're gonna create a point right in front of our this enemy game object, and from that point we're gonna shoot out a ray, and if that ray collide with the if that ray don't collide with this ground, basically if that ray collide with nothing, something over here, it's gonna collide with nothing. So what we want to do in that moment, we're gonna flip this enemy. So if we just want to flip this enemy to the right direction. So to flip it, if we select this enemy game object, then go to inspector, transform, rotation, and if we set this y to something like -180, we can see our enemy game object just get flipped to the right direction. So basically we need to set the, you can say, Euler angles to -180 in the y-axis, so it's gonna flip to the right direction. So I'm gonna set back to 0, and before we do that, make sure you just make this enemy one as well a prefab, so we don't need to work from scratch. So let's go to project tab first. Let's select the project tab, and let's select your enemy game object from hierarchy and drag it over to that prefab folder. Now it's turned it into a prefab as well. So let's create a point, something right in front of this enemy game object, somewhere around here. So let's right click on this enemy game object and create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object something like detect point, and make sure you just select this move tool right over here, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here. and now you can select an icon for this as well. So to do though to do that, you need to go over to inspector, then click on this box, and we're going to choose this yellow one. It's totally up to you which one you want to select. And now if we select this enemy game object, I'm going to select this detect point and I'm going to move it somewhere around here. So select the enemy one game object, basically the parent one, then go to inspector, overrides, and apply all. So the changes we made, it's gonna save into our prefab of this enemy one game object as well. So we're gonna shoot out a ray from this point, and if that ray don't collide with this ground, so over here it's not gonna collide with this ground, so in that moment we're gonna flip this enemy game object to the right direction. So let's go to script to do so, and now we're gonna do it over here. And for that, to create a ray, we need to use this physics 2d function, and this physics 2d dot raycast, basically raycast, physics 2d dot raycast you have to use to basically shoot out a ray or to create a ray. So first thing, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point where you want to shoot out the ray, and the second thing, it's gonna take the direction. So we're gonna in the down direction we will shoot out the ray. And the third argument, it will take you can say the length of the ray, so we're gonna specify as well. And the fourth argument, it will take the layer mask, basically which layer you want to target, or which game object or which thing you want to target. So in our case, we only want to target this ground, and if that ray don't collide with this ground, something over here it's not gonna, so in that moment we're gonna flip our enemy one game object. So before we create the ray, we need this variable. So let's make this one comment by double slash. So comments basically don't interrupt our codes, and we can go to top of our class right over here. We can define those variables. So first thing, we need the point. So let's create a transform, means position you can say. So let's create a public transform, and we can call this one something like detect point, means position, close that up with semicolon. And the second thing, it's gonna take the length of the ray, sorry, as it's gonna take the direction. So we don't need to create that. Instead we can jump into the third argument, which gonna take the length of the ray, or you can say something distance. So let's create a public float. We can call this one ray length, or let's call it distance instead, distance. And the fourth argument, it's going to take the layer mask, basically which layer you want to target, or which game object or which thing. So in our case, we want to target the ground. So let's create a public layer mask, we have to type, and you can call this one something like detect layer. So detect layer, and close that up with semicolon. And control S to save your code. We need to assign this variable in inspector. So let's go to Unity. So underneath our enemy script, we're gonna see those field. Firstly, detect point just gonna pop up. So what we have to do, we need to drag this detect point as we created in that field. So just wait, and we can see detect point and it says none. So we're gonna select this detect point, and let's drag it right over there. And distance of the length, basically the ray, I'm gonna choose something like 1.2 the length. And detect layer, we're gonna choose ground, but we cannot see any ground layer. So what you have to do, you need to go to the ground, basically select this ground tile. So we're gonna click right over here. So let's select this ground tile, and we need to assign this ground tile as a ground tile layer or something like that we want to choose. So select that, go over to inspector. In the top right, you can see layer, and it says default. So just click on that, click on add layer, and name the layer what you want. So I'm gonna call this one ground, and make sure you just go back to that game object one more time, basically select this ground and assign this ground as a ground layer. To do so, let's go to inspector one more time, and layer says default, so we're gonna choose ground. Now we assign it this ground as a ground layer. So make sure you just go to parent game object, then overrides and apply all. And now let's select this enemy one game object as a detect layer. We're gonna choose this ground. So the ray only gonna check for this ground, on this ground only, or for this ground. And let's go to script, and we have those parameters. Now let's remove these two slashes. So first thing, we're gonna pass a detect point dot position. Basically we just want to shoot out from this point, so that's why we just pass detect point dot position, and we have the reference of that point. And the second thing, it gonna take the direction, so we will pass vector2 dot down, vector2 dot down. So basically vector2 dot down over here means 0 in the x, so not 0 in the x but -1 in the y, so it's gonna go to down direction, so -1 in the y. And the fourth sorry so as a third argument, it will take the ray length, or we can call distance. So we're gonna pass distance. As a distance, we have chosen 1.2, I guess. So if we move to unity, 1.2, we have chosen distance. And the fourth argument, it will take the layer mask, so let's pass detect layer. And as a detect layer, we have chosen only the ground, and close that up with semicolon. And what we want to do, we're going to store this, so this function right over here going to give us a true value or a false value. Let's suppose if this ray don't collide with this ground anymore, so this function right over here gonna give us a false, or else it will give us a true value. Something over here, if we shoot out the ray in the down direction, the ray over here not gonna collide with this ground anymore, so that function, this function right over here gonna give us a false value, or else it's gonna give us a true value. So whatever we get, we're gonna store into another raycast 2D variable. So let's create a raycast head 2D variable, because this is a raycast, so that's why we need to use this raycast head 2D variable. And we can call this one something like head info or head, and let's set equal to this. So this head can be true or false depending upon ray is really colliding with the ground or not. If it's not, then this head just gonna be false right away, else it's gonna be true. So after, right after just creating the ray or shooting out the ray, we're gonna check if heat is equals to true, and make some curly brackets. So if heat is true means basically the ray is really colliding with that ground. But if we check for something like if heat is equals to false, mean that ray is not colliding with this ground, so over here it's not gonna collide with this ground. So in that moment, what we want to do, we wanna flip our player game object. So we can type right over here. For now, we're gonna flip it later. For now, let's print out a message if it's really working or not. So we can type debug.log, and we can check for flip enemy game object, flip enemy game object, and close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. And I'm gonna remove this. What we can do, we can just leave that. And if ray, so control S to save your code and move to unity, and we should able to see the ray just gonna be create from the from this detect point, and it's gonna shoot out in the down direction. And if this ray don't collide with this ground, something over here it's not gonna do that, so that message just gonna print out. But the problem is that we cannot able to see and to see or to draw the ray, we need to use another function for that. So let's go to script by double clicking on it. We gonna go to bottom somewhere around here. We're gonna do, you can do it anywhere you want. So we have to use this on draw gizmo selected function, and make sure you just typing as I did over here, else it not gonna work. So basically this function right over here is a unity inbuilt function, and it just draw what we want to draw. So we want to draw the ray. To draw it, we have to use this gizmos dot draw. So sorry, draw, and we want to draw the ray, so we're going to use draw ray. And this function, as a first argument, it will take the position from where you want to draw. So we're going to pass detect point, from that we want to draw the ray, and it's going to take the direction. So we're gonna draw the ray in the down direction, so let's pass vector2 dot down, and make sure you just multiply this direction with the length of the ray. So the length of the ray is our distance we specified, which is by default we set to 1.2. So let's multiply that distance and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. But it's gonna give us it's basically this right over here, it will return us or gonna give us error if we don't assign this detect point. Let's suppose if you go to Unity in enemy script, you haven't dragged this detect point to this detect point field. So this detect point right over here gonna be empty or none. Basically none means empty. So and over here we still trying to find that detect point position, and we just trying to draw the ray in the down direction. But we do know that if you haven't dragged it, so this gonna be empty, but still this function just gonna try to find this detect point position, but it's not gonna able to do that. So that's why it's gonna throw us an error. So before we draw the ray, we need to check if we really drag it the detect point to detect point a slot or not, or else it's just gonna be or else we will get some error. So we will check if detect point detect point is equals to null, and make some curly brackets. Basically means if detect point is equals to null, means this one right over here is totally empty. So what we have to do in that moment, we need to stop drawing our ray, because that slot is totally empty. We need to stop doing this thing. Basically stop need to draw the ray. We need to stop drawing the ray. So we're going to type return and close that up with semicolon. So if detect point field is null means empty, so we typing return basically means after return whatever line of code you write, it's not gonna execute. So we will stop drawing the ray right away if this detect point is null, basically empty, but we have the detect point. So that's why this condition or this line of code will not run, and the ray just gonna be draw right away. And we can choose a color of the ray as well. To choose a color or to set a some certain color, we have to use this gizmos dot color, and we can set any color we like. So we can set to I'm gonna choose color dot yellow, and you can choose any color you like, or you can just leave like this, so it's gonna draw with white color. So and close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code. And now if we move over to Unity, make sure you just save your script. So whatever you just written, it's gonna be saved, and we should able to see the ray just gonna be draw from this point detect point, and it's gonna the ray just gonna go to down direction. And we indeed can see right now the ray has been drawn from this detect point, and it just shooting down. And now if we just click on this play button and select the console in the bottom, once the ray don't collide with this ground, so something right over here just not gonna collide with this ground. So let's select the console first. I'm going to select the console, and the raw we can see. So as soon as the enemy something over here, basically the ray is not colliding, we can see the message says flip enemy game object. Because if we move over to script, we can see if heat is equals to false, basically means the ray is really not colliding with that ground. We just printing out the message in the console says flip enemy game object. So instead of flipping, so I'm gonna get out of play mode. Instead of flipping, what we need to do instead of printing out message in the console, we need to flip our enemy game object. We want to flip this enemy game object. To do so, let's go to script. So we just printing out message says enemy flip enemy game object. So instead of doing this, we're gonna flip our enemy game object. So before we do this, we need to keep track which direction we are looking. So if we move to Unity, we're looking to the left direction. So we're gonna create a bool parameter. It's just gonna keep track of which direction we are looking. To do so, let's go to script, let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make it private. It doesn't need to be public. That will be bool. And we can call this one something like facing facing left and by default we're gonna set it to true, and close that up with semicolon. So we name it facing left. Why? Because we're looking to the left direction, and we set by default to true. because we're looking to the left direction, so that's the reason. And now we're gonna go over here. So if it is equals to false, basically means the ray is right over here and it's not colliding with this tile map or this tile map crown anymore, so we need to flip. And in order to flip, we do know, so let's remove this message. Firstly, we're gonna check if we're looking to the left direction and the ray is not colliding, so in that condition we need to flip. And after flipping, we need to set that facing left to true. Once we flip this enemy game object to the right direction, we will no longer be able to look to the left direction, so that is the reason. So firstly, we will check right over here. If facing right, sorry, not facing right, facing left is equals to true, true. If that is the case, so make some curly brackets. So what we want to do, so we looking to the left direction, and also this ray is not colliding something right over here, we need to flip. In order to flip, if we select this enemy game object, then move to inspector, transform, then rotation in the y. If we set it to minus 180, we can see our enemy game object flips to the right direction. So that is the thing we need to do. So let's go to script, and over here we're gonna go to transform. Then we're gonna use this Euler angles. Euler angles have three axes. It has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So that's why we're gonna set equal to new vector 3, which also has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. Close that off with semicolon. So we will put in the y something like minus 180, minus 180. So we do know once we set this minus 180, it's gonna flip to the right direction. And in the x-axis we're gonna put 0, and in the z we don't want any rotation, so we will put 0. And after flipping this character to the right direction, we do know that we will no longer able to look to the left direction right now. So that's why we're gonna set facing left to false, because we will look to the right direction. So let's go over here, and we're gonna set facing left to false, and close that up with semicolon. So by default we set it to true, and once we look to the right direction, we're setting this facing left parameter to false. So let's go to Unity by now, and we should able to, and that's gonna work fine. Once we are something over here, we're gonna look to the right direction. And we also need to flip this enemy game object to the left direction one more time. Just give it a time, and once it's complete, click on this play button in the top, and let's take a look. Once the enemy just gonna be over here at the edge of the crown, it's gonna flip to the right direction. And we should, and indeed it's just happening. But the problem is that we just going to the right direction, going over again and again, and we just not stopping something right over here. Once we over here in the right direction, we need to flip our enemy game object once more time to the left direction. And to flip it, we do know we need to set back this to 0. So if we set it to minus 180, it's looking to the right direction. And once we set back this one to 0, it's looking to the left direction one more time. So basically we need to set this y to 0 one more time. To do so, let's go to script, and else we're gonna check, else we will check if we looking to the right direction. So else if we're gonna check for else if facing left is equals to false. If that is the case, so let's copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here. Basically if we looking to the right direction, facing left false basically means we not looking to the left direction, instead we looking to the right direction, something over here. So if the ray just gonna be over here, so the ray not gonna collide with this ground. So what we have to do in that moment, we're gonna flip this enemy game object one more time to the left direction. So setting back y to 0, it's gonna flip to the right direction. And after left direction, and after flipping to the left direction, we will look toward left direction, as you can see. So that's why we also need to set back facing left parameter to true. So to do so, let's go to script. So we will set back this y to 0, so it's gonna flip to the left direction. And after flipping to the left direction, we're gonna set this facing left parameter to true, because we will look to the left direction. And control s to save your code. And once it's done, let's go to Unity. Make sure you just press down control s to save your code. Basically whatever you have done so far, it's gonna save. And once it's saved, go to Unity. And Unity just gonna take a little moment for compiling our script. And once it's done, let's click on this play button. So once we looking to the right direction and the ray something over here, it's gonna flip to the left direction one more time. Before we let's have a look. And indeed it's flipped to the left direction, right direction, and it's just flipping over again and again around this crown. It's just going right, and once it's the ray is not colliding, it's just looking to the left. And once we the ray is over here and facing left, then we just facing left, we setting to false, and then we just moving over to right direction. I hope you get the idea. And you can just take a look, select the enemy game object in hierarchy, then go over to inspector. You can see this y became 0 and 180, basically flipping. Oh, sorry, you can see it's became 180, and then it's set backs to 0, and over again it's becomes 0 and 180. So basically it's just looping around two values. I hope you get the idea. So let's get out of play mode. And now if I just click on this play mode one more time, basically click on this play button and just try to go close to this enemy game object, I'm gonna able to see enemy game object just gonna stop right there, because we do know what we doing. So enemy just stops right over here, and in the message we can see that work towards player. Basically enemy is close enough now, but once we get out of this attack range, we can see enemy just patrolling around that ground. But once we get close to attack range, we can see enemy just stops right there. And what we have to do over here, basically this enemy should chase our player game object now. And once the enemy is too much close to player game object, then this enemy should play attack animation clip. So before we do that, we need to chase our player game object. So let's get out of play mode and let's double click on this message, or you can just go over to a script. So what we're doing, once the player in range, basically means player comes in attack range, so we just printing out message says work towards player. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to chase our player game object. To chase that, we gonna use this vector. So we will firstly set transform dot position. Basically transform dot position right over here means current position of our enemy. So if we move to Unity, so we just moving over to this transform of this enemy, then accessing the position, and we will set the position equal to vector2 dot move towards function. And this function right over here, it's gonna move our enemy game object from one point current position to the point or the position where we want to go. So we can put as a current position our own position, which is transform dot position means the current position, and the target position it says. So we want to pass the as a target position, we will pass player dot position. We have the reference of player position, and the third argument it's just gonna take the speed, how much speed you want to go to that point. So to do so, let's go to top of our class and let's make a variable for that, for the speed, chase speed, something over here. Let's call this public. Make sure you just making this public so we can adjust through inspector. And we can call this one, sorry, chase speed. And by default I'm gonna set something like 2.5f and close that up with semicolon. And let's pass right over here chase speed, which means 2.5 unit. We just gonna go to that target position, and in this case our target position is player position. And make sure you just multiply this time dot delta time to make frame rate independence, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. And once it's done, we need to click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on it. Just wait for to compile, and we can see the chase speed right over here. We can bump up, but I'm gonna leave with 2.5. It's fine. Let's click on this play button now in the top. So our enemy game object gonna chase our player game object once it's get in attack range of this enemy game object. So let's get, and it's yes, it's just chasing, but the problem is that it just trying to get in our player position. So we need to stop this enemy when it gets to certain point, something over here. And then so if I just get out of play mode, so once this enemy get close enough, something like if I take this enemy game object and this move tool right over here and move it somewhere around, something at the distance between, so you can see the distance between our player and an enemy is too much close. So we're gonna stop this enemy right there, and once the enemy stops right there, enemy should play attack animation clip. That is the logic. So we need to stop this enemy game object. So before we chase, we need to just take the distance between them. So I'm gonna drag this enemy over here one more time, and let's go to script now. So before we chase our enemy game object, we need to check the position between them. If it's too much close, then we need to stop doing this thing. So we will check. So if a vector2, we're gonna use vector2 dot distance, and we do know that this function right over here, vector2 dot distance, just gonna take two position and it will compare between them. So we're gonna pass as a first position our own position, which is transform dot position, and the second position we will pass player dot position. So if the distance between them, if it's greater than something like a retrieve distance, so we can check for something like 2.5 the distance between them. Let's make a variable for this as well. So we can go to top of our class right over here, and let's make a public float, and make sure you just make this one as well public, so we can adjust through inspector, and we can call this one retrieve distance. And if I'm just spelling it wrong, I'm really sorry. And I'm gonna set by default to something like 2.5, basically the distance between. So let's pass, instead of 2.5 over here, we're gonna pass retrieve distance and make some curly brackets. And so we're gonna put this line of code in there by control X and control V. So firstly what we're doing, so if the player in range, and at the same time we're checking if the distance between our own and player position, if it's greater than retrieve distance, basically some amount, so only that moment we just chasing our player game object, as you can see. But once the distance between our enemy and player is not greater than retrieve distance, basically some amount, or enemy is now too much close, so in that moment what we have to do, we need to do something else. And if the distance between still greater than retrieve distance, basically some amount, we still chasing, but the once the distance between get closer, we need to do something else. So that's why in else condition we're gonna do something like, let's print out a message, something like let's debug.log, and we can say in quotation uh, play or attack, something like that, attack, and close that up with some colon. What we're doing, let me explain one more time. So once the player in range, then we are at the same time we're checking if the distance between our enemy and the player, if it's greater than retrieve distance, at that moment we just are chasing. But the distance between, if it's not greater than retrieve distance, then basically we just get close to our player game object now. So we not chasing our player game object, and we just only printing out message says attack. Well, attack, basically enemy is now too much close, it's not greater than retrieve distance. So that's why this else condition just gonna run. And in else condition we not chasing our enemy game object at all, we just playing we just printing out message says attack. So enemy just gonna stops right there and just gonna print out this message says attack. And control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity by now, and we should able to check that. Just wait for to compile, and you can choose any retrieve distance number. It's totally up to you. I'm gonna live with 2.5. So let's hit this play button in the top. You can check for something like 3, so the distance between just gonna be a little bit bigger. uh, so the enemy just gonna stop a little bit further away from our player game object. So before we do, let's get close to our enemy, and enemy just chasing. And once it gets too close, it just we just printing out message in the console says attack. We can see, as you can see right over here, we're just printing out message. So instead of printing out message, what we need to do, this enemy should play, instead of walking animation, it should play attack animation clip. Before we do that, we need to check this one. If we write over here, we can see this enemy is not looking towards us, and once we get over here, it's looking. But once we go to the right direction, or the player position is greater than enemy position in the x-axis, as you can see, so in that moment we need to flip this enemy game object looking towards basically in the direction player is going. So let's get out of play mode and let's fix that. So to do so, let's go to script, and we just doing a player in range right over here. So once the player is come in range, we need to do it right there. So we're gonna do it right over here. So in order to flip, firstly we're gonna check. So we will check if transform dot position dot x basically means current position of our enemy in the x position. If it's lesser than player, so sorry, player dot position dot x. At the same time, basically what we're doing, we're just checking our this enemy position in the x-axis. If it's lesser than player position in the x-axis, so the player something right over here, so player position in the x-axis just gonna be bigger from this player. So that's why we're checking right over here if the enemy position in the x-axis lesser than player position in the x-axis, so enemy something right over here. So in that moment, what we have to do, we need to flip this enemy, and at the same time we're gonna check if we're looking to the left direction, so we need to basically we need to flip this enemy to the right direction, or the direction player is going, in the direction player is going. And we need to set facing right parameter, facing left parameter to false, because why, once we flip this enemy game object to the right direction, it's gonna look toward right direction. So that's why we're gonna set facing left, because we will no longer able to look to the left direction once this enemy gets flipped to the right. So that's why. So first at the same time, we're gonna check if we're looking to the left direction. So facing left is equals to true, or you can just leave like this, it also means true. So if that is the case, we need to flip this enemy now. So we will go to transform that Euler angles, and we will set a new vector 3 as the same thing we have doing once we flip or just patrolling around. So we're gonna do the same thing. So x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and close that up with semicolon. And in the y, what we're gonna do, we're gonna put right over here minus 180, so it's gonna flip to the right direction. And in the x, let's put 0f. We not gonna do anything in the x and z. And after flipping this enemy game object to the right direction, we need to set facing left parameter to false, because we're no longer able to look to the left direction. So that's why. So let's, after flipping our enemy game object, let's set this facing left to false, and close that up with semicolon. And control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So once this player game object gets close enough to this enemy game object, firstly enemy gonna chase our player game object, and then it's gonna flip the in the direction player is going. To do so, let's check this out. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's check it. It's gonna work fine, but we need to have a look on it. So let's get closer, and enemy is chasing. But the problem is that sorry, let me just in let this one flip to and now if we can say enemy just get stops right there, and if this player game object now gonna be somewhere around here, it's gonna, this enemy just gonna flip in that direction. Indeed it's doing, but the problem is that once we get to the left direction, right now enemy is not looking to the left direction at all. So what we have to do, if we select this enemy game object in hierarchy, then move over to transform, then rotation, and the is y we can see 180. But if we set back to 0, it's gonna flip to the left direction, or the direction player is going, in the direction player is going. So we also need to set back to this y to 0, and after setting back to y to 0, we're gonna flip to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna firstly we will check if we looking to the right direction, something like player is over here. In that moment this enemy position in the x-axis just gonna be greater than player position in the x-axis. At the same time we're gonna check if we looking to the right direction. So what we have to do, firstly we need to flip to the left direction, and after flipping this left direction we need to set facing left parameter to true. Why? Because we will look to the left direction by now, so that's why. So let's go to script, and over here we're gonna check else if transform dot position dot x, if it's greater than player position dot position dot x. If it's done, at the same time we're gonna check if facing left is not true, is equals to false. Basically we're looking to the right direction, we're looking to the right direction. So in that moment what we have to do, first we need to flip, and after flipping that we're gonna set facing left parameter to true, because we're looking to the left direction by now. So let's do it. So let's make some curly brackets, and we're gonna copy the same line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V, and we're gonna set this 180 to 0. Sorry, if you put at the end of this number if, it doesn't matter, you can just put if in the 180 as well. So I'm gonna put if, and after flipping to the left direction we need to set this facing left parameter to true by now. So let's set it to true, because we will look to the left direction by now. So Control S to save your code, and let's move over to Unity. Our enemy just gonna flip in the direction player is going when the player comes in attack range, and if it's not, the enemy just gonna patrol around the ground. Before we just do it, let's play the game, and once the player get in range, attack range, enemy is just gonna flip according to player position, or player is going in that direction. So let's have a look. We can see enemy game object gets flipped in the direction player is going. I'm gonna make the player jump a little bit high, so I'm gonna go to hierarchy. Let's select this player game object, then player script, and I'm gonna make this uh, jump height something like 20, and now we can jump a little bit high, and we can see our enemy game object just gets flipped in the direction player is going. I hope you get the idea that how you can just flip any game object, or you can just do the thing. And we can see once the enemy is at the end of the ground, we can see enemy just get, okay, enemy gets just fall down, because it's just taking the distance between them. I hope you get the idea of this, and make sure you just out of play mode, and if you change anything in play mode, it's not gonna be safe. Make sure you are out of play mode, and once you are out of play mode you can just change around any value you like. And make sure you just go to top left file, and then click on the save, or hit Ctrl S to save whatever you have done so far in Unity project. It's gonna be saved right away. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my project, and it's saved. What we have to do now, we need to make transition from this enemy work to enemy attack, as well as enemy damage once this enemy gets damaged. Before we do, make sure you select the game object in hierarchy, then move over to this animator tab. If you can find the animator tab, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation, and you can find the animator tab in the bottom, says animator as well as animation tab. So let's select this enemy one and go to animator tab. So we need to make transition from this enemy work to enemy attack. So let's right click on this enemy work and make transition to enemy attack, and let's select this transition, go over to inspector. We're gonna untick has exit time, because as soon as possible from enemy work to this enemy game object should attack whenever this player game object gets too much close to our enemy game object. So we're gonna set transition duration to 0, and let's scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we just want to play this attack and uh, attack animation clip of this enemy. So we're gonna set a some certain parameter or condition to just play this enemy attack. So in animator tab, we can see in left side parameters. So let's click on this plus icon and let's select this bool, which can be true and false. So let's call this one something like attack, and we're gonna choose this condition. So I'm gonna choose, so to do so let's go to inspector, then condition, let's hit this plus icon. So we're gonna choose enemy attack to true. So once we set this attack parameter to true, it's gonna play the enemy attack animation clip right away. And we also need to go back to enemy work once the enemy is not, sorry, player is not too much close to this enemy game object. Then in that moment this enemy should play work animation clip instead of playing attack over again and again. So let's right click on enemy attack and make transition back to enemy work, and let's select this arrow or transition. Let's go to inspector, and we're gonna untick has exit time, as well as let's set the transition duration to 0, and let's scroll down. And now we're going to choose the same condition, but we will set this one to false. So let's hit this plus icon and we will choose attack to false. So once we set this attack parameter to false, basically uncheck, it's gonna move over to this enemy work right away. To see that, let's click on this play button in the top hierarchy. Just wait, and once it's done, we just gonna manually check this one. Basically we just want to set this attack parameter to true. So if I set this attack parameter to true, we can see enemy just playing over again and again the attack animation clip. But once we set this attack parameter to false, basically uncheck, we can see enemy just playing now the work animation clip. So let's get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition to enemy damage. But when from any something like, if we are walking attacking, if we taking damage, then we need to play this enemy one damage animation clip right away. It doesn't matter which state or which animation clip we are playing. If we taking damage, then we need to play this damage animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna select from any state to this enemy one damage. So let's right click on any state and make transition to enemy one damage, and let's select this arrow or transition. Let's go over to inspector, and then this fixed duration and transition duration I'm gonna set back to 0. As soon as possible we're gonna play this enemy one damage right away, and let's scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we just want to play this one. So let's set a parameter for that as well, or a condition. So in the parameter tab, so sorry, parameters, let's hit this plus icon, and for this we're gonna choose a trigger. So let's call this one damage, and we're gonna choose this damage trigger. So let's hit this plus icon in a condition in inspector, and sorry, and we will choose this damage parameter, damage. And so we also need to go to this work or attack depending upon where is the player is. If the player is too much close, then this enemy just move over to from this damage to enemy attack, or else this enemy work. So let's right click on it and make transition to enemy one attack, or else we're just gonna get stuck in enemy one damage animation clip forever. So that's why we also need to make transition back to work as well as enemy one attack. So let's right click one more time, enemy damage, and let's go make back transition to enemy work, and let's select this arrow, go over to inspector, and as exit time we're gonna leave that, and exit time we're gonna choose 1. Basically we're gonna play 101 over means 100% animation clip. So we're gonna play the 100% animation clip of enemy damage, then it's gonna move over to enemy one attack enemy work animation clip, and we can see the preview in inspector down. So we have this one, and if we just play, we can see it's playing enemy damage and it's just moving over to enemy work right away once the enemy damage animation clip just been played 100%. And transition duration we're gonna set to 0. We don't want any duration, we just want to go immediately. And let's scroll down, and we're gonna choose if a condition. So once we are working, so we do know that enemy player game object is not too much close to this enemy game object. Basically we're gonna choose this attack parameter. So we do know once this attack parameter is false, we do know that we just gonna play the work animation clip. So that's why we're gonna choose this condition. So let's hit this plus icon, and we're gonna set attack is false, and we do know once the attack is false, it's gonna play this enemy work animation clip right away. But once the attack is parameter, so let's select this one as well. Let's go over to inspector, and as a exit time I'm gonna choose 1 means 100%, and transition duration let's set back to 0. And let's scroll down, and we're gonna play the attack animation clip right away. So we need to set this attack parameter to true. So let's hit this plus icon, and we're going to choose attack is true. So once the attack parameter is true, we do know we just playing the attack animation clip right away, or we just playing the attack animation clip, depending upon if the player is close enough. So let's check this parameter through or animator. So let's click on this play button in the top and try to manually set this parameter, like triggering this damage parameter. We will see that it's gonna play the damage animation clip right away, and once it's complete, it's gonna move over to work or attack depending upon where is the player game object is. So let's trigger this damage parameter. We can see this enemy just playing the damage animation clip, we can see, and after playing 100% damage animation clip, it's just moving over to work animation clip. Why? Because an player is not close to this enemy game object. But if I trigger this or set this attack parameter to true, it's just playing attack animation clip over again and again. And once we set back to false this attack parameter, we can see enemy just working now. So we need to set this parameter through our code. So if I select this enemy one game object in hierarchy, we can see once we created the this animation clip, an animator component just added right away. So we do know that this animator component is responsible for playing the animation clip and switching them. So we need a reference of this animator component. Then by this animator reference, we can set this attack parameter or damage parameter through our code depending upon where player is, or what this enemy game object really need to do so. Let's get out of play mode, and we need a reference of this animator. So let's open up the anime script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class because we need a reference of this animator. So let's create a field for that. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. So let's make sure you just make this one public, and that is a animator. So we need to type animator, and we can call something like anim, or let's call it a non capitalized letter animator. And make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code and move over to Unity. And what you have to do, we're gonna able to see underneath our anime script an animator just gonna appear, and by default that just gonna be empty. So what we have to do, we need to select this animator, we need to drag right there. So we're gonna have the reference or the link, you can say, then we can switch up or set these parameters through our code. So we can see animator and it says none animator, basically empty. So let's select this animator and drag it right over there. Now we can see we have anime one animator component, basically this animator. Now we have the reference. Now we can go over to this animator and then can set this parameter. So let's go to script, and over here we can see we just chasing our player game object right over here. So we're gonna do it over here. So we'll go to animator, basically we're chasing our player game object. So in that moment what we have to do, sorry, not gonna do it over here, instead we're gonna do over here. We can see we just printing out message says attack. So instead of playing attack or just printing out message, we really want to attack our player game object. So that's why we're gonna go to animator, then we will use this set bool function and make this first bracket. Why set bool? Because if we move to unity then animator and select this attack parameter, we can see this attack parameter is a bool parameter. So that's why we have to use this set bool function. So basically we just moving over to animator, then set bool, and this function right over here as a first argument it's gonna take the parameter name and it's gonna take in quotation. So make sure you just pass this one, which in our case this attack. So let's pass in quotation attack. And the second thing or the value, it's gonna take the value. So we want to set this one to true, and we do know true basically means check, and once we checked or set that to true, it's gonna play the attack animation clip right away. So that's why I'm gonna set it to true and close that up with semicolon and control S to save your code. And now let's go to unity. So once we are too much close to this enemy game object, we just setting this attack parameter to true, basically check, and we do know once we set this to true, basically check, it's gonna play the attack animation clip right away. So let's have a look. Let's click on this play button in the top, and now if we get close to our enemy game object, and once it's get close, we can see indeed enemy just playing attack animation clip over again and again. But once we are out of attack animation sorry attack range of this enemy is still playing this attack animation clip over again and again. Basically we need to set this attack parameter one more time to false. We need to set back to false, basically unchecked, and if we set this to uncheck, we can see enemy is now playing the work animation clip over again and again. So let's set get out of play mode and let's go to script. So over here we can see we just chasing our player game object. So once we are chasing, we need to set this attack parameter to false, and we do know once we set this to false, it's gonna play the work animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna go over here, we will go to animator, let's set use this function set bool, and as a first argument it's gonna take the parameter name, so which in our case this attack, and the second thing it's gonna take the value. So let's set it to false and close that up with semicolon. So we're setting that attack parameter to false, and we do know once we set that to false, it's gonna move over to this work animation clip, or it's gonna play the work animation clip right away. Basically once we chasing our this player game object, we need to play the work animation clip of this enemy game object. So that's why, and control S to save your code. Let's go to head back to unity, and we need to play the game if it's working pretty fine or not. Let's have a look on it. Just wait for to compile, and now if we click on this play button in the top, let's have a look on this, and let's get close to our enemy game object. It gets close, and once it gets too much, it's playing attack, and once we are out, we can see enemy is now playing you can say the work animation clip. But once we get close, we can see enemy is now playing attack, but once we are not in, it's going back over to you can say work animation clip and we can see it right over here. It's just playing, but once we get too much close, it's gonna play the attack, and it's playing the attack animation clip. And once we are out, we can see it's just playing the work. I hope you get the idea. And we also need to trigger this damage parameter, and we do know once we trigger, it's playing the damage animation clip right away. But when we shoot, once we taking damage from this player game object, at that moment we need to play this or need to trigger this damage parameter. And once we trigger this, it's gonna play the damage animation clip, and it will go back to work or attack depending upon where is the player is. And if the player is too much close, then it should play this attack instead of this work animation clip of this enemy game object. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea that how you can just trigger this parameter through your code. Let's code the attack. To do so, I'm gonna select the player game object. Let's select that, or you can just go with this enemy as well. We can select this enemy game object, and we can just create the attack script right over on this enemy game object. To do so, we're gonna select the enemy game object first in hierarchy, select that, and go over to inspector and open up the enemy script. Or what else you can do, you can just create another script for this enemy attack. If you want, you can just do that, you can go ahead. But I will do it inside this enemy script. So I'm gonna open up the enemy script by double clicking on it. And to create the attack, we're gonna create a function for it somewhere around here. But it's totally up to you where you want to create that. You can create anywhere you want. So I'm gonna create over here. Let's create that, and make sure what we want to do. So if we go to Unity and select this enemy game object and then animation tab, and select this enemy attack right over here, and hit this play button. So something right over, I guess this. So over here we're gonna attack. So what we want to do, we're gonna create a point somewhere around here, and from that point we will create a circle. And if that circle collide with this player game object, then this player game object should take damage. So we're gonna call this function somewhere around here through animation event. So we're gonna call through or somewhere basically over here. So that's why we need to make that function public. So let's go to script and let's make that one public. And for function we have to type void, and we can call this function something like enemy attack, or I'm gonna call it simply attack, and make first bracket and some curly brackets for function. And to create a circle around somewhere around here, we're gonna create a point. So let's create a point in this enemy game object. So right click on this enemy game object, then create an empty child game object, and you can just name it. I'm gonna call this attack point. And you can also select an icon for that. So I'm gonna go over to inspector, let's click on this box, and I'm gonna choose something this one, and let's select this move tool right over here, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. So from this point we're gonna create a circle, and if that circle collide with this enemy game object, then the player game object, then this player game object should take damage. So make sure you just go to enemy parent, basically the parent game object, then go over to overrides and click on apply all. So the changes we made into this enemy game object just gonna be saved into enemy prefab as well. And now let's move over to script, and to create a circle we need to use this physics 2d dot overlap circle. And this function overlap circle, make sure you just using as I did over here, make sure your user you just using the same one. And this function right over here, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point or the attack point from where you want to create the circle. And the second thing, it's just gonna take the radius of that circle. And the third argument, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object you want to target. So if we move to Unity, we want to target this player game object. So we need to assign this player game object as a player layer. So before we do that, so I'm gonna make this for now comment by double slash, and we do know comment just don't interrupt our code. And let's go to top of our class because we know need those variable. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and we will firstly we need that point, basically attack point. So let's create a public transform, means position, and we can call this one attack point or attack position. And the second thing, we need the radius, so let's make also a variable for that, public float. Make sure you just making that public so we can adjust through inspector, and we can call this one attack radius. And by default you can give any value you like, or you can just close that up with semicolon, and later you can adjust in inspector. But I'm gonna give a default value something like 2f. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So let's create a public layer mask, and we can call this one something like attack layer or target layer. I'm gonna call this one attack layer, and close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code, and move to Unity because we need to assign this variable. So let's go to Unity, and Unity just gonna take a few moments for compiling our script, and once it's done we need to assign those variable one by one. Firstly, we need to assign this player game object as a player layer. To do so, we need to select the player game object in hierarchy, and after selecting that we need to move over to inspector, and in the top right we're gonna see, so we can see attack point and it says none in play enemy strip, and it says none, basically empty. So we're gonna select this attack point, basically attack position you can say, and we're gonna drag it right there. Now we have the attack point, or you can say attack position. And attack layer, it says nothing, so we're gonna choose player, and we cannot able to see any player layer. So to see that, we need to select this player game object first, and then move over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, and it says default, so just click on that and click on add layer. So let's make a layer for this player game object, and let's call this one something like player, and then go over to that game object one more time. In case our player game object, go over to inspector, and layer, it says default. Now we're gonna assign with player. Now we assign it this player game object as a player layer, and make sure you just also go to overrides and apply all. And now let's go to enemy game object, then inspector, then enemy script, and attack layer. I'm gonna choose this player. So the circle now just gonna check this player game object only, and it's not gonna check this crown or all of these things. It's just gonna check for this player game object or that circle you can say. And let's go to script now. Let's go to down, and let's remove these two slashes from here. So as a first argument, we're gonna pass our attack point. So let's go to attack point, and we have to access the position, so we're gonna type dot position. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so let's pass attack radius. And the third argument, it's just gonna take the layer mask, so let's pass attack layer. And we do know as an attack layer we have chosen that player game object, and make sure close that up with semicolon. So this function right over here, it's gonna create the you can say circle from this attack point. If I select this enemy game object, so the circle will be drawn from this point, and the circle just gonna check only for that this player game object. And let's go to script, and this just gonna be just gonna be a true or false statement. If the circle is really colliding with that player game object, in that moment this just gonna give us a true value, else it's gonna give us a false value. If the circle is really colliding with this player game object, then that function, basically this function right over here, it's gonna give a true value, else it's gonna give a false value. So let's store whatever we get into a variable. So this is a collision, it's gonna work as a collider or collision, so that's why we need to store into a collider 2D. So let's create a collider. I'm gonna create a collider 2D, and we can call this something like hit, or we can call this file call info or collision info you can say, and let's set equal to this. So this collision info can be true or false depending upon the circle is really colliding with that player game object or not. If it's, then this gonna be true, so that's why this call info just gonna be true right away, else it's gonna be false. And after that we're gonna check if, and we can extract info by this call info. So we're gonna check if call info collision info, you can say if it's equal to true, or you can just leave like this, it also means true, and make some curly brackets, means the circle is really colliding with this player game object. So in that moment, what player or what this player game object need to do, it should take damage. For now, let's print out a message something like whatever we collided with. So we can just type debug.log for printing out message, and we can extract info by going over to this call info parameter. We can extract info like the name of the game object the circle collided with. So in our case, the player should be pop up. So we can just go over to, so we're gonna go over to call info, then dot, we will access the whole game object, and then dot, we're gonna access the name, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message. So just do this plus symbol, and in quotation you can add any message you want to add top of it. So I'm gonna say something like takes damage, and close that up with semicolon. Let me explain one more time what I'm doing over here. Firstly, we creating a circle around this attack point with this much of attack radius, and only checking for that player game object. So this function just gonna be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this player game object or not. If it's, then this right over here, it's gonna give us a true value, else it's gonna give us a false value. So we storing that basically the result into this call info container, you can say. We just storing it that, and we checking after it if call info is true, basically means the circle is really colliding with this player game object. So what we doing, we just printing out the name of the game object we collided with, and top of it we just adding a custom message takes damage. So in our case, we're gonna go so we definitely gonna collide with this player game object. So we just going over to this player game object and accessing the name. So the name, we can see player, and top of it what message we adding, we just adding takes damage. So this just gonna be right over here, player takes damage. So the message just should pop up in the console right away. Control S to save your code once you done, and make sure you just go to Unity, and we need to call that function through animation event. Basically we need to call that function through animation clip, you can say. So I'm gonna explain that. Now if we select our enemy game object, what we have to do, we need to call that function. So we made the function in this script, and we never calling it anywhere here, you can see. So this just not gonna be execute, and to execute we have to call this function. And in order to call, we're gonna select this enemy game object first, and then move over to animation tab, and let's select this enemy attack animation clip. And somewhere around so if we go over to animation this player, we can see this over here gonna be a perfect time to call that function. To call that function in in the left side, you can see add event, basically over here in animation tab. So just click on that, select that, and go over to inspector in the top right, and it says no function selected. So just click on that. So we will move over to enemy class, then methods basically means function, and over there we created the attack function, as you can see. So let's choose it. Basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this enemy class, and then they're calling this function, and this function just doing the rest thing, basically this thing. And now what but the problem is that we're not able to see the circle, or we're not able to see and to see or to draw the circle, we need to use another function, and we do know we need to move over to script, and for that we have to use this on draw gizmo selected. I have the function already over here. If it's not, include that, basically this, you can just ignore these things right over here. And so to draw the circle, we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere, and this function we need to use to draw gizmos dot draw where sphere. And this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where you want to draw. So we're gonna draw the circle from our attack point dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So let's pass our attack radius, and make sure close that up with semicolon. and it's gonna give us an error if we don't assign this attack point position. Basically, if we move to Unity and select this enemy game object, and if you haven't dragged this attack point to this attack point field right over here, so this gonna be empty, basically none. But this function over here is still try to find that attack position or attack point, and it's gonna draw with this attack radius. But we do know if you haven't, then this function will still try to find. But we probably know that if you haven't assigned, basically that is empty. So that's why this function just gonna give us an error, because it's not gonna able to find that attack point. So before we draw the circle, we need to check if we have assigned it, basically if we drag it this attack point to this attack point or not. So before we just draw, we're gonna check if attack point if it's equals to null, or you can just type not equal to null, not equal to null, and make some curly brackets. So you can type this exclamation marks, then we're gonna do this thing. So let's cut control X for cut and control V for paste. So what we're doing, we're just checking if attack point is not equal to null, basically means this one right over here is not empty, basically it's not none, not mean empty, not empty, basically we drag it over here. So this as you can see, this is not empty. So that's why whatever we gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute. And what we're doing, we just drawing the circle around this attack point position with attack radius. And we can also choose the color if we do know, and to change the color of that circle we can, or to draw with a certain color you can say. So we have to use this gizmos dot color, and we will set the color what we want. So equal to, I'm going to set color dot we can check for red, so I'm going to choose red, and close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. And let's move over to Unity by now. So we should able to see the circle will be drawn from this attack point with this much of attack radius, but we can adjust it over here. That's why we made that attack radius field public, so we can adjust through inspector, and we indeed able to see this attack point. I'm gonna move this attack point somewhere around here to match up the correct radius. To do so, I'm going to select this attack point, and let's drag it, move it over somewhere around here. And let's select this enemy game object one more time and move over to animation tab, then enemy attack animation clip, and we need to check. So and this is pretty fine, as you can see, and it's pretty fine. So make sure you just select the parent game object, then go over to inspector overrides and apply all. So the change is gonna be saved into this enemy game object prefab as well. And let's select the console in the bottom now, because we need to check, and let's click on this play button in the top. So once this enemy game object attack on player game object, we should able to see that message player, and that takes damage just gonna pop up right away. So to check, I'm gonna clear the console. Let's get closer to our enemy game object by now, and we indeed can see that message just getting pop up, player takes damage, and we can see the number as well in the right section, how many times it already called. So it's already called over 40 times, and it's calling over again and again. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, this player game object, you can say it should take damage. So before we damage our player game object, we need to give some health to our player game object. So before we destroy or just attack on our player game object. So I hope you get the idea, and we're gonna do the same thing with our player game object. So before we do, we need to assign this enemy game object as a enemy layer. Basically we're gonna do the same thing as we have done with our, you can say this player game object, sorry, enemy game object, and we're gonna do the same thing. So let's select this player game object, and let's open up the script by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna make the function somewhere around here. Let's make a public void, something like we can call attack, player attack, or let's call it instead player attack to make it more saturated, and make some curly first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do, we're gonna use the same. So let's gather some information first. So first thing, we need a point, so let's make a public transform, means you can say position, and we can call this one attack point. Let's create public float. We can call this one attack radius for our radius, and by default I'm gonna give something around 1.5f and close that up with semicolon. And the third argument, we need the layer mask, so let's create a layer mask, and we can call this one target layer or attack layer and close that up with semicolon. And now let's go to bottom, and over here we're gonna use the same function, which is physics 2d dot overlap circle. And first we're gonna pass attack point dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so let's pass attack radius. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, so let's pass target layer and close that up with semicolon. And so that the we just creating this circle around our attack point position, you can say attack point position. So if we move over to Unity, so what we have to do, we need to create a point. If to focus on that, let's right click on this player game object. Let's create an empty game object, and we can call this game object something like attack attack point attack point. And now if we're gonna create we just created, basically select the player game object, right click, then create an empty child game object, animate something like attack point. And we're gonna move this point somewhere, sorry, let's select this attack point, and we're gonna choose an icon for that, and let's move it. So before we do that, make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your script and move over to Unity. Basically we just achieving the same thing as we have done in enemy script, so just do the same thing and try to understand the logic of it, behind the logic, sorry, the logic behind of it. So we're gonna select this player now, and target layer, it says nothing, and attack point, it says none. So let's select this attack point and drag it right there in attack point slot. And target layer, it says nothing, so let's select this enemy game object and if to focus on that, and let's assign this enemy game object as a enemy layer. To do so, we're gonna go over to inspector, then layer, let's click on add layer, let's call this one enemy, let's select this enemy one, and let's assign it this to enemy. No, this game object only. Basically we don't want to change this child game object of this enemy to change with we're just gonna leave with default. We don't want this attack point or this detect point of this enemy game object as well as attack point of this enemy game object to change with layer enemy layer. We just only want this enemy to change the layer, and we have done. So let's go to overrides and apply all, and now we're gonna select this player game object, and let's go over to player script, and the target layer we're gonna choose now enemy. So the circle just gonna check for this enemy game object only. And now let's move over to script one more time, our player, and let's store the result into a collider 2d, and we can call this something like hit info, and let's set equal to this. So this hit info can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with that enemy game object or not. If it's, then this just gonna be true or true, then that's why this hit info just gonna be true right away, or else it's gonna be false. So we're gonna check if hit info is true, basically means the circle is really colliding with that enemy game object. So in that situation, what we have to do, we need to, or the enemy game object just should take damage right away. For now, let's print out a message something like debug. So we're gonna type debug.log, and we can extract anything by going over to this hit info parameter. We can extract info like the name of the game object with the circle collided with, or any message we want to extract. So we're gonna go over to hit info, then game object, basically whatever the circle collided with, then gonna access the name, and top of that we're gonna say something like takes damage, takes uh, damage, sorry, takes damage, close that up with semicolon, Control S to save your code. And we do know that we're not gonna able to see the circle, and to see the circle we need to use the same function. So make do the same what I'm doing over here. So we're gonna use this on draw gizmo selected function, and this function right over here gonna draw the circle. And to draw the circle we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere, and this function as a first argument gonna take the position from where we want to draw. So let's draw from this attack point dot position, and the second thing it's gonna take the radius, so let's pass attack radius and close that up with semicolon. And we need to check if we assign it this attack position or not. If we haven't, then we need to stop doing this thing. So we're gonna type if attack point if is equals to null. So if that is the case, make some curly brackets. So if attack point is equals to null, basically means we haven't dragged the attack point to attack point field in the inspector, so that's gonna be empty. So in that moment what we have to do, attack point is empty, so we need to stop drawing or stop running this line of code. So we're gonna type return, and we do know after return whatever line of code you write, it's not gonna be execute. And we can choose the color as well for that circle. So to change the color, we're gonna do gizmos dot color dot color we will set equal to color dots. I'm gonna set to yellow, something like that, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And we also need to call this player attack function through animation event of our player game object. So let's go to Unity, and we need to select our player game object, and we have to call that player attack function through animation event. Basically we need to call through animation player attack animation. So if we select this player game object now and select this animation tab, we're going to select the attack 1 as well as attack 2 and attack 3 animation clip. And if to focus on that enemy, and we can see the circle, I'm going to move this player a little bit down, and make sure you just go to overrides and click on apply, so the changes we made just gonna be saved. So we can see the circle around, and we can adjust it over here as well. And let's select the first animation player attack animation clip, something over here, so this gonna be perfect time to call the function. So over to call it somewhere around here, the function we need to click on this add event in animation tab. So just click right over here and go over to inspector, and it says no function selected, so just click on that. And let's go to player script or player class, then methods main function, and we created the player attack function as you can see right over here. So let's choose, and we're gonna choose this function of every animation clip. So we're gonna select the second animation clip of player attack as well. So we're gonna move it somewhere around here, so this is gonna be a perfect time. So let's click on this add event, and we can call the function right over here. So let's go to inspector, let's choose the function which is our player attack, and now let's choose the third animation clip of our player, and I guess this perfect time to call. So let's click on add event, and let's go to player script functions and player attack. Now we have chosen all of them, and I'm gonna select this console, let's clear it. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, we should able to see that message just gonna pop up right away in the console, says enemy takes damage once this player game object attack on our player enemy game object. So let's get closer to our enemy game object. So I'm gonna we can see enemy 1 takes damage. Basically we just printing out the name of the game object first, which is enemy 1, and top of that we added a message says take damage. We can attack multiple time, we can see, and that is perfect. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just make or you can call a function through animation event. Before we destroy our enemy game object, let's give some help to our enemy game object. So select the enemy game object in hierarchy and open up the enemy script, or what else you can do, you can just create another script like enemy health and then attach to this enemy game object. But I'm gonna do inside this enemy script, so let's open that up quickly by double clicking on it. And let's go to top of our class right over here, let's keep some health. So we're gonna make a public and that will be int, basically whole numbers like 1 2 3 4 5 6. So that int, and we're gonna call this one something max health. And by default let's give something like a 3 unit of health and close that up with semicolon. And let's scroll down. Let's make a take damage function. We're gonna make it somewhere around here, but it's totally up to you where you want to make. It doesn't matter, you can just create this function up right over here as well. I'm gonna remove this start function, I don't need, and this comment. And now over here let's make, so we're gonna make that function public. Why? Because we want to call this function through our player script. Something over here, as you can see, we just over here we checking the circle is really colliding with this enemy or not. If it's, then what we printing out, we just printing out something like enemy takes damage. So instead of printing out basically message, we want to call that take damage function. And take damage function just gonna do the raise thing. So let's go to anime script one more time, and let's public, and we can call for function we have to type void, and let's call this function something like take, sorry, we can call this one instead enemy take damage. Sorry, you can call whatever you want to, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And you need to give so sorry, this function right over here gonna take an argument, and that will be int damage, we can call damage. And later on we can replace this int damage. Int basically the type of the variable, which can be whole numbers like 1 2 3 4 5 6. And damage, as a damage we can pass any number we like, something like 1. We can just assume that basically we can pass any number we like as a damage parameter. So what we want to do inside this enemy take damage function, we just want to go over to max health of our enemy, and from that we're gonna subtract this damage. Let's close that up with some my colon. So let's suppose we call this function for the first time. So as a max health, by default we have given we can see 3 units. So this right over here max health just gonna be 3. But if we call this function for the first time as a damage parameter, let's suppose we pass 1. So this just gonna be 1. So max health is 3, so 3 minus 1 gonna be 2. So that the max health just gonna be shrink down to 2. And let's call second time. So second time if we call, so max health is now 2, and we assume this one is 1. So 2 minus 1 just gonna be 1. And now if we call last time or third time, so max health is now already 1, and 1 minus 1 just gonna be 0. So however our max health just gonna hit 0. So let's suppose max health is already 0, and if we try to call this function, so max health is 0, so 0 minus 1 will be minus 1. So the max health just gonna go to a negative value. So before it goes to negative value, we need to check if the max health is already 0, then we need to stop calling this function, or we just have to stop doing this, or else our max health just gonna go to a negative value. So before we do this thing, we're gonna check if max health is lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, let's make some curly brackets. So what we want to do in that moment, we need to stop doing this thing. So we checking if max health is already lesser than or equal to 0, then we're gonna type return. Basically after, sorry, we're gonna type return, and we do know after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So once the our max health reaches 0 or becomes 0, then we stop doing these things. Basically we type return, and we do know after return whatever line of code we write, it's not gonna be executed. So this one right over here subtracting from our max health just gonna stops right there once it reaches our max health 0. And once it reaches 0, we're gonna make a type function as well. So somewhere around here let's make, and we're gonna make a for function we have to type void. If you don't assign in front of this something like private or something like public, by default this void function just gonna be private. So if we just remove this, So by default this function just gonna be marked as private, and we have to name the function. We're gonna call die and make first bracket and some curly brackets. Why we made this function private? Because we don't want to call this function from another class, or you can say another script. So that's why. So what we want to do in this function, in this function, which let's for now print out a message in the console. So we're going to type debug.log, and let's say in quotation something this dot name. So we're gonna do this dot name, or we can just do this dot game object dot name, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message something like diet, and close that up with semicolon. So this dot game object dot name right over here basically referencing, if we select this enemy one game object, this dot name is basically referencing itself, this dot game object basically referencing itself, and the name we can see enemy one. So this right over here gonna be enemy one, and top of that we added a custom message says diet, so enemy one diet. So we should able to see, once we call this die function, enemy one diet message just gonna pop up right away in the console. But we also need to call this call this die function, but when we should, when the our enemy game object loses all of his health. So we're gonna go to update function. We can do it right over here, but it's not gonna be a perfect time to call. Instead we will go to update function, and we do know this update function runs every single time. So we're gonna check right over here. So let's check if max health is already lesser than or equal to 0. In that moment basically our enemy doesn't have any health. So we're gonna make some curly brackets. So over here let's call that die function. So let's call it right over here die, and make first bracket and close that up with some semicolon. So once the our enemy health max health reaches or becomes lesser than or equal to 0, then we calling the die function. And what die function is doing, it's just printing out in the console says enemy 1 class diet, means enemy 1 diet message. But we also need to call this function, or else we not gonna able to, we won't able to take damage. So we also need to take call this enemy take damage function. But when we should, if we move over to Unity, we want to call this function once this player game object attack on this enemy game object. At that moment we need to call. So we need to move over to our player script where we attacking on this enemy game object. We're gonna call it right there. So firstly we what we have to do, we need to save our script by hitting Control S to save our script. And now let's go to Unity, and it's gonna take few moments for compiling our script, and we're gonna open up our player script. You can just do it right over here. Instead you can just go over to player script, but for beginners I think it not be a good way to do. So that's why I'm just saving and then moving over to Unity, and we will select our player game object, and then we have to open up the player script. So we're gonna select our player game object. Let's go to inspector and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. So we attacking right over here. As you can see, hit info game object dot name, basically over here gonna be enemy 1, and top of that we added a message takes damage, basically enemy 1 takes damage. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to call that take damage function from enemy class. And what take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting from our max health by this damage amount. As a damage amount we can pass any number we like. So if we pass 3 right over here as a damage, just one hit, if we just attack just one on this enemy game object, it's just gonna lose all of his health, because a max health, as a max health we pass, sorry, max health we pass 3, and if we just pass 3, so 3 minus 3 just gonna be 0 right away. So that's why as a damage parameter I'm gonna pass a lesser number, something like 1. So let's move over to player script and let's remove this message. Instead what we want to do, we want to call basically we want to call that function. So before we call it, we're gonna check if hit info, if hit info dot we can say transform sorry, hit info, we can directly use this get component, and the component we're looking for is enemy script, and we're gonna check if it's not equal to null, and null, and make some curly brackets. So in that moment we're gonna do, so what we're doing, we do know if the circle, if we move to Unity, if this circle of this player game object collide with this enemy game object, and we're checking if so if it's colliding, then it's, if it hit info over here means true, means the circle is really, this circle right over here is really colliding with this enemy game object. And then what we're doing, we're checking whatever we hit with, we just getting the component, and if it's not equal to null, so we going over to hit info, then getting the component, basically whatever this circle collided with, though, so this circle definitely gonna collide with this enemy game object. So we going to this enemy game object, this one, and we checking if this enemy game object has a script enemy, and we do know in this enemy game object we can see a enemy script is attached, and we checking if that enemy, so we just getting the enemy script, and we checking if that enemy script is not equal to null, basically means that this enemy script is not equal to null, means this enemy script or is attached to this game object, and we can see indeed this enemy script is attached, so that's why this is not equal to null. So in that moment we're gonna take the damage. So we're checking if the enemy script over here, you can assume that we're checking if the enemy script is attached or not, if and we're checking if the enemy script is not equal to null, means not detached, or we don't have the enemy script sitting on this enemy game object, but we do know that enemy script is sitting on this enemy game object. So that's why over here we said enemy is not equal to null, means enemy script is attached to our enemy game object. So in that moment what are we gonna do, we're gonna go to hit info one more time and dot get component, and the component we're looking for is enemy, and make this first bracket, and then we're gonna go and we're gonna call this enemy take damage function, and as a damage parameter you can pass any number you like. So if you pass right over here is 3, so our enemy game object just gonna lose in one attack of our player game object all of his health. So basically if this player game object just attack this player game object attack on this enemy game object one time, so it's gonna our enemy game object just gonna lose all of his health right away, but we don't want to do that, so that's why I'm gonna pass 1. So every single time, every attack, you can say our enemy game object just gonna lose his health 1 unit, and make sure close that up with semicolon, and let me explain one more time. So we just going over to hit info, basically whatever we collided with, and we just taking the enemy script, basically if the circle if we select this player game object, if this circle of this player game object collide with this enemy game object, then we just going over to this enemy game object and we taking this enemy script, and which basically you can say we just going over to this enemy script, and by going over to this enemy script or enemy class, then we calling this enemy take damage function. And what enemy take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna move over to our player script and make sure control S to save your code. And we do know one what enemy take damage function is doing. It's basically subtracting from our this enemy game object max health. It's just subtracting health from this enemy game object by 1 unit, but it's totally up to you how much you want. So giving parameters or taking arguments, it's pretty much useful. Basically we pass if we select this enemy script or enemy class, and we can see we just pass an argument, and passing argument we can change literally to any number we like. So you can just keep parameters in brackets into some certain function, so it's gonna be much better. So I'm gonna move over to Unity, and now if we select this enemy one game object, we can see in enemy script max health by default we given 3, but we can adjust it over here. So that's why we made this max health parameter, you can see say public, and we can give it any number we like, but I'm gonna leave with 3. And now if we click on this play button in the top and try to attack on this enemy game object something like 3 times, this enemy game object will lose all of his health, because we by default we have given 3 unit. So let's get close to this enemy game object first. So I'm gonna get close to this enemy. Let's attack one. So we can see max health goes down to 2, and if I just clear attack for second time, we can see enemy max health goes to 1, and the third time or last time we can see enemy lose all of his health, max health is 0, and in the console we can see a message printing out says enemy 1 died. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and now let's double click on this message to open it up in Visual Studio. So once the max health of this enemy game object reaches 0, then what we're doing, we calling this die function, and what die function is doing, it's just printing out the message enemy 1 plus die. So enemy 1 died, a message just getting pop up in the console. So I hope you get the idea of this. So instead of printing out message, we need to destroy our enemy game object right away. So you can just use this destroy function to destroy enemy game object right away, something like destroy destroy function, and this function destroy, it's gonna take the game object you want to destroy. So we want to destroy itself, so we're gonna pass this dot game object. This dot game object basically means it's referencing itself. So if the script is sitting on this enemy one game object, so this dot game object basically referencing itself. So basically this whole thing, and a comma, you can specify the time as well, but I'm not gonna do that. So this dot game object, and let's close that up with some colon and control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So after taking 3 times damage from our player game object, this enemy just gonna destroy itself right away, and we will able to see that. So I'm gonna hit this play button in the top right now, and let's have a look on it. Just wait, and once it's done, we're gonna able to see that. So I'm gonna clear the console a little bit, and 1 2 and 3, we can see enemy game object get destroyed right away once we just attack on that enemy game object 3 times. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do, and we're gonna do the same thing with this player game object as well. Basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna give this to this player game object some health, and then once this enemy player game object loses all of his health, then we're gonna destroy our player game object right away. Basically we're gonna approach the same thing. So what we can do, we can select this player game object, and let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. So let's go to top of our class, and let's give some health to our player. So we're gonna call public int, and we can call this max health, and by default I'm gonna give to this player game object a little bit higher number, something like 10, and let's make a take damage function somewhere around here. Let's make, so I'm gonna call, make sure you just making this function public, because we want to call this function from another class or another script. And for function we have to type void, and we can call this one player take damage, sorry, player take damage, and let's give an argument int, let's call it damage, and close that up with some sorry, make some curly brackets. So we're gonna go to max health. Basically we're doing the same thing in our you can say this player script. And before we take damage, we need to check if our health is already 0 or not. So if max health is lesser than or 0, lesser than or equal to 0, so make some curly brackets. So in that moment we need to stop subtracting, so we're gonna type return, and let's make a die function as well. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. So let's make void die, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do for now, let's print out a message. So we're gonna type debug.log. So we will say this dot transform dot name. Basically we just printing out itself the name of the game object, so it's gonna be player right away. And top of that, so plus in quotation we're gonna say something like diet, and close that up with semicolon. And we also need to call this die function, and die function will print out the name. So this dot transform dot name basically player referencing itself. So we just printing out the name, which is player. So player, and top of that we adding message, which is died. So player died, and let's call this function somewhere in update function, somewhere about here. So let's call it. So if max health is lesser than or equal to 0, make some curly brackets. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna call the die function, and die function just gonna do the raise thing, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move over to enemy script. So over here we can see, once the player is taking damage, or the enemy circle is really colliding with the player game object, we just printing out the message says enemy player takes damage. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna call the player take damage function. And we do know, if we move to player script, what player take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting from our max health by this damage amount. So let's call that function right over here. So before we call, we need to check if the player script is really sitting on our player game object or not. If it's, then we need to call, else we shouldn't. So we're gonna check if, so we will go to call info, basically whatever we collided with, then we're gonna get the component, and the component we're looking for is player. And if the player script not equal to not null, basically means the player script is really sitting on our player game object. And we do know the player script is really sitting on our player game object. So we're gonna go to call info one more time, basically whatever we the circle collided with, or the enemy circle collided with. So we're gonna get the component, basically we just moving over to this player script and make this first bracket, and then dot, we're gonna call the player take damage function. So let's call it, and as a brackets we're gonna pass, you can pass 10 right over here, because by default we have given 10. So once the enemy attack one time, our player game object just gonna lose his health right away, and it's gonna destroy itself. But I'm gonna pass 1, so it's gonna subtract by 1 unit every single time once the enemy game object attack on our player game object. So every single time it's gonna lose 1 health, and close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. Once the enemy attack, firstly checking if the circle is really colliding or not. If it's, then what we're doing, firstly checking whatever we collided with, basically player, we checking if the player script is really sitting on our player game object or not. If it's, as you can see, if call info dot get component player script, if it's not equal to null, means the player script is sitting on our player game object. So then what we're doing, we're going to the player, we going over to this player script, and then we calling this player take damage function. And what player take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting from our max health of player game object by this damage amount, sorry, this damage amount. And as a damage parameter we pass 1. So everything a single time, if the enemy game object attack on our player game object, then our player game object just gonna lose 1 unit of health by every attack. So make sure you just press down Control S on to save your script on both of these script by hitting down Control S to save. And now move over to Unity, and our script just gonna be saved right away. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we are ready to go. So I'm gonna select the player game object first, and by default we have given max health, we can see 10. So I'm gonna clear the console. Let's click on this play button in the top. So every attack of this enemy game object, our player game object just gonna lose 1 unit health, and by default we have given 10. So I'm gonna clear the console, and let's get closer to our enemy game object. So 8 9 7 5 4 3 2 1. And once the max health of our player game object reaches 0, we can see in the console player died message just getting pop up. So if I just click on the message, double click on that message, what are we doing, we calling this die function. And what die function is doing, it just destroying our you can say our basically it's just printing out the name. So player died message in the console. So instead of, I'm gonna get out of play mode, instead of printing out message, what we want this player game object to destroy right way. So we're gonna go to script and we can type this destroy function. Basically we're gonna use this destroy function, and we do know this destroy function right over here gonna take the game object you want to destroy. So we want to destroy itself, so that's why we're gonna pass this dot game object. Basically this dot game object right over here, it's referencing our player game object referencing itself. So close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. Let's move to Unity now. So after taking 10 hit from this enemy game object, our player game object just gonna destroy itself right away. And we can specify the time as a second argument, but we're not gonna do it right over here. So let's click on this play button in the top, and let's take damage from this enemy game object 10 times, and let's see, and after that let's see what's really happening. So I'm gonna get closer to our enemy game object. We can see our health just going down, and once it reaches 0, we can see that our player game object get destroyed. But the problem is that we over here we getting an error. So I'm gonna get closer, sorry, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and this enemy game object just playing the attack animation clip over again and again. So over here in the console says the object of type transform has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access it. So if I just double click on this error, we're gonna go redirect to our script, and we can see over here that we still trying to finding our player position. So over here we just finding, and we do know once we destroy this player game object right over here, it's gonna destroy itself, and it's gonna not gonna have in the hierarchy or in the game or in the scene view. So we just totally destroying. But over here we can see we just finding the player position, and we just trying to comparing between our enemy and player. But we do know that once the player game object is totally destroyed, this player dot position right over here gonna be empty, it's gonna be none. So we, but this function right over here we just still trying to finding. So before we do all of these things like finding this player position, what are we gonna do? We only want to do this thing once the player is alive or not. So we're gonna check before we find the position or get the position of our player. We need to check if the player is really in the game or not, or if it's destroyed, then we need to stop doing this thing. So we're gonna do something like if player if it's equals to null, or we can say something like if it's not equal to null, or we can say, let's say if player equals to null, and make some curly brackets. Basically means if player is equals to none, means player position is empty. So if the script is sitting on our enemy script, so if we select this enemy game object, go over to inspector, then enemy script, so this player just gonna be over here gonna be none, and we checking if player is equals to null, means empty. So what we have to do, we don't have any player transform, or you can say any player position. So we need to stop doing these things, something like finding the player position, we need to stop doing this thing. So that's why we're gonna type return, and we do know, sorry, not retrieve distance but return, and close that up with semicolon, and we're typing return, basically we're typing return. So after return, we do know whatever line of code we're gonna write, it will not be executed. So this right over here just gonna stop right away once the player position is null. Basically player transform in null means player is not anymore in the scene view or in the hierarchy. So this will be stops right there, and control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. We're gonna get some error still. The error just gonna be something like we will still play that attack animation clip of enemy over again and again. So before we do that, let's have a look. So I'm gonna clear the console, and let's click on this play button in the top, and try to get damage something like 10 times. We should able to see this player game object just gonna destroy, and the error should be gone by now. So let's have a look, let's get closer, 1 2 3, and our player game object get destroyed. But the problem is that this enemy just still playing that animation clip, you can say, which is attack over again and again. So what we have to do, I'm gonna get out of play mode. Once the this enemy right over here, once the player game object is totally destroyed, in that moment this enemy right over here should just patrol around in this ground, or it just should play the ideal animation clip, you can say. So what we're gonna do, if we select this animator tab and select this enemy one game object, we can see that right over here. So we're gonna make a ideal animation clip of this enemy game object to just stop doing that thing. So we're gonna go to project tab, then assets, and let's move over to sprites enemies. So we have this, I guess this is one is zombie one, not zombie, this is the skeleton one. So we can see we have ideal animation clip. So let's select ideal. So first three frames or first three sprite, we can see ideal. So let's select all of these three frames by holding down shift and move it over to this top of this enemy one game object, and it's gonna create the animation right away. So we're gonna go over to assets, and in assets folder we created the animation folder. So let's open up, and we also created a subfolder enemy animation. Let's open an enemy and one animation, and let's call this animation to something like enemy one. We can call this one ideal, and let's click on save. And if we now select this enemy one game object and select this animation tab, and let's click right over here and this ideal and hit this play button, we can see enemy is playing the ideal animation clip over again and again. I'm gonna make some spaces between this animation frame, so let's select like this, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and make sure you just hit this record button or red button to capture the animation. Now the animation is been captured. And if we select this enemy one game object now and select this animator tab right over here, we can see a new animation added on to into our animator tab, which is enemy one ideal. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make transition from any state, no matter what state we are in. If this if this player game object destroyed in the game or in the hierarchy or in the scene, we need to play this ideal animation clip of this enemy game object right away, no matter what state we are in. Even we attacking, walking, then we should play right away this enemy one ideal animation clip whenever this player game object get destroyed from the game. So that's why we're gonna make from any transition. So let's right click on any state and make transition to enemy one ideal, and let's select this arrow now. What we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to inspector, and let's I'm gonna uncheck. So as soon as possible we're gonna transition division. Basically we just gonna move over to this enemy one ideal, and let's scroll down, and we have to choose a condition for that. So let's go to animator, we can see parameters. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a bool, something like player dead, player dead, and we're gonna choose this condition. So let's hit this plus icon, and we're gonna choose player dead. So if player dead is true, no matter what state we are in, and then we're gonna play this enemy one ideal animation clip right away. Let me show that to you. So if I just click on this play button and try to set this player dead this parameter right over here in animator tab manually, we should able to see enemy just gonna play the ideal animation clip right away. So let's check this or set this player dead parameter to true, basically check. We can see enemy just one ideal animation is now just playing, but the problem is just playing one time. So we're gonna have a look. So just wait a little bit. So let's open up our enemy. So in enemy script we can see that we have animator component, and once we created the animation, and we also have the reference of this animator, we can see it right over here. So this by animator we're gonna set this parameter, which is player date. So let's open up our anime script. So over here we can see if player is null, means player is totally died. So over here we're gonna do, so we will go over to animator, and we will use this set bool function. Why? Because this over here player date is a bool parameter. So that's why, so as a first argument, in quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name, which is player dead, and the second thing, it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna pass true right over here. So we're setting that true, basically check, and close that up with some colon and control s to save your code. And when we are doing, once the player game object get totally destroyed from the game or in the scene view. And let's move over to Unity now. So at that moment we stopped finding our player position, as well as we just playing the player date animation clip right away. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top right now, and once this player game object get destroyed totally from the scene view or in the game or in the hierarchy, then this enemy just gonna play the ideal animation clip right away. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna get closer to this enemy game object. Let's take damage, and now we can see our player game object, it's get totally destroyed. And we can see that enemy one ideal animation is now playing, but it's not playing anymore. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I'm gonna select this transition. Has exit time, we can choose something like 1. So if I just click on this play button, not has exit fixed duration, sorry, 2 5, and we can check that. So you can just play around with these numbers, or what else you can do, from any state you can just make this from this enemy work or enemy attack instead of this any state. I'm gonna check this one. Let's have a look. Click on this play button. Of course I will give a link in the description of animation transition and how you can just play. So we're getting some error, but we can ignore it for now. Ignore it for now, you can say. So let's we just, and once our player game object get destroyed, and it's pretty fine, and it's playing over again and again. Basically you have to select this transition and go over to inspector, then just check this box and leave it like this, and it's gonna do the thing. And we can indeed see that our enemy just game object just playing our ideal animation clip of enemy over again and again. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just go to enemy one script overrides and then apply all, as well as you go to player script overrides and apply all. So the change is gonna be saved. Instead of showing the player health in inspector, if I go move over to hierarchy, select this player game object, we can see the max health right over here in the player script underneath our player script. So what we want to do, we want to show this max health in the UI, so a player just can keep track of how many health player currently have. So we need to show that up. In order to show that up, or we just want to create the UI, we need to create the canvas first, and into that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements like buttons, icon, anything like that. Just gonna go over to that canvas, and in order to create the canvas, we need to go over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and scroll down, says canvas. So just select the canvas, and I'm gonna drag this canvas top of my hierarchy so I can see that, and if to focus on that canvas. And what we have to do, we need to change some important settings in this canvas. To do so, we need to go over to inspector, scroll down, says canvas scaler. Over there you can see UI scale mode, and it says constant pixel size. So just click on that and click on scale with screen size. So the canvas just gonna scale with our screen size, basically this screen size. And in the X we're gonna put something like 1920, because this is this game just gonna be in landscape mode. So that's why we're gonna put in the X 1920, and in the Y we will put 1080. And after doing that, what we have to do, we're going to right click on this canvas, and let's go to UI, and we're going to create an image. So before we do that, we're going to create an empty child game object in this canvas to separate all of our logic. So let's right click, then create an empty child game object, and we can call this child game object something like items, and go over to inspector, and rect transform, click right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select bottom right one. And now you can see that that game child game object just stretch with just scale with our canvas. It just fitted our canvas, we can see. And now if we try to shrink down our canvas, it's gonna shrink with our canvas as well. So it's just gonna scale with our screen size. So we created the child came object to basically separate all of our logic. We're gonna have multiple things, so that's why. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna right click on this item scheme object, then go over to UI and select this image, and we're gonna call this image something like heart image or heart icon, let's call it instead. It's gonna be cool, heart icon. And we want to replace this source image to something like this source image, basically right over here in image component we can see, and it says none sprite. So we're gonna select the heart item from that folder. I have it over here, and of course I will keep a link in the description as well for this heart and all of the items that we're going to use in this project. So I'm going to select this heart, let's drag it over to this source image, and now it indeed immediately gets you can say change. And we're gonna scale this. To do so, scroll down a little bit and then click on set native size, and it's literally get smaller. So what we can do, we can just increase the width. So I'm gonna go to transform, then width, let's make it about 100 in the width, and 500 in the you can say height. But the problem is that this heart, it seems a little bit you can say blurry if you take a closer look by scrolling mouse wheel, we can see. So to get rid of that, what we have to do, we need to select the sprite in that folder, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna make this pixel per unit to something like 16. And to get rid of blurry, we need to choose this filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, scroll down and then click on this apply button, and you're gonna see that the blurry and now the blurry we can see gone by now. So that's the cool thing. And we're gonna select the heart icon underneath our item scheme object, heart icon, select that, and then go over to inspector and click right over here in rect transform and hold down alt. So select the this top left one for this heart, and I'm gonna press down F to focus on that. I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller, sorry, not that much smaller. So let's make it 100 again, 500 in the width and 500 in the height, and I'm gonna move this somewhere around here. Now if we try to scale down our screen or scale up, we can see this heart just getting resized according to the screen size, and as well as it just staying at the top left, or no matter how much we scale down our screen and how much we scale up. Because we selected the top left anchor, so that's why it just anchoring in the top left all the time. So that is the thing, so make sure you just do that. And let's right click on this item game object one more time, and we're gonna go to UI, let's scroll down, says legacy, and then choose this text. Basically this text just gonna be how many health we have currently. It's just gonna keep track of that. So we're gonna call this something like max health, max health text, a max health text. And then we're gonna scale up a little bit so we can see the text. So hold down also, it's gonna resize from center. Go over to inspector, scroll down and make this font size a little bit up. So I'm gonna make it something 100. And font style, I'm gonna choose bold, and we can see the font. I'm gonna change the color. So before we do that, I'm gonna set this anchor to both of this center, or we can just set this one alignment, this one to the left, so it's just gonna be left all the time. And let's change the color with something else. So I'm going to change the color to something like this, and it's pretty fine. And make sure you just go over to inspector one more time, basically rect transform, and click right over here, hold down all and select the top left to anchor. And I'm going to move it somewhere around here. I'm gonna scale down a little bit. Now the text just gonna be resize itself according to how much we scale down or scale up our screen size. It's just gonna resize with it, and it always just gonna be in the top left anchor. So I'm gonna change this text to something like let's set it to 0. I'm gonna move it somewhere around here to make it, basically to make it visible. Let's make the text size a little bit up. I'm gonna make, so to make the font size, I'm gonna make the font size 150, or let's make it 120, I guess. And I'm gonna choose another font for this roboto or pixel like this. It's totally up to you. Also, I'm gonna give the link in the description of this sprite, sorry, of this font, so you can use this one as well. I'm gonna make font size to 200, and let's move it somewhere around here. And but the problem is that we cannot able to see, so I'm gonna make this white or black. It doesn't matter at all, sorry. Let's give it a white, something like that. So this max health we can see 0 sits on 0. So what we can do, if we so make sure you just select the item game object by now and make this one a prefab, so you're gonna have the copy of this item game object, so you don't need to work from scratch. So we're gonna select this item game object and let's drag it over to this prefab folder, and now it's done. And what we have to do by now, if we select this max health text and then go over to inspector, then text right over here, text component, and we can change the value something like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So basically we need a reference of this text component right over here. So we can set the max health of this text. So I'm going to set back to 0. So we need a reference of this text, so that so we can set our max health to this text, or this text just gonna change according to our max health. So to do so, let's open up our player script. Let's double click on this to open that up, and let's go to top of our class, that is a text component. So that's why we need to type right over here. So before we make, so we're gonna create public, so make sure you just making this one public, so we can just drag it in through inspector, that is a text. And we're not getting any text component right over here. Why? Because we need to include a namespace called using unity engine.ui. So whenever we working with UI, we need to include that namespace. So we're gonna remove this two namespace, we don't need. Instead we're gonna include using unity engine.ui and close that up with semicolon. And now we have the text we can see. So if I just remove this, sorry, if I just remove that and include this text, we can see a text component just appear right away once we included this namespace called using unity engine.ui. So this text, and we're gonna call it something like max health text, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code and move over to Unity. So underneath our player script, a text will appear. It's will be the max health text. What we have to do, we need to drag this max health text right over there. So we're gonna have the reference or the text component reference. So just wait for to compile. Basically we just want to link this max health to our that max health text. So we're gonna have, so we can see how many health player have currently. So we can see that max health text, it says none, basically empty. We're gonna select this max health text now, basically this whole game object, and drag it right over there. Now we can see we have max health text dot text, basically text in brackets. So basically we just drag it this text right over here in over here. So we have the reference. Now let's move over to script one more time, and we will move to this update function, because update function runs every single frame. So that's why we're gonna do right there, because we need to change this text, basically this max health text according to our max health. and we just need to do it how many health we have, or just need to keep track of it. So let's go to script, and we're gonna go to max health text, max health text dot text, and we will set equal to max health, and close that up with semicolon. So this max health text right over here is a string, and this max health we can see is a integer value. Max health over here is a integer value, so we need to convert this integer value to a string, and in order to convert that we have to use this dot to string and make this first brackets. So what we're doing right over here, we just moving over to max health dot text. Basically we're just going over to this max health and accessing the text, and we're setting this text equal to our max health. Max health we have by default we set 10, so this gonna be right over here is 10. So that's why this max health dot text dot text just gonna be 10 right away. Basically this one with setting equal to max health, and this text just gonna change accordingly our max health, because we can see that we directly setting it in update function. So control S to save your code and move over to Unity, and we're gonna have a look. So when we start the game, this max health text right over here just gonna be our max health, which is 10. So in the start of the game this gonna be 10 right away. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done, and if I just click on this play button in the top, by now we're gonna able to see that this max health text right over here just gonna be 10 right away when the game start, because we set by default max health to 10, and indeed it's became 10. And now if we take damages, this 10's gonna goes to 9, then 8, and so on. So just wait, and 1 9 10 6 5 3 2 1, and we died, and the player game object died, because the max health we can see right over here is now 0. So that is the cool thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea of this, that how you can just make this one, and we're gonna make some collectible items as well. So I'm gonna go to overrides and apply all. And what we can do now, we're gonna leave that. So let's make some collectible items by now. To do so, we're gonna go over to, let's select this player game object in hierarchy, and if to focus on that. So I'm gonna go over to this project tab, then assets, sprites, and underneath our sprite folder I have a item folder. I'm gonna go over there. I have outlined, sorry, not items but items one folder. So we can see right over here we have. So I'm going to select this whole sprite sheet and move over to inspector in the top right and click on sprite editor. So basically we need to cut this individually. So we can see we have multiple sprites, so we need to cut them individually, and in order to cut them individually we're going to select sprite mode to multiple, and pixel part you need to choose something like 16 to make it this sprite a little bit large, and scroll down and to get rid of the blurry thing we're going to choose filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that scroll down and click this apply button, and we are ready to cut it individually. To do so we're gonna go to sprite editor tab. In the top left we can see slice, so just click on that. You can leave it to automatic, or what you can do, you can select grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So we're gonna put 8 columns, 8 columns, and how many rows we have, 3 6 9 12 13 12 13 14 15. So 15 rows, so we're gonna put 15 rows. And now then click on this slice and then click on this apply button, and it's gonna cut this sprite individually. So we're gonna select this game tab one more time, and now let's click on this arrow over here in this sprite sheet. So we have now, so I'm gonna select the first one. Let's select that and drag it over to the scene view, or in the hierarchy I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna call this one something like let's firstly let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna make this one a child of that game object. Why? Because we're gonna have two animation clip. Once the coin just gonna spin or just gonna up and down, and the second will be the collected one. Once the player game object collect or collide with this coin, then this coin should play a collectible or a collect animation clip. It's gonna go up and it will fade out. So basically that is the thing. So that's why to and we don't want to influence any animation, so that's why we're gonna create an parent game object, and then we're gonna make this one is a child of that game object for not influencing the animation at all. To do so, we're gonna go over to hierarchy one more time. Let's right click or hit this plus icon, and let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object to something like coin, and move over to inspector, right click on this transform and reset the transform. And I'm going to select this move tool right over here, and I'm going to move it somewhere around here, and let's select an icon for that. So I'm going to select something like this one, and let's select this coin, and I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy. So this is a coin empty game object, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this one, basically this coin sprite, and I'm gonna make it child or just place top of this coin game object. And it's now if we select this coin game object, basically this one right over here, we can see if we try to move this one, sorry, if we try to move this one, I don't know. So I'm gonna basically select the child one, basically this one, go over to transform, right click and reset the transform. And now if we select this coin one, and I'm gonna move this one down, sorry, why, local, global, sorry. And I hope you get the idea. Basically select the child, and we can call this one something like coin sprite. Let's call this one uh, coin sprite, or coin image we can call. And make sure you just go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and it's gonna reset. And now I'm gonna select the parent one, let's drag it somewhere around here, and let's make the animation. So first animation will be the spinning one, so that's why we're gonna select all of this, basically click on this arrow and select all of the spinning of this coin sprite, select all of them by holding down shift, and just move it over to this child one, the coin sprite, not the parent one. Make sure you just drag it top of this coin sprite, so it's gonna make the animation right away, and it taking us to a folder. So we're gonna go over to assets, and in assets folder we created a animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking, and let's create a subfolder for this coin animation. So let's right click, then new folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like items animation, items any animation. And let's open that up subfolder as well by double clicking on it, and this just gonna be a coin spinning, so we're gonna call this one coin underscore spinning, coin underscore spinning, and click on save. And now if we select this coin sprite game object and then go over to animation tab and hit this play button, we can see indeed the coin is just spinning over again and again. And the next animation clip will be the collected one, so it's gonna go up and it will fade out over time. So to do so, go over to animation tab. In over here you can see, so just click right over there in coin spinning and click on create a new clip, and we're gonna call this clip something like coin underscore collected, or coin underscore fade, we can call fade or fade. Let's call this one instead collected to make it more sense, collected, and let's click on save. And we will move over to 1 second. So before we do that, make sure you just click on this button right over here, record button, to record our animation. So we're gonna move over something like 1 second, and in 1 second let's go to transform, basically select the child game object, basically this coin sprite or this coin image, not the parent one. Make sure you just do that, and we're gonna select the coin sprite, and we're gonna move it up a little bit, something like this. And after doing that, move over to inspector, then sprite renderer, and click on this color section. And we're gonna make the a 1 in the bottom totally 0, so it's gonna fade out. And we can see the animation. If we just click on this play button in animation tab, the coin is going up, and over time it just got fade out. So I hope you get the idea. And we're gonna click you can just click on this record button to capture the animation, or you can just leave like that. It doesn't matter, so it's gonna automatically capture our animation. So I'm gonna go to project tab, and we have done now. And what you have to do, we're gonna assign this coin. So before we do that, so I'm gonna select hit this record button to capture the animation. I'm gonna select this, and okay, basically it's fine now. And we're gonna assign basically we're gonna add some components to this game object. First thing, we're gonna add to the parent one, not the child one. So we're gonna because we want to, if we collect the coin, we want to destroy this coin game object. And if we destroy this coin game object, the child or the coin sprite just automatically gonna go destroy with our coin game object. So that's why. So we're gonna select this coin or the parent one, go over to inspector, then it add component, click on this add component, and we're gonna add a component. So we're gonna add a circle collider 2D, and circle collider 2D, and make sure you just check this one is trigger to true or check. And we're gonna make the size of this circle collider a little bit up, something like 0.7, or we can just adjust it. So this one, so we just check this is trigger. So basically we check this is trigger because it's not gonna register our player to pass through it, so that's why. And the second component, we're gonna add a rigid body 2D, and we will make the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's click on add component and find by typing rigid body 2D, and let's make the gravity scale to something like 0, so it's not gonna fall down to due to our gravity. And collision detection to choose continuous, and interpolate, you can choose interpolate to make it even more smoother. And we are done. And make sure you just select the coin game object, the parent one, and make this one prefab, because we're gonna have multiple coins in this game, so that's why. So we're gonna select this coin game object, sorry, coin game object or the coin parent, and let's drag it over to that prefab folder. So I'm gonna drag it over here, and it's pretty fine now. And if we just I'm gonna clear the console, and let's click on this play button in the top, you're gonna able to see this coin just gonna spin right after the game start. It will start spinning right after the game start, because that is a default state. And we need to play the collected one once we collect this coin. And we can indeed see this coin is just spinning and spinning. And once we just collide with this coin, or we just collect this one, it should play the fade out animation or the collected animation clip. So once we collide with this coin, we need to collect it. To collect it, we're gonna select the coin game object first, and move over to animator tab. So let's select this not coin, basically the child one. So if we select the coin child, basically coin sprite you can say, and if to focus on that, we can see we have two animation in animator tab. Firstly, we have coin animation one, sorry, coin spinning one. Another one is coin collected. So we need to make transition from this coin spinning to coin collected animation clip. But when we should, when once this player game object collide with this coin or collect this coin, at that moment we need to make transition from this coin spinning to coin collected. So that's why we're gonna right click on coin spinning, and we're gonna make transition to coin collected. And let's select this transition now, and go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as this player game object collect this coin, we need to play this coin collected animation clip right away. And let's choose transition duration to 0, and we're gonna set a parameter for that. We're gonna set a trigger parameter. To do so, in animator tab, click on this plus icon in parameters, and let's choose an trigger. So we're gonna choose something like sorry, not collect C, collect instead. Let's collect, and we're gonna choose this trigger. So let's hit this plus icon, and I'm gonna trigger this collect. So if we trigger this collect parameter, it's gonna move over to coin collected animation clip right away. So let's take it manually. To do so, let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look on it. I'm gonna trigger this collect parameter manually, and later we're gonna trigger this collect parameter through our code. So if we now trigger this parameter, collect parameter, we can see the animation, the collect animation is playing over again and again. So why it's playing over and again? Because we just need to uncheck the bool or the loop time of this animation clip of this coin collected. Need to uncheck. To do so, let's get out of play mode and let's go to project tab, then assets, where we place the animation. So we're gonna go over to in animation folder because we created the animation there, and let's go to items animation, and in there we have two animation clip. Firstly, coin collected, and the second one is coin spinning. In coin spinning, we're gonna leave that because we want to loop our coin spinning animation clip. So it's gonna coin, the coin just gonna spin until this player game object collect this one. So we're gonna select the coin collected and go over to inspector. You can see loop time, so we're gonna uncheck this. We don't want coin collected or the going up and fading out that animation clip to be looped, and it just should play one more time, one time. So that's why we just uncheck this loop time right now. And what we have to do, we need to make transition. If we select this coin sprite game object and then move over to animator, so we need to make transition from this coin spinning to coin collected. And we do know that we attach a circle collider 2D circle collider 2D to this coin game object, basically to the parent one. So we're gonna check this. Before we do, we need to check how many coins we collected so far. To do so, let's select our player game object and let's open up our player script. Or what else you can do, you can create another script as well to this player game object, something like player collection or collect item script, anything like that you can just create. But I'm gonna do inside this player script. So let's double click on this script or this underneath, so it's gonna open up in Visual Studio, and let's go to somewhere in the bottom, something over here. We're gonna use this on trigger enter 2D function, and make sure you just doing as I am doing right over here, else it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Basically, this is a Unity inbuilt function, that's why. So we have to use this on trigger enter 2D function, and this function right over here get called when we trigger with something. So if we move to Unity and select this coin game object, and then move over to inspector circle collider 2D, we can see we just take this box is triggered to check. So that's why we're using that is trigger function. So once this player game object trigger with this coin or collide with this coin, this function right over here just gonna call right away, and we can extract info whatever we collided with by going over to this collision parameter, or we can just rename this to something like other. So we can go over to this other parameter to extract whatever we collided with. We can extract something like the name of the game object, the tag of the game object, something like that. So what we want to do, we're gonna do it right over here. So before we do that, let's go to Unity and let's select this coin game object. Select the coin game object and go over to inspector and click on this untag, and then click on add tag and hit this plus icon, and we're gonna name this tag something like coin. Basically, we want this coin game object to tag as a coin tag, so that's why we're doing this. So we're gonna name it to something like coin and click on save, and then move over to that game object one more time and go over to inspector and tag. It says untag, so let's assign this coin game object as a coin tag. So I'm gonna just click on this untag and let's assign this coin. Now we assigned this coin game object as a coin tag, and make sure you just go to overrides and click on apply all, so the changes gonna be saved into prefab of this coin game object as well. Now go to this script and we're gonna do it right over here. So this function get called when we trigger with something, and we're gonna check it right over here. So we're gonna do if we're gonna go over to this other parameters. So let's go to other, then dot game object and dot tag. tag. Basically what we're doing, and let's set equals to, if the tag is coin, so sorry, if the tag is coin, and make some curly brackets. So what we doing right over here, so we do know that this function get called when we trigger with something, and we checking whatever we triggering with, we going to that game object and then accessing the tag of that game object. So we do know we gonna trigger with this coin game object, so we going to this coin game object and accessing the tag which is coin, we can see. So the tag just gonna be coin right over here. So and we checking if the tag is equals to coin, and we definitely know the coin, if we trigger with that coin, and that coin has a tag name, coin tag, so we definitely gonna trigger with that. So what we have to do, firstly let's print out a message in the console. We're gonna keep track of how many coins we collected so far. For now, let's print out a message some in the console, something like coin collected. So for printing out, we're gonna type dot log, and let's go to other dot game object. Basically whatever we trigger it with, or whatever we collide it with, we're going to that game object. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna access the tag name which is tag, and top of that we're gonna add a message something like collected, uh, collected, something like that, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move over to Unity. So once we trigger with this coin game object, coin name in the console just gonna pop up, and top of that we adding a message says, what we doing, we just says collected. So so the tag is coin, so coin plus collected, so the message should be coin collected right away. So let's have a look. So control S on your keyboard to save your code, and once it's done, move over to Unity and select the console. So I'm gonna select the console. Let's click on this clear over here, and now let's hit this play button in the top and have a look on it. So now if we collect or trigger with this coin, we indeed able to see a coin collected message just getting pop up in the console right away. Whenever we trigger with this, basically collide with this coin, we able to see the message just getting pop up, or it's already called about 5 times, and we can collide with 6 and 7 times as well. So once we collect this coin, what we want to do, we're gonna just create a variable something like coin current coin, to just keep track of how many coins we collected so far. And the second thing what we're gonna do, we're gonna play the animation. And the third thing just gonna be, we need to destroy after collecting this coin. We also need to play the coin animation, coin just fading out. So what we have to do in order to play the animation, if we move over to hierarchy and select this coin game object, we can see in coin game object we have the coin sprite, and in this coin sprite game object we can see the animator component is added up. And by this animator component, we're gonna go over to this animator tab, and then gonna trigger this collect parameter. And we do know if we trigger this collect parameter, it's gonna play the coin collected animation clip as you saw. So I hope you get the idea. So let's go over to script now. And before we do that, we're gonna go to top of our class, and we're gonna make a variable for that to keep track of how many coins we collected so far. So we're gonna make a variable somewhere around here. So let's make a public. It doesn't need to be public, instead you can make it private. For explanation, I'm just making this one public, and that will be integer, basically whole numbers like 0 1 2 3 4, and we have to name the parameter. So we can, or this variable, let's call it something like current coin, and let's set equal to something like 0, and close that up with some semicolon. So by default I just set it to 0, or you can just close this off with semicolon. It by default just gonna be 0, because we set it to 0. Now when we start when we start the game, we're gonna have a 0 coin, and once we collect this coin, then we're gonna have 1 coin in our current coin. So that's why by default I just set it to 0, or you can just leave like that. You can just close that off with semicolon. By default it's just gonna be 0 right away. So that's why by default I just set it to 0, because when the game start we're gonna have 0 coin. And now let's go to where we colliding with that coin or just triggering with it. So over here we can see, so we have to increase our current coin by 1, because once we collect this coin we need to increase our current coin by 1 unit. So that's why. So let's go to current coin, and top of that I'm gonna add 1 unit and close that up with semicolon. So once we collect this coin, basically collide with that coin, so current coin we have 0, so 0 plus 1 gonna be plus 1. Basically current coin just gonna be 1 right away once we collect that one. And let's suppose we have the second coin, so the current coin is now 1, so 1 plus 1 just gonna be 2, so current coin just gonna keep increasing by 1 unit. Or what you can do, you can just leave like that and you can just type current coin plus plus. It also means that same thing, we just adding by 1 unit. So after increasing our current coin, we need to destroy this coin game object. Why? Because we collected this one and current coin is now 1. So we need to destroy after collecting it. So before we destroy, we need to play that animation clip, which is the collected one or fading out. So we do know we need to go over to this game object first, then we will move to the child game object of this coin sprite, then I'm gonna access this animator component, and by this animator component we're gonna trigger this collect parameter. And we do know once we trigger this collect parameter, it's gonna play the coin collected animation clip right away. So let's go to script. So before we destroy, I'm gonna remove this message. Instead of printing out message, we need to play the animation clip. So we need a reference of that. So basically what we can do, we're gonna go to other, we don't need reference, other dot game object. Basically whatever we colliding with, we're going to that game object and we're gonna get the transform of that game object, and dot we will use this get child function and make this first packet, and we're gonna put right over here 0. And now we're gonna get the component we're looking for. So dot get component use, and the component we're looking for is animator. So let's go to animator and make this first packet. And by going over to that animator, we're gonna trigger that parameter, which is our collect. So that's why we're gonna use this set trigger parameter function, sorry set trigger function. And this function in brackets gonna take the name of basically the trigger. So in our case this collect. So make sure you just pass in quotation the same spelling. So we're gonna pass in quotation same spelling, which is collect, and close that up with semicolon. Let me explain one more time. So whatever, firstly we increase it our coin, and after that we going to that game object, basically whatever we collided with. So we collided with this coin game object, so we going over to this coin game object, and after that we accessing the transform component of this coin, basically moving over to this transform. And by this transform we accessing the first child. Basically 0 is the first child, and if you just duplicate this one, that one duplicate one just gonna be the second child. So we just going over to the first child, and this first child we moving over to sorry that first child, then basically we just going over to this child, and then we just accessing this animator component, as you can see right over here. And we can see right over here get component animator, and then we just using set trigger function to trigger this collect parameter. So basically moving over to this animator, and by this animator we just triggering this collect parameter. And we do know once we trigger this parameter, it's gonna play the fade out animation clip, which is going up and fading out. And after 1 second we just completing the going up and fading out animation clip. So that's why after that amount of time we're gonna destroy this coin game object totally. So if we not the child one, if we destroy the parent, and the child will also just gonna destroy automatically. So that's why. So let's, after collecting or playing that animation clip, we're gonna destroy. For destroy we're gonna use this destroy function, and we do know this destroy function as the first argument will take the game object you want to destroy. So we're gonna pass other dot game object, basically means whatever we colliding with or triggering with. And the second thing, we have to specify the time. So comma, you can just specify the time, or you can leave like this. It means the game object just gonna destroy right away, but we want a time after that amount of time we want to destroy. So that's why a comma as a second argument, we're gonna pass the time. So we're gonna pass 1f, basically means 1 second, and close that up with semicolon and control s to save your code. So after 1 second we completing the whole animation clip. So that's why after 1 second we just destroying our game object. So let's move to Unity. Let's head over to Unity. So after 1 second, this coin should be collect sorry firstly we collecting. So if we select this player game object now and move over to inspector, then player script, we can see current coin is by default 0. And if we hit this play button in the top and try to collect this first coin, this current coin firstly gonna increase by 1, and after collecting that coin going up, it's 1 second this coin just gonna be destroyed from this hierarchy as well as in this scene view. So let's do that. So we can see current coin just get increased by 1, and we cannot able to see the coin game object in our hierarchy as well as in the game view, because we collected and we played that animation clip as you saw. So I'm gonna get autoplay mode. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do that. And we also have to show this coin, basically how many coins we collected so far. We need to show that into our canvas or into our UI, sorry. We need to show that up instead of showing this in our script, so player can see how many current coin sorry, how many coins they collected so far. So let's create a text for that as well. So let's go to canvas. Let's go to canvas, then let's click right over here. Let's go move over to items, and then right click on these items, then go to UI and go and select the image first. And we're gonna swipe this image. Basically we want to replace the source image and it says none. So let's go to project tab, then assets, sprites, items 1. Over here I have, so I'm gonna select this something like this first or any, and I'm gonna select, let's suppose this one I'm gonna select and drag it over to this source email field right over here. And let's click on set native size right over here, and I'm gonna call this one to something like a coin image or coin icon. We can call, let's call it coin icon instead. And make sure you just go to rect transform, click right over here, hold down all and select this top left anchor. And if to focus on that game object, I'm gonna scroll my mouse to zoom out. Scroll sorry, scroll your wheel, mouse wheel. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, I guess. This should be pretty fine. And what we're gonna do, I'm gonna copy this text, right, this one. To do so, I'm gonna select that make cell text. Let's control D to copy that, and I'm gonna move it over here. And I'm gonna call this one, let's call it something like coin, or let's call it current sorry, current coin text, current coin text. And what we have to do now, this is our current coin text. And make sure you just go to items, basically the parent game object, then overrides and click on apply all. So the changes you made gonna be saved into your prefab of this item game object right away. I'm gonna make let's select this current coin. I'm gonna move it a little bit down somewhere around here, and this is pretty fine. So we need a reference of this current coin text. Then we can change this text right over here, something like to 1, then 2, then 3, whatever. So I'm gonna set by default to 0. So we need a reference of this text, so we can link up this text with our how many coins we collected so far. So it's gonna change according to how change according to our current coin. So we need a reference of this text. So let's go to our player script and let's go to top of our class. Over here let's make a variable for that, this current coin. So let's make a public, and that is a text component, so that's why we have to type text. And we can call something like current coin text and close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna move over to, make sure once you save the script and once you get to Unity, drag the reference right there in that current coin text. So what we're gonna do right over here, we have, so let's move over to update function, something somewhere over here. Basically, let's set this current coin text, and we will set equal to current coin. And we do know this current coin right over here is a integer value, so we need to convert this a string value because this one is a string value. So that's why, so let's convert. To convert, we have to use this dot to string, and it's gonna convert our integer to a string. And make sure close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. And let's move over to Unity now, and make sure you just drag the reference right there in your player script. It's pretty much better to create another script to keep all of the logics in a separate way, so our script just gonna be a little more clean. And now if we select our player game object in player script, we can see a current coin text and it says none text, basically empty. So let's select this current coin text and drag it right there. Now we have the reference, we have the reference of this current coin text. Basically, if we select this current coin text game object, we have reference of this text component. And what we're doing right over here, so we're going over to current coin text dot text. Basically, we just moving over to this current coin and then accessing this text, and we're setting this text equal to our this current coin. So current coin in the start of the game is 0, so this gonna be 0. So that's why this current coin text dot text right over here gonna be 0 right away when the game start, because we're setting it right over here. You can see current coin text dot text equal to current coin. I hope you get the idea by now. So I'm gonna click right over here, and let's see that. Let's click on this play button in the top and try to collect the first coin. We're gonna have this current coin, or this text current coin text. You can see, it's gonna change with our current coin. So if I just collect this one, we can see current coin becomes 1, and we don't have any coins right now. So let's make some coin. Before we do, uh, I'm gonna attack this enemy, and it's gone. And now if I just get out of play mode, let's go duplicate that coin. Firstly, we're gonna select that coin from hierarchy, and if to focus on that, let's control D for duplicate and select this move tool right over here. Let's move it somewhere around here. I'm gonna select both of this coin by holding down shift, and let's move it down a little bit, and control D to duplicate one more time, and let's move it somewhere around here as well. And you can just duplicate as many times you want. And what we want to do now, to make our hierarchy a little more clean, we're gonna create an empty game object, and then we're gonna make all of this coin child of that game object, so we can collapse it one at once, so it's gonna be clean. So that's why. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and let's call this game object something like coin holders or coin holder. Move over to transform, right click and reset the transform. I'm gonna drag this coin holder game object top of my hierarchy, and now let's select all of this coin game object by holding down shift and just place it top of this coin holder. And now we can just click right over here to collapse it at once, and we can see our hierarchy is now lot more clean. I hope you get the idea. And if I just click on this play button in the top one more time and try to collect all of this coin, so we're gonna have how many coins we have in the game right now. Let's count them. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6. So let's collect all of them. So this current coin text just gonna be 6. So let's collect them. 1 2 and then 3 4, and we have enemy. Let's kill this enemy. So we have 4 current coin we can see, and let's collect last these 2 coins, 5 and then 6. I hope you get the idea that how you can just show in the UI, or how you can just link up your UI to a script or some certain function. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Let's create some traps. In order to create some traps, I'm gonna move over to project tab. So that sound comma project tab, then assets, sprites, and I have a traps folder right over here. I'm gonna select the fire trap from here. Of course, I will give a link in the description as well for these sprites or this trap sprite. You can just go and check them out. So I'm gonna select this one. So let's select that and go over to inspector and click on sprite editor. So we can see there are multiple sprites, so we need to cut them individually. So let's select this sprite mode to multiple, and pixel per unit to choose something around 16. And to get rid of blurry, we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that, click on this apply button in the bottom. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna cut individually. So in sprite editor we can see slice, so just click on that and select automatic to grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has one row and we have to count the columns. So 3, 6, 9, 12. So 12 columns. So we're gonna put 12 columns and one row, and then click on slice and then click on apply in the top right sprite editor tab. So I'm gonna select this game tab one more time, and let's click on this right over here in this arrow, and let's select the first one. Let's select that and drag it over to game project, sorry, in the game scene or in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here to see that. And I'm gonna call this one something around, before we do, let's drag this game object into top of hierarchy so we can see that, and let's call this one fire space trap, or we can just call this one fire trap no space. And let's make the animation first. So before to make the animation, let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift, or we just split it individually. So let's select them holding down shift and just drag it top of this top of this fire trap game object in hierarchy, and it's gonna make the animation right away. So let's go to assets. In assets we created the animation folder, so let's open that up by double clicking, and let's create a subfolder for these traps. So let's right click, new folder, and let's call this folder traps a space animation. And let's open up that subfolder by double clicking, and let's name the animation something like we can call something fire trap, fire underscore trap, let's call that, and click on save, and select the fire trap game object and select this animation tab. And if we click on this play button, we can see the animation is just playing right away. And I hope you get the idea. And what we're gonna do now, let's add some component to this game object. So I'm gonna move it some frame over here. Let's add components. So first thing, we're gonna add a collider to this fire trap so it can detect any collision. So if the player game object collide with this fire, this player game object should lose health. That is the reason. So let's select the fire trap, let's click on add component, and find by typing by box collider 2D and attach that right away, and click on this box collider, then click on edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our fire trap. So we're gonna do somewhere around here. And now what we're gonna do, let's click on this edit collider to done, and make sure you just check this one is triggered to true. So our player so this fire trap not gonna register our player to pass through it, but if our player game object collide with this fire, then this player game object should lose health. So we want to active this fire trap somewhere around here, I guess. This would be perfect time to do so. Make sure you just select the fire trap in hierarchy and hit this record button to capture the animation. So before we capture, I'm gonna disable the, you can say, this box collider. So by default, let's disable this. So we're gonna move it somewhere around here. So this is gonna be perfect time to active that box collider. And if this player game object now collide with this, so that in that moment we're gonna do. So before we do, let's make some animation, or sorry, make spaces between this sprite. In order to do that, let's select like this, and let's move it somewhere around here, I guess. So now this will be inactive, so I'm gonna move this frame, so select this and move it, you just drag it further away. So I hope you get the idea, so somewhere around here. And to capture the animation or whatever you have done, it's not gonna be captured or it's not gonna be saved. So what you have to do, you need to record this button to capture the animation. So we're gonna move somewhere around here. At this moment I'm gonna move this a little bit more further away, so the player gonna have a little more time to just pass through this fire, you can say. So we're gonna move to this frame. So at this frame we're gonna active the box collider, this one. So let's go to inspector, active this. So in this moment this gonna be active. So and in the last frame somewhere around here we're gonna disable the box collider one more time. So in this moment this player game object or this player gonna have a little time to just pass through this fire. And if it's not the case, something like if this our fire over here, this box collider just getting active, getting active for basically collision detection. And if this moment the player game object right now collide with this fire trap, then this player game object lose his health right away. So that's why, so we that is the reason we just drag it some sprite further away in animation tab. So the player game object just gonna have a little time to just pass through this fire, you can say, fire trap. And in that moment just gonna happen something over, and it's cool. And let's hit this record button one more time to just capture that. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this fire trap as a fire tag. Before we do, let's add one more component to this fire trap game object, which is gonna be a rigid body 2D, and we will set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's click on add component and find by typing rigid body 2D, and let's add that up. And let's click right over here and let's set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection to choose continuous, so it's gonna continuously detect any collision. And I hope you get the idea. And let's assign this fire trap as a fire tag. In order to do that, or fire trap, we're gonna tag this fire trap as a trap tag. So let's go to inspector, let's click on this untag, let's click add tag, then hit this plus icon and name the tag what you want to do, what you want to name it. So I'm gonna call this something trap, and let's click on save. And then let's select this fire trap one more time, and we're gonna tag this as a trap. Now we assigned this fire trap as a trap tag. And I hope you get the idea by now. And let's make this fire trap a prefab one. So we're gonna have multiple, basically we will duplicate this trap over here right away. So basically make this one prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch. So let's go to project tab, and let's select this fire trap in the hierarchy and drag it over to that prefab folder. Now it's turned blue, means prefab, and we can play the game if we just click on this play button in the top by now. So for now it's gonna do nothing because we have to code it, we need to script that. So once we just collide with this trap, you can say we need to destroy. We can see we have a little time to just pass through, and we can pass. But if we collide with this fire trap, at the moment this fire just getting out, in that moment we need to destroy, or this player game object should take damage. So let's get out of play mode and let's script that. In order to do, let's open up the fire player script. Let's select the player game object in hierarchy, and let's open up the script by double clicking on it. And we're gonna go over to to our Visual Studio. So over here we know this on trigger inter 2D function. This function get called when we trigger with something or collide with something. So we're gonna check it right over here. So we're gonna check if other dot game object dot tag, sorry, not transform, tag, if it's equals to trap, and make some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do, so if other dot game object dot tag, basically whatever we trigger it with, we're going to that game object then accessing the tag. So basically if we collide with this fire trap or trigger with this fire trap, you can say. So we're going to that game object and then accessing the tag, which is we can see trap, we assign it. So this fire trap gonna have trap tag. So the over here this gonna be trap right over here, and we checking if the tag is equals to trap, and we definitely know that if we trigger with that trap, that we need to take damage. So what we're gonna do right over here, it's basically means we collided with that trap, you can say. So we're gonna call this die function, and what die function is doing, firstly it's printing out that player is died, and then our we destroying our player game object right away. So we need to call this die function, and die function just gonna do the rest thing. So let's call this right over here, so die, and make some curly first bracket and close that up with some colon. So once we collide with that trap, then we calling the die function, and die function just doing this thing. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code and move to Unity. As same way you can make multiple traps, you can just assign basically add components like any collider 2D to them, and then assign that those game objects something to trap. So whenever we collide with those game object, the die function just gonna call out, and we do know what we're doing inside that die function. So let's clear the console for now, and let's click on this play button in the top, and you can do the same thing with any traps you like. So I'm gonna not teach you the way you should do. Basically do the same thing as we have done to this fire trap, and assign those trap as a trap tag. So if I just, we have little time to just pass through, and if we pass through we just not dying, but at the moment it's basically the fire just getting out, we can see our we seen that our player game object get destroyed right away. So I hope you get the idea, and you can just make as many traps you want as the same way. Make sure you just assign those trap to this trap. So you can call the die function, basically just do that thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get that idea that how you can just create a trap and just damage your player. I hope you get the idea and create your trap. When the player dies, we want a game over UI or game over UI screen, something like that. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, then canvas. Let's right click on this canvas and create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object something like game over UI. And make sure you just go to inspector rect transform and click over here and hold down alt and select bottom right one. As soon as we just selected that, we can see our game over UI just get fit into our canvas, or just get resized according to our canvas size. And we are ready to create our panel. In that panel we're gonna have two buttons, one for to retry and one for home button, or you can say menu button. So let's right click on this game over UI, then go to UI, and then in the over here you can see the panel. So just select that, and let's resize this panel, hold down alt, so it's going to resize from center. And I want to replace this panel, or you can see say image, this image with some sort of UI image. To do so, I'm gonna go over to project tab, assets, then sprite, and I have it over here, a graphical user interface or GUI. So we're gonna select that, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor. So what we have to do, we can see there are multiple sprites, so we need to cut them individually. So that's why we're gonna select sprite mode to multiple, and pixel per unit to choose something like 16, and to get rid of blurry we have to choose filter mode to point of filter. And after doing all of these things, click on this apply button in the bottom, and we are ready to slice this individually. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna select slice or in sprite editor over here, and leave it to automatic, or leave it to automatic, and then click on slice. And after doing that, click on apply over here, and it's gonna cut individually. So I'm gonna select the game tab one more time, then go over to GUI or that sprite sheet, and let's click right over here, and we can see individual sprite. So I'm going to select the panel, and I want this to replace, or I just want to replace this one. So we're going to select that and select the sprite you want to replace with. So I'm gonna select replace with this one. So let's select that sprite and drag it over to this source image field and drag it over here, and we can see it's transparent, and I don't want that. To do so, we'll click right over here in color field, and in the bottom you can see a channel. So drag it this one all the way right, or make this one 255. So transparency just gonna go, transparency will go, you can say transparency will not be, you can say that sorry, transparency is gone by now. And we can resize this by holding down alt. And what we want to do in this panel, basically we want two buttons, one for to go home or menu, and one other just to retry. If we click on that button, we just want to reload our game scene or this level one more time. So that's why, so let's right click on this panel, and we're gonna create two buttons. We're not gonna right click on this game over UI. Instead, we want to fit those button in this panel. No matter how much we scale down screen, it should be always in about this panel or inside this panel. So that's why we're gonna right click on this panel, then go to UI and legacy in the bottom, and then choose this button. And we're gonna call this button something like, this will be the menu button, you can say menu. And I'm gonna scale this up a little bit, so hold down also, it's gonna resize from center. And I also want to replace this square or this sprite with something else. So I'm gonna go over to some, I'm gonna choose this one. So let's select that and drag it over to this source image field in inspector, and indeed it just get replaced with that. So I'm gonna resize one more time, hold down also, it's gonna resize from center. And let's make the text inside of this button a little bit large. To do so, let's click right over here in menu and select this text, go over to inspector, scroll down, and let's make the font size something around 100. And I'm gonna choose another font. So let's click right over here, I'm gonna choose this one, and this one seems pretty fine. And instead of button, we're gonna say something like menu, because this is our menu button, you can say. And let's click right over here to collapse it at once. And make sure you just go to inspector and then rect transform, select, click right over here, hold down all, and we're gonna choose this bottom one. And I'm gonna drag it a little bit up, something over here. And now if we try to scale down or scale up our screen, we can see the menu button just resizing itself according to our screen size, and it just fitting in our panel, no matter how much we scale down our screen or try to expand upon it, or it just is staying in the bottom side, we can see. So that's why we just selected this top bottom anchor, you can say, sorry, bottom anchor. And let's duplicate this button. Before we duplicate, I'm gonna move it a little bit up, somewhere around here. And let's select the button and control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna call this button. So before we do that, let's drag it a little bit down, somewhere around here, seems pretty fine. Let's call this button to something like retry button, retry button. And I'm gonna change the text inside of this button. So let's click right over here and select the text, go over to inspector, then text field, and I'm gonna call this one something like retry. And what we have to do, basically I'm going to drag a little bit down, and this one seems pretty fine. So let's fit a text inside of this panel somewhere around here. And we're gonna say something like game over, so player can know that game is over. To do so, let's right click on this panel, then go to UI, and then in the bottom says legacy, and then choose this text. And I'm gonna scale this text. So before we scale, make sure you just go to inspector, rect transform, click right over here, hold down alt, and we're gonna select this top one, you can say this one in the right top, you can see. And let's move it a little bit down, and let's scale this, so it's gonna stay in this panel over here all the time. And no matter how much we scale down or scale up our screen, it doesn't matter, it's just gonna resize itself. And what we want to do, basically we want to scale up the text a little bit so we can see the text inside of this. So let's make the text something 100, and let's change the color something to visible, and it says new text. So I'm gonna choose this element to both of this center, and let's say something like game over, game over. Sorry, we need a space, and I'm gonna choose another font for that, something like the game is over, and this one seems pretty great. Let's make this 115 to make it even cooler. So I'm gonna say game over, and I'm gonna move it a little bit down, something like this, and it's pretty fine now. Let's click right over here to collapse. And what we want to do, so once we click on this retry button, we want to reload our game, and once we click on this menu button, we want to go over to menu scene or menu level, you can say. So before we do that, make sure you just make this game over UI a prefab. So we're gonna have a copy. To do so, let's select this game over UI in the hierarchy and drag it over to assets folder and make a prefab folder. So I'm going to select this game over UI and drag it over to that prefab folder. Now it's turned blue. Basically, we just made a copy. So now if we try to delete from this game over UI in the hierarchy from this canvas, you can say, and it's gone as you can see. So what we can do, we made a prefab. So we're going to select that game over UI game object from that folder. We're going to select that and going to drag it top of this canvas, so we can indeed see all of the shape stops right over here. So we don't need to work from scratch. If we just somehow we just delete it from the hierarchy, so we need to work from scratch. So that's why it's pretty much important to make this one prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch. And by now, if we just click on this play button in the top and try to click one of this button, it's not gonna work at all. Why? We need to hook this button with some certain function, then we should. And try to click on this retry button, the game is not reloading. And if we try to click on this menu button, game is not going, basically we're not moving over to menu or home page. So that is the thing. So let's get out of play mode, and I don't want this game over UI by default to be active. Basically, if we select this game over UI and then go over to inspector and uncheck this one, or you can say we're just setting that to false, and we cannot able to see. But once the player game object dies, so if I just click on this play button and try to die, this game over UI right over here should be active in that moment, you can say. So now if we just die over here, we can see our player game object get dies, but we cannot able to see that game over UI. So once the player game object dies, we want this game over UI to be active. Basically, if we check this box, it's get active, and we're gonna have two options to do. So let's get out of play mode. So by default, we want this game over UI to be inactive, or you can say unchecked. Unchecked. So we're gonna uncheck that. But once the player game object dies, in that moment we want this game over UI game object to be active. So we need a reference of this game over UI, and then we can set this one to be active or inactive depending upon the player game object. So let's open up our player script. So let's select this player and let's double click. So why are we dying? And we need to go over to that. So over here we can see our player game object, or we just destroying our player game object right away. So before we destroy, we need a reference of that game over UI game object as you seen. So let's go to somewhere around here in top of our class. Let's sorry, and let's make a public, and that will be game object. Basically that is a whole game object, and we're gonna call it something like game over UI game object. So let's call it over game over UI, something like that, game over UI, and close that up with semicolon. So make sure you, once you save the script and go move over to Unity and select this player script, and underneath your player script you're gonna see a game over UI game object. So what you have to do, you need to select this game over UI and drag it right over there. So you're gonna have the reference, and after that you can set that to active or inactive depending upon depending upon health of our player game object. So let's go to screen. So I'm gonna move over to that die function over here. So before we die, we're gonna go over to game over UI, and dot we're gonna use this set active function. And this set active function, it's gonna take a bool parameter. It can be true or false. So if you pass false right over here, it basically means unchecked. So we just going over to this game over UI, we just if we check, we just unchecking. But if you pass right over here true, it's basically mean checked. So true, and we're gonna pass and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now move over to Unity. So basically we just checking that we moving over to this game over UI and then checking, and we know once we checking check this box, basically tick this box, we do know our game over UI just gonna be active right away. So now if we select our player game object, we can see underneath our player strip game over UI field just pop up and it says none game object, basically empty. So what we have to do now, we need to select this game over UI, select that and drag it right over there. Now we have the reference of this game over UI, and if we just click on this play button in the top by now and try to die, this game over UI just gonna be active right away because we just passed through, and true basically means we just checking that box. So let's have a look. So if I just die, as soon as player dies, the game over UI, you can say, just get active. Basically this one gets checked, as you can see. But the problem is that this menu button and this retry button doing nothing right now. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. To do so, let's get out of play mode and let's select this game over UI, and then if we select and then click right over here and click on this play panel right over here and select this menu button. So I'm gonna check this one for now, basically testing purposes. So if we select this menu button and go over to inspector, scroll down, we can see an on click. Basically we can hit this plus icon and we can call a function right over here. So we're gonna make two function, one for this menu button, and in that function we just want to reload our menu. For now we don't have the menu, so we're gonna print out a message in the console, something like menu. So basically to check if it's working or not, you can say. And once we click on this retry button, if we select this retry button, go over to inspector and scroll down, we can call a function right over here. So we're gonna make a retry function as well, and in that function we're gonna define, we just want to reload this level, you can say, or this scene one more time. So basically we can call this function right over here. So by default I'm gonna uncheck this. So let's make a function for that. Before we do, let's create a game over UI script, something like that. So we're gonna do inside that script, you can say. So to do so, you need to move over to project tab, then assets, and create a something like a script folder. Then move over to that script folder, right click, create C# script, and name it to something like game over UI or game over. I already have created, I have it over here. So I'm gonna select this game over UI game object. You can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, but I'm gonna go with this game over UI game object. So I'm gonna select that game object and let's select this script and drag it over to add component section, and now double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. And we don't need this start and update function and also this two namespace namespaces. Instead we have to use this in using Unity Engine dot scene management. Basically why we included this namespace, because whenever we working with the scenes or the level, we need to include this namespace. It's called using Unity Engine dot scene management. So we're gonna make two function, one for to retry and one for to move over to menu. So let's make a public. So make sure you just make this one public because we want to call this function through a button click. So if we move to Unity, then hierarchy, and select this game over UI and select this menu button, then move over to inspector, scroll down, we want to call this function right over here. So that's why we need to make that function public. So let's go there and for function we have to type void, and we can call this function something like menu and make this first bracket and some curly brackets. And let's duplicate this function. Let's select one, so because we have one retry button as well, so that's why. So control C for copying it, and let's paste it down by control V, and we're gonna call this function something like retry, because we have retry and menu. And I'm gonna move these curly brackets over here. So in this menu we don't have the menu right now, so if it's working really nicely or not, we're gonna check. So for check we're gonna type debug.log. Basically we want to print out a message in the console, so that's why we just typing debug.log and make this first bracket and quotation. You can say whatever you want to see, so something like load menu, or I'm gonna say something menu, and close that up with semicolon. And once we retry, basically click on this retry button, then we're gonna call this function. And what we want to do inside this function, we just want to reload this level one more time. And in order to reload that, or to load a some certain scene or level, we have to use scene manager dot load scene function. And in this function it's gonna take the scene name or the build index of it. So before you use this scene manager dot load scene function, make sure you include this namespace in the top, says using Unity engine dot scene management, or else it's not gonna work. So scene manager dot load scene right over here, it's gonna take in brackets the scene name or the index of it. But how you can see the name of the scene or the index or build index? In order to see, we need to move over to Unity. Then in the top left you can see file, so just click on that and click on build settings in the bottom. And we can see over here, since in build the name of the scene, which is sample scene, and index or build index we can see in the right section, which is 0. So you can just pass the 0 or build index of it, or you can just pass the name of the scene in quotation, says sample scene. So we have the name scene, so I'm gonna cut this. And now let's move over to script. So in quotation you can just pass something like sample scene, or you can just you can just pass 0 right over here instead. But I'm not gonna do anything like that. Instead I will use this scene manager dot get active scene, and make this first bracket, and then dot build index, and make close that up with semicolon, make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So what does this mean? Basically we just going over to scene manager dot get active scene, basically which scene we are currently in. So we are currently in the sample scene. Sample scene we can see it in hierarchy right over here, and we can also see in build settings. So basically this sample scene we are currently in. So and then we just accessing the build index of it. So build index we can see in the right section. So build index of the sample scene is just gonna be 0, we can see. So this right over here just gonna be 0. Basically which ever whatever scene we are in or the level, so we just accessing the build index of it. So in this situation this build index gonna be 0 right away. So we are in the sample scene, and we do know that sample scene build index is 0, so that's why this gonna be 0. So we just going over to whichever scene we are in, and then accessing the build index of it. So build index we're gonna have 0, so we just reloading our you can say the sample scene, or just reloading our game scene or the level. So make sure you just control S to save your code, and now move over to Unity. And we need to call this function as well. We just made this two function, we can see we never calling it anywhere. So we're gonna call this function through button click. So whenever we goes to click on a button, we want to call those function. So firstly, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done, now let's move to hierarchy, then sample scene, then game over UI menu. Let's select this menu, then move over to inspector in the right, scroll down, and let's hit this plus icon. And we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. And we do know we just attach our game over is script to this game over UI game object. So that's why we're gonna select this menu, we're gonna drag this game over UI game object right there, because in game over UI game object we attach our game over script, so that's why. And it says no function, so just click on that and we're gonna move over to game over script or class, and we're gonna choose this menu function. So basically what we're doing, we're just moving over to this game over script and then choosing this or calling this menu function. And now let's move over to Unity one more time, and let's select this retry button now, and let's hit this place icon, and we're gonna drag the game object right there. Let's go to game over script or class, and for this retry we're gonna choose this retry function. And now we have chosen for this menu button we have chosen menu function, and for this retry button we have chosen retry function, and we are ready to play our game. To do so, let's click on this play button in the top right now, and let's have a look on it. So once we die and try to click on menu button, we should able to see a message in the console just gonna pop up says menu right away. So let's uh, get dies right over here. So player died, and if we try to click on this menu by now, we can see menu message just getting pop up in the console says menu, because if we go to script we can see whenever we're gonna call this menu function, we just printing out the message in the console says menu. And now if we move to Unity and try to click on this retry button, we can see our level just get reload one more time, and once more die and try to click one more time retry, we can indeed able to see that the level just getting a reload one more time. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just go over to this game over UI, then overrides, and click on apply all. So the changes you made just gonna save into prefab of this game over UI game object as well. And we're gonna select our player game object, and let's go to overrides, and we don't have any changes in player script, so that's why the game over apply all button is disabled. And I hope you get the idea that how you can just make this, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your project. Right now we have to create the factory menu, you can say. We just created a game over UI, so we're gonna select that, and let's go over to inspector and check this one. So this is our game over UI screen, or UI you can say. So we just want this to duplicate, and to make a victory UI you can say. So we're gonna make that, to make it, in order to make it, we can select this game over UI and then Control D to duplicate, but it's not a perfect way to do that. So if I just select this game over UI and then move over to overrides and click on this apply all, so the changes gonna be changed into this prefab of this game over UI as well, means into this as well. So we don't want that, so instead of doing, we're gonna delete that. Let's we're gonna check this in unchecked, and let's move over to project tab, then assets and prefab, where we created the game over UI, so we have it over here. So let's duplicate over here instead of doing in hierarchy. So let's select that game over UI and Control D to duplicate, and we're gonna name the duplicate one which we duplicated. So we're gonna double click that or right click, then you can just rename. Let's rename this to something like victory game victory, and let's open that up by double clicking that prefab, and let's go over to and check this game victory. I basically check this box to see that. And in this game victory UI, what we want, instead of saying game over, we're gonna say something like you own, or a game own, or victory, something like that we want. So let's select this text and let's change it. So we're gonna say you own, something like that. And in this button what we gonna do, you're gonna have a next button, you can say, you can just call this. So I'm gonna select this retry button, let's select that, and let's call it something else, something, I'm gonna call it next button. And we also have to change the text inside of it. So let's select the text and let's change it to retry to something like next, and we have to unhook those function. Basically, if we select this if we select this next button, then move over to inspector, scroll down, we have a function says game retry. So whenever we goes to click on this next button, we're not gonna load up the next level. Instead, the level we are in, it's just gonna reload that. So we don't want, so that's why we're gonna select this next button. Let's basically we just gonna click on this minus icon, so that function not gonna call at all. So let's click on that. As you can see, as soon as we just click on this minus, the function is gone by now. And now let's go over to hierarchy, basically to the scene view. In order to go back, we have to click in hierarchy. We can see an arrow icon, so just click on that. You're gonna go back to in normal hierarchy, and we have game over UI now, sorry, game victory. So let's select that game victory and drag it over to this canvas game object in hierarchy. So you can see you own, and we have two buttons. One is menu and one is next button. So let's click right over here. I'm gonna select the menu button as well. Let's go to inspector, scroll down, and I'm gonna remove this function right over here from this button. And make sure you just go to game for victory UI or game victory, then overrides, and click on apply all. So the changes you made gonna save into your prefab of this game victory as well. So we're gonna collapse, and what we want by default, I don't want this game victory to be active. So let's select that, go over to inspector, let's uncheck it. So once the player at the end of the level, so if I select this player game object in the hierarchy, and if to focus on that, something at the end of here, we're gonna add a key over here. And if the player game object collect that key, means the game we own. So we want a key, something like that, at the end of the level. So in order to do it, we're gonna go to project tab. Let's go to assets, sprite. I have those sprite. Of course, I will give a link in the description as well. You can just go ahead and find them on. So let's go to items we have, and I have a key right over here, so I'm gonna find that. So we have key large, we can see that over here, or let's select that. So I'm gonna select any of these keys. So I'm gonna select the first one, let's the blue one. So let's select that and drag it over to the scene view or into the hierarchy. So I'm gonna drag it into my hierarchy, sorry. It should be out, so I'm gonna drag it over here in top of my hierarchy. But the problem is that we cannot able to see this game object. If I select this move tool, and if to focus on it, we can see that our key is so much small. So we're gonna select that key sprite from that folder, go over to inspector, and then make this pixel per unit a less number. So we're gonna go with 16, and this is an pixel art, or it's gonna seems blurry, so that's why we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, click on this apply button in the bottom. And the problem is that key is like it's behind our player game object, and we want this key to be in front of our game object, as well as it should be all the way up. In order to assign this, firstly I'm gonna name this to something like key instead of key blue. And let's go to sprite renderer in inspector, then a sorting layer, click on add sorting layer, and let's add a sorting layer for this key. So let's click on this plus icon, and I'm gonna name this key. And this key, we're not gonna drag it all the way behind, or we're not gonna drag it behind our ground tile. Instead, we want this key to be in front of all of these layers. So that's why we're gonna drag this key all the way up. And now let's select this key once again and move over to sprite renderer and sorting layer. We're gonna choose key. Now we are able to see our key, and let's add some components to this key. So first thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body, and we will set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's add component, click on add component, and find by typing rigid body 2D, and let's make this gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection to choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And for collision detection, we're gonna add a collider. So let's click on add component, and let's find a perfect. So just click on this card, and we're gonna go over to physics 2D, and we can just add up any collider we like. So for this key, let's add up a polygon collider 2D, so it's gonna be perfect. So let's scroll down. We have it over here, so let's add that up, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our key sprite. To do so, let's click on edit collider and edit the collider as the size of your key sprite. So we're gonna make it something like this, and this just gonna be perfect. Just adjust the collider as the size of your key sprite. So we're gonna do that, and I'm gonna make it somewhere around here, and this is pretty fine. And once you're done, make sure you just go to is trigger and check this box is trigger, and let's assign this key as a key tag. In order to do that, let's go over to inspector, click on untag, add tag, and hit this plus icon. Let's call this something like key, and then click on save, and then move over to that key game object one more time, and let's assign this key as a key tag. So let's go over to inspector and tag, it says untag, so just click on that, and let's assign it with key. Now we assigned this key game object as a key tag. So I'm gonna make a prefab of this key as well. So let's select this key from the hierarchy and drag it over to that prefab folder. Now we just turn it into a prefab, and I'm gonna drag it over here somewhere for now. And once we collide with this key or trigger with this key, what we want this game victory UI to be active. Basically, if we select this game victory and then move to inspector and check this box, we can see it's gonna be active right away. So for now, let's print out a message if it's working perfectly or not. So I'm gonna select this game victory, let's uncheck, and let's open up our player script where we just triggering. So let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So where we want to do, we're gonna do it over here. So we have on trigger inter 2D function. If you haven't included, then include this on trigger inter 2D function as I did over here. You can just ignore these things, and we're gonna go over here in the down, and we do know this function get trigger or get call when we trigger with something, or you can say when we collide with something. And we can extract info whatever we collided with by going to this other parameter. We can extract info like the name of the game object we collided with. So we're gonna check right over here, whatever we triggered it with, we're gonna check if other, so make this first bracket, other dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to in quotation, you have to pass this key and make some curly brackets. So what we want, so it's mean we collided with it key. So what we do know, this function get call or get triggered when we trigger with something, and we checking, we going to whatever we triggering with, we going accessing that game object, and then accessing the tag, and we checking that tag if it's equals to our key. So it's basically means we trigger it with that key. So in that moment we want the game victory. So that's why for now let's print out a message in the console says something like game victory. So for printing out, let's type debug.log, and in quotation let's say victory, or we collected the key, or let's suppose say player collected the key, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move over to Unity by now. So it's gonna take a little time for compiling our script, and once it's done, hit this play button in the top to play your game and try to collect this key or try to collide or trigger with this key. As soon as we're gonna trigger with this key, the message should pop up in the console says player collected key. So we're gonna select the console in the bottom, and we need to hit this play button in order to play our game and check it. So let's select the console in the over here. So if you can find the console, you always need to go to window in the top, then general in the bottom, and then you can find the console tab right over here. So I'm gonna hit this play button over here now, and we have to play our game. and in order to collect the key we need to pass through these traps. So I'm gonna clear the console. Let's pass through these traps, and now if I trigger with this key, so as soon as I just trigger or collide with this key, the message in the console says player collected the key, just getting pop up. So if I just clear one more time and try to trigger with second time, so if I just clear and try to trigger with third time, we can see the message just getting pop up in the console says player collected the key. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we just printing out the message. So instead of printing out message, what we want, if we select this game victory UI underneath our canvas game object in the hierarchy and go over to inspector and check this, we can see game game victory UI just gonna pop up right away. So we want this UI to be active, but when once this player game object collide with this key or trigger with this key, you can say. So I'm gonna uncheck this, and we want this key at the end of the level somewhere around here, you can say. So let's select the key and F to focus on it, and I'm gonna select this move tool from here, and let's drag the key somewhere around. I'm gonna drag it over here, sorry, over here. I'm gonna drag it, and now we have the key over here. And let's open up the script. So you can just double click on this message in the console to just get redirected that line of code. So firstly we need a reference of this game victory UI game object, then we can just set this one to be active or inactive depending upon if the player is really collected this key or not. So let's get the reference first. So we're gonna go to top of our class, and let's make a variable for that. You can say game victory UI. So let's make sure you just making that public so we can see underneath our player script, and that is a whole game object, and we can call that one something like victory UI, and close that up with semicolon. And we make sure you just go to Unity, and underneath your player script you're gonna see able to see that victory UI game object. So what you have to do, you need to select this game victory and drag it right there, so we're gonna have the reference. So we're gonna go to script, and let's go to down where we collecting. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna go to victory UI. Basically we just going moving over to that game object, and dot we will use this set active function, set active, and this function in brackets it's gonna take the bool or the value, it can be true or false. So we're gonna pass true, basically means we just taking, and then close that up with some my colon. Control is to save your code and move to Unity. So underneath our player script, a field just gonna pop up says a victory, a game a victory UI. So what we have to do, we need to select this game victory and we need to drag it right there. So we're gonna have the reference, and just wait for to compile, and we can see victory UI and it says none, basically empty. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this victory UI game victory and drag it right over there. Now we have the reference of this game victory, and what we're doing, if we just move over to script, so whenever we colliding with, then we just moving over to victory UI, and then we using set active function, and we do know what this function is really doing. So it's just moving over to this game victory and then or inspector, and then just setting this active. So let's have a look. So by default I'm gonna uncheck, basically we're setting that inactive, you can say, or setting active false. So let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on it. Wait for to pass through. So I'm gonna pass through this, and we collected some coins we have. Let's kill this enemy, and the enemy is dead. So I'm gonna jump, let's get and at the end of the level. So if we get at the end, and now if we can try to collect this coin, we can see game a victory UI just gets active. But the problem is that we still able to move left and right. we don't want this to happen, we want this to be false. So whenever we just get this you can say this panel or this vector UI, at that moment we need to stop our player to move left and right. So let's get out of play mode. And the problem is that if we try to click on this menu, this button is doing nothing currently. So we also need to hook this button with some certain function. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's make a variable for that, something like we own the game, to just keep track of if the game has been owned by the player or not. So to do so, let's open up the player script, or let's go to player and let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make a private variable. So we're gonna make a private, and that will be bool, and it can be true or false. So we can call this one something like is on, and by default I'm gonna set to false. Why? Because at whenever or if the player just started the game, it doesn't mean the player just owned the game. It should be the player should collect this coin in order to get the victory UI, or to own the game, to win the game. So that's why and the start of the game, or by default we just setting this is on to be false. And now once the player game object collect the coin, so over here we can see our player game object collected the coin, and after that victory UI just getting active. So after this, what we want, we just want to set this is on to now true. We're gonna set equal to true and close that up with semicolon. Why? Because the collected is on now true, because this player game object now collected this coin. So that's why we're setting this is on to be true. And this parameter, this is on parameter, is to just keep track of the player is on the game or already on the game or not. And now we're gonna check by this parameter right over here. So we moving our this function right, sorry, this line of code over here is responsible for moving our player game object left and right. So we don't want to do all of these things once the player game object already own the game, win the game. So that's why we're gonna, before we move or do all of these things, we're gonna check if the game is already owned by the player or not. So we're gonna check over here. So if is equals to true, or you can just leave it like this, it's also means true, means the game is owned by the player game object, is we basically got the victory. So make some curly brackets. So what we have to do in this moment, we need to stop doing these things like moving left and right, flipping our character, doing all of these things. We need to stop doing this thing. So that's why in between this curly bracket we're gonna type return and close that up with semicolon. And we do know after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be execute, means we not gonna able to move left and right as well as jump or do or just doing those things, because the player game object already own the game. And control S to save your code by now and move over to Unity. So after winning the game, player game object not gonna able to go left and right. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we're gonna see the result. Just wait for to compile, and if we just click on this play button in the top by now, so if this player game object, let's pass through, and we have to get to the at the end of the levels to win the game, in order to win the game. So let's get at the end of the level and try to collect the key. So we have the key over here. Now let's collide with this key, and right now we are not able to just move left and right, and the player seems like it's just moving or just playing the work animation clip over again and again. So what we're gonna do, once this player game object collected or collided with this key, we want this key to be destroyed, and after that we want this player game object to just play the idle animation clip instead of the working. So let's get out of play mode. In order to do, let's go to script, and let's go to down where we collecting our key over here. So after doing all of these things, we want to destroy this key as soon as player collided with this key or collected this key. We want this key to be destroyed, and in order to destroy that, we're going to use destroy function, and we do know destroy function over here in the brackets. It's going to take the game object we want to destroy. So we want to destroy the key game object, so let's pass other dot game object and close that up with semicolon. And other dot game object right over here basically means the key game object, means other dot game object means whatever we collided with, we collided or we collected the key. So other dot game object right over here gonna be the key or the game object we collided with or trigger it with, you can say. And we're gonna go to top of our class where we just stopping our player to moving left and right. So after doing that, or stopping after doing that, what we want, we just want to play the ideal animation clip of this player game object. And in order to play that, if we select our player game object in the hierarchy and then move over to animator tab and select this ideal animation clip. So and if we just select this back transition from this player work to player idle and then move over to inspector, scroll down, we can see we need to set this work parameter to something like 0. So if we set this to 0, so it's gonna be, and we do know once we set this work parameter to 0, 0 will be lesser than 0.1. So that's why it's gonna move over to this player idle animation clip, or the player just gonna play the idle animation clip right away. So we can check from any transition from this player attack to back this player idle, and we can just go over to inspector. We can see we have chosen the same condition. So basically we need to set this work parameter to 0, and we do know we have a reference. If we select the player game object in the hierarchy, we have a reference of this animator component which is responsible for playing our animation clip, and we have the reference over here, we can see. So let's go to script, and so after winning the game, we're gonna go to animator, and that is a float parameter. So that's why we have to use this set float function, and this function as a first in quotation, it's going to take the parameter name, which in our case work, and the second thing, it's going to take the value. So we're going to set it to 0f, or we can just simply set to 0 and close that up with semicolon. And we do know once we set that to 0, it's going to play the ideal animation clip right away, not no matter what state or what animation we playing. And control S to save your code and move over to Unity by now. So once we collect this key just gonna be destroyed after that, and then the game or victory way just gonna pop up, and player just gonna play the ideal animation clip right away. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, let's click on this play button one more time and have a look on it. So let's try to get at the end of the level. I'm gonna pass through this fire, and let's jump. I'm gonna kill this enemy. The enemy is dead by now, and let's try to get at the end of the level, and we're gonna collect the key. So let's collect this key. So as soon as we collected the key, we can see the key game object get destroyed, and our player game object is now playing the ideal animation clip over again and again. And the problem is that we just still getting rigid sum, but you can just, I'm gonna get out of play mode. I'm gonna give you an idea. So you can just make this movement parameter right over here. You can set the movement parameter to 0. So the player game object, once the player game object collect this coin, it's gonna stay at that point, so it's not gonna move at all any direction. I hope you get the idea. So you can just do that after it. Right now those button doing nothing, currently doing nothing. Basically if we select this game victory UI from the hierarchy and then move over to inspector and check this box, this menu button and this next button doing nothing. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. In order to do that, I'm gonna uncheck this first, and let's create a script for that. So we can just go ahead and create a game victory script but I'm gonna create a script that just we're gonna need that script in menu scene as well. Basically I just want to use that script in menu or home scene of this game as well. So what we're gonna do for that, we're gonna move over to project tab, assets, then move over to script folder, right click, create switch up script, animate to something like scene management. I have it over here, and you can just attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, but I'm gonna create another game object for this script. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and let's create an empty game object. I'm gonna call this game object to something like scene management, and let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and I'm going to drag this game object top of my hierarchy. And now let's select this script scene management and drag it over to add component section, and this script just gonna be responsible for loading our scene and working with them. And also I'm gonna make two function inside this script, one for our menu button and one for our next button. So let's open up that script. So double click that, and before we open that up, we're gonna make this script or this game object prefab, because we're going to use this same script into our menu. Basically we're gonna make a copy, means a prefab. So let's select the game object, this scene management, and drag it over to that prefab folder in assets. Now we're gonna use this scene management in the our menu as well. So before we do that, let's open up the script, and let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. I'm gonna remove this start and update function, we don't need it instead, and also these two namespaces from the top. Instead we will use this using Unity Engine dot scene management, and this this namespace allow us to use that scene manager dot load function, you can say. So let's create two functions over here, for one for our menu button and one for our next button. So we don't have any next you can say next level, so we just gonna print out a message for now. So let's make for our make sure you just make this function public, so we can call through on click event or through a button on click. That's why. And for function we're gonna type void, and let's call this function something like menu, make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we're gonna copy this function by control C, and let's paste it down by control V. I'm gonna paste it down by control V, and let's call this function something else. So I'm gonna, this will be for our next, and let's include this button something like that. And for this menu we don't have the menu scene as well right now, so let's print out a message. So let's type debug.log for printing out, and let's say something like load menu, and close that up with semicolon. Let's copy this line of code by control C, and let's paste it over here as well in next button. And once we click on this next button, we want to reload the next level, but we do know that we don't have, so we're gonna print out a message, and in quotation we're gonna say something like load next level, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code and move to Unity. So what we have to do right now, we need to hook those button with this function with our menu and the next button. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, you need to do that. So we need to move over to this canvas game object in hierarchy. So let's select this canvas and click right over here, then let's move to this game victory, and then let's click right over here to expand, and let's select this menu button and go over to inspector, scroll down, and we need to hit this plus icon in order to call that function, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case this scene management, so let's select that and drag it over here, and it says no function, so just click on that, and we're gonna move over to that scene management script or that class, and in there we created this menu function. So let's choose for this menu button, and we're gonna do the same thing for next button. So let's click on this plus icon, and let's drag the game object right there. Firstly hit that, drag the game, then let's go to scene management script, and for this next button we're gonna choose next button function. And now we have done. And make sure you just go to parent game object, then overrides in inspector, and then apply all. So the changes you made gonna save into this game victory prefab game object as well. And right now if we just click on this play button and select the console right over here and try to click those button, those message just gonna pop up. And we don't know if we just click on that menu button, the load menu message just gonna pop up. So I'm gonna select the console over here, and let's pass through these traps, and I'm gonna get to the end. So I'm gonna kill this enemy. Sorry, it's just attacking on us, and let's kill it properly. And we just killed. And let's get at the end of our level and try to collect this key now. And we just own the game. And we getting a little bit weird behavior. Basically we have to do something. For now just leave it, and if we try to click on this menu, we can see load menu message just getting pop up in the console says load menu. And if we try to click on this next button, we can see load next level message just getting pop up in the console right away. So let's get out of play mode, and we need to fix it. So once we collect this coin, we want to set the, you can say, our player game object speed to 0. In order to do that, let's go to script, and I'm gonna move over to this player script. Basically open up the player script. So over here we just setting that. So we just playing the idle animation clip. So after playing the idle animation clip, or whenever we play the idle animation clip, I'm gonna set the movement equal to 0f, as well as I will set the speed of player. So I'm gonna set speed equal to 0a. So our player game object not gonna move at all any direction, and we just setting the speed as well as to 0. So we should not get those error message or those bugs right now. Make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your script and move to Unity. And once we collect this key, we should able to see that player game object just gonna stops right there after collecting the key, and that key victory UI just gonna pop up. So I'm gonna select the console right over here. Let's click on this play button in the top and have a look. Just wait, and we need to pass this trap. I'm gonna pass this trap right now, and let's collect these coins. I'm gonna kill this enemy, and let's collect this one. And we can see our player game object is not moving at all. It's just staying at that point, and it's just playing the ideal animation clip over again and again, and that's fine. And we can just try out for, so if we just clicking the next button, we just getting a message in the console says load next level. And if we just click on this menu, we just saying that load menu. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So before so once we click on this menu, we need to load the menu scene or the home page. So we need to create that you can say scene, we need to create that up. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and in order to create that, we need to move over to this project tab, then go to assets and move to scenes folder. And scenes folder, we already have a scene name called sample scene, and you can just rename that by right clicking on it and rename. So I'm gonna rename this to something like level 1, and we're gonna create a another you can say another menu scene, or that gonna be menu or level, you can say. And in that menu we're gonna have the play button. So let's create that scene first. So let's right click over here in menu scenes folder, you can say, then go to create, and we have it scroll down over here, we have scene. So just select that, and we didn't need to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like menu, and let's double click that to go to that menu scene. And we're gonna click on save. Basically whatever changes we made into this level 1 scene, we just want to save that. So that's why we're gonna click on save, and as soon as we're gonna click on save, we will move over to this menu scene right away. So let's click on save, and we just get redirect to menu. And this menu scene in hierarchy, we can see we have only the main camera. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna, before we do that, we're gonna drag some stuffs from that level. So if we just move to project tab, assets, and then prefabs, we have the tile map or the background, you can say. So make that one prefab. Basically just go to the level scene. So I'm gonna go move over to this scenes folder, and let's double click on this level 1 to go to that, and make sure you just select all of this background and make this one prefab. So I already made it prefab, so I can use to any level or scenes I can do that. And also you just select this crown or this whole tile map or this grid, you can say, and make this one as well as prefab, so you can use to any level you want. So I'm going to go over to menu scene or one more time by double clicking on it, and let's go to project tab, assets, then prefab where we drag it. So I have the background right over here, so I'm going to select that, drag it over to hierarchy or into this scene view. So I'm going to drag it over to hierarchy to get it perfect position, and I'm going to select the grid as well from that folder, prefab folder. Let's select that and drag it over to hierarchy or into the scene view, and we can indeed see. And right now we're gonna create the canvas. Basically we're gonna create a UI, and into that UI we're gonna have a play button and as well as the exit button. So before we do that, we need to create the canvas because those are UI stuff, so that's why. So just go to hierarchy, right click, then go to UI and select this canvas, and make sure you just go to inspector, scroll down, says canvas scaler, and choose UI scale mode to scale with screen size, and put in the X something like 1920 because this is a landscape mode game, and in the Y we will put 1080. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select this canvas, let's right click on it, then create an empty game object, and we're gonna call it something like menu UI to just separate all of our logic and to keep it even more clean, you can say. So we're gonna call it something like menu UI, and go to inspector, then rect transform, and click right over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. So this menu game object just gonna resize as the size of our canvas. It's just gonna stretch around the size of our canvas, and to see that, if to focus on that game object, and we can see this UI menu UI game object. If we select that and move to scene view and select this rect tool, we can see it just get resize or stretch around our canvas, and we are ready to create our buttons. So let's select this menu UI, right click on it, then go to UI and scroll down, says legacy, and then choose this button, and we're gonna call this button to something like play button. Let's call it play button, and let's scale up. So hold down alt to scale it from center, and we can I'm gonna move it a little bit up. For now let's leave it here, and I just want to replace this background image, you can say, of this button. To change that, let's go to project tab, assets, sprites, and then I'm gonna move over to sorry, sprite. We have it over here. I'm gonna replace this one. So let's select this sprite and drag it over to this source image field in inspector, and it's gonna change right away. And I don't want basically what I want to do, I'm gonna make the text inside of this button a little bit bigger. To do so, let's click right over here and let's select the text, move over to inspector, then font size, make it something like, I'm gonna make it 100, and instead of saying button, I'm gonna say something like play, and I'm gonna make the font size a little bit high, something like 115, a perfect number. And from this font, I'm gonna choose another font. And what you can do, you can just go to project tab, then assets, and create a fonts folder, and from that folder just drag it all of the fonts, and you can just select any font, something like this one I'm gonna choose, and let's select that and drag it over to this font field, and it's gonna change right away. But I'm gonna change with other, so I'm gonna click right over here to change that. You can just click right over here, as well as you can just select that and drag it over here in this font field. So I'm gonna choose this one, and this one seems perfect for me, and let's select this bold a little bit, and let's select this button, and I'm gonna make a scale down a little bit hold down Alt, so it's gonna scale from the center. And let's make this button a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna make the font inside of this button a little bit large. So, fonts sorry, I'm gonna make the font size a little bit bigger, something like 125, and this seems perfect. And let's select this button, play button, and go to rec inspector, then rec transform, click right over here, hold down Alt, and for this I'm gonna choose this top anchor one, and I'm gonna move it a little bit down. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna just duplicate this button to make a exit button. You can just create a about button as well. I'm gonna give a link in the description that how you can make a cool menu UI. Of course, we'll have a video in the description, so you can go and check that out if you want to have a cool menu. For now, we're gonna go with basics. So I'm gonna select this play button, you can say, and control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna move it down, and let's call this button to something like exit button. So I'm gonna rename this to exit button, and let's change the text inside of this button. Basically this text to play, we're gonna say something else. So let's select this text and let's move over to this text field, and I'm gonna make it something like exit. And I hope you get the idea. And now we have exit button. For this exit button, let's go to inspector, then rec transform, click right over here and hold down Alt. And for this one, we're gonna choose this bottom anchor one, and let's move it somewhere around here. We're gonna make in the Y something around 415. Sorry, we're gonna make 400. And let's select the top button and let's make it something like minus 400, and this seems perfect for us. And make sure you just make this menu UI as well a prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch. So we're going to select this menu UI in the hierarchy and drag it over to that prefab folder in assets, and now it's just turned into a prefab. And if I just click on this play button, this button gonna do right now nothing. Why? Because we need to hook this button with some certain function, something like once we click on this play button, we need to play the game or need to load the level, and once we click on this exit button, we need to exit our game. So if I just click on this button doing currently nothing, so we need to hook this button with some certain function. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your project. And if you just move over to the sample scene or the level one, what you can do, you have to move over to this project tab, then assets, then scenes folder, and double click on that to go to that scene. And you can just double click to go any scene you want. So I'm gonna double click to go back to menu scene. What we have to do now, we need to hook this button with some certain function. Something like if we just click on this play button, we need to play our game, and once we click on this exit button, we need to quit our application. So we do know that we made a prefab of that scene management game object. So we're gonna go over to project tab, assets, and then prefab, and let's select that game object, which is our scene management. Select that and drag it over to hierarchy, and we can see indeed in this game object or this scene management, we can see a scene management script is setting on. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, because we need to create two more function, one for our play button and one for our quitting our application. Means once we click on that exit button, we need to exit or quit our application. To do so, we need to create two function, one for our play and one for our exit. Really sorry, the dog is little bit barking. Just he saw something like a human. I mean human. So let's get into the coding part. It's gonna take a few moments, and once it's done, we need to code that. And the last part we have to do is that we also need to add audio. Before we do that, let's make two functions. So I'm gonna go to top of my class. Let's make sure you just making this function public, so we can call through a button. on click even you can say. And for function we have to type void, and we can call this one play, and make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So we're gonna make some curly brackets. Wait a little bit. Let's make some curly brackets, and let's copy this function by control C. So let's firstly select it and control C for copying it, and let's paste it over here by control V. And we're gonna call this function something else, so this will be exit. So let's call this one exit. And what we want to do in this play function, we want to load up the game we want to play. So make sure you include this namespace in top of your hierarchy, says using unity engine dot scene management. Basically this function allow us to load up or use that scene manager dot load function, which just load our scene. So let's do it over here in this play function. So we're gonna do scene manager dot load scene. We do know we have to use this function, and this function over here in this brackets, it's gonna take the scene name or the level we want to play. So if we go to unity, and then project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, so we want to load up this level 1, or we can just pass index of that. To see the index we need to go to top left file, then scroll down, says build settings, so just click there, and we can see level 1, and the index of it we can see in the right section. So I'm gonna pass the scene name. So let's cut this and let's go to our script. So I'm gonna pass in quotation the name of the scene, in our case this level 1, and close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. And now let's move over to unity. We should able to see, once we click on that play button, our game just gonna play right away, or the level just gonna load up instantly after just clicking on that button. It's gonna take a few moments for compiling our script, and once it's done we are ready to go. So if I just click on this play button in the top and try to click on this play button, we're gonna reload that level, or we will move over to that level, you can say level scene. So if I just click on this play button, it's not working at all. Why? Because we need to hook that function with this button, we just forgot to do it. To do so, let's get out of play mode, and now let's move over to hierarchy, then canvas, and click right over here, then menu, and let's click right over here as well, and let's select this play button, go over to inspector, scroll down, and hit this plus icon. So we need to drag the game object, in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case this scene management, so let's drag right there, and it says no function, so just click on that. Let's go to scene management, and we're gonna choose the play button, we're gonna choose the play function, and we do know what play function is doing. It's just loading the level we just want to load up. So let's click one more time play button in the top and have a look on it. Right away after clicking the button we should load up the level. So if I just click on this play button now, we can see the game gets loaded up. And but the problem is that once we die and click on this menu button, we're not going back to menu. So we need to we just printing out message in the console says menu. So let's get out of play mode. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna double click on that message, which is in our case menu. So let's double click that to go back where we are. So over here, so we just printing out the message in the console says name instead of the loading the scene. So we, in order to load up the menu, what we have to do, we do know we need to pass this scene manager dot load scene, and in brackets it's gonna take the scene name. So in our case menu, but the problem is that you need to make sure, so just go to unity, and then go to top left file, then click on build settings. We cannot see the menu in this build settings. So over here if we still pass in quotation something like menu, it's not gonna load up because we cannot see in build settings. So we need to drag the scenes right over here as well. We only can see this level 1, but we don't have the menu. So what we have to do, we need to go to project tab, assets, then scenes. We're gonna select this menu one. Let's select that and drag it over to menu. And what we're gonna do, so this menu just gonna be the default one, so that's why we're gonna take this and we're gonna drag it on top of this level 1. Now we have the menu scene as well, as we can see the build index of it in the right section, which is 0. So we can pass the build index, or else we can pass the name of the scene, which in our case menu. So let's cut this step, and now let's move over to script. So in quotation I'm gonna pass the name of the scene, or you can just do like this, you can just pass the build index of it, but it's preferable if you pass the name of the scene, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. So once we click on that menu button, we should load up this menu right away, this menu scene, or this menu level you can say. And once it's done, we also need to hook this exit button with exit function. But before we do that, we need to code our exit function. So if I just click on this play button in the top right now, and let's click on this play button, we should load up the level. And once we type and try to click that menu, we will move over to this menu once again. So let's click on this play button, we loading up the menu, level. And if I just click on this menu right now, we're going back to our menu scene. And if we just try to click on this exit button, we're not able to see any message like exit, or we just quitting our application. So let's code that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and now let's move over to script. We're gonna move over to scene management script. We doing there. Over here we have that function. So in order to quit the application, we need to use this application dot quit function. Quit and make this first bracket and close that up with semicolon. But the problem is that in Unity editor it will not quit our application, but once you made the application totally, or you just build the game totally, then if you try to click exit button, then it's just gonna quit your application right away. But Unity editor it's not gonna happen. So that's why if it's really working or not, we're gonna print out a message in the console. For printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, something like say in quotation we can say exit, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity, and we need to make sure that we just hook that exit function to our exit button. We need to make sure that, and in order to do it, we need to move over to this hierarchy. Let's go to hierarchy, then canvas, menu UI, and then let's choose this exit button. Go over to inspector, scroll down, hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case this in management, so let's select that and drag it over there. And it says no function, so just click on it. Let's go to scene management script or class, and let's choose this exit function for this exit button. So let's choose it, and make sure you just go to menu UI, basically the parent one, then overrides, and click on this apply all. So the changes you made into this menu UI, it's gonna be saved into prefab of this menu UI game object as well. So now let's click on this play button in the top and try to look on it. Basically once we click on this exit button, we should able to see that message says exit, just gonna pop up. As you can see, as soon as we clicking, the exit message just getting pop up. We already clicked over 10 times, we can see, so the message gets pop up 10 times. I hope you get the idea. And if we click on this play button, we can play our game, and once we die we can go back to menu. And so in Unity editor we can see that our application is not quitting. But once you made the application totally and then try to click on this exit button, we're gonna exit out our application. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we have to do one more thing, is that, so if we go to project tab, if we hit this play button in the top, I'm gonna take you there what we will get. Basically we have one more thing left to do, is that if we just click on this play button and try to get at the end of the level. So I'm gonna kill this enemy. Let's kill it properly, and we got it. Kill it, and let's get at the end of the level. And if we collect this key, and we just own the game. But the problem is that if we just click on this menu button, we can see we're just printing out the message in the console says load menu. So once we click on this menu, we also need to move over to our menu scene. In this victory UI, you can say we have done with our uh, lost UI, sorry, you can say game over UI, and we also need to do the same thing with game or game victory UI. So let's get out of play mode and let's double click on that message to go to that script. So let's double click at, so we just loading the message in the console says load menu. So instead of doing that, we're gonna load up the menu. So let's type scene manager dot load scene, and it's in brackets, it's gonna take the scene name, and make sure scene name or the build index. So make sure you just go to unity and then top left file, then build settings, and then see if you haven't drag it yet, then select, then go to project tab, assets, and then scenes, and drag the scenes right over here, or else it's not gonna work at all. So I'm gonna cut this step, I already have done it. So I'm gonna go to that script. So in quotation, we're gonna pass the name of the scene, which in our case menu, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's get back to Unity. Just wait for to compile, and once it's done, it's gonna do that thing. So if I just click on this play button right now, and if we just click on this play button, we can play our game. Let's get at the end of the level. We should load the menu once we are. So I'm gonna get to the end of the level, and if I just click on this menu button now, we should able to see that we will get back to menu. So let's click on this, and indeed we are back to menu. I hope it's working fine. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do it. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just go to top left file and then click on this save, or hit Ctrl S to save your project. And right now we need to make our level. So let's make the level right now. So I'm gonna go to project tab, then assets, and then scenes, and let's double click on this level 1 to go to that level, you can say, and we are ready to create our level. So I'm gonna create the level now. adding audio to our game. So let's add that. So you can just select any game object, but I'm gonna create an empty game object for audio section or sound section you can call. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and let's create an empty game object, and I'm gonna call this game object something like sounds. Let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and if to focus on that game object. So I'm going to drag it top of my hierarchy. So in order to play your sound or audio, you need to make sure you just have to go to hierarchy, then select this main camera, go over to inspector, scroll down, and make sure in main camera audio listener component is added up. If it's not, then click on add component and find by typing audio listener. So we already have, so we're not gonna do it again. Basically this audio listener component is like is a microphone. It just takes a sound from audio source component, you can say. Basically it plays our sound, you can think of it, it just plays our sound. So that's why it's always attached to our main camera. So if it's not, then click on add component and find that component and attach that. So we have it, so we're not gonna do it again. So I'm gonna select this sound game object, let's select that and click on add component in the inspector, and I'm gonna find a audio source component. Audio source, we have it over here, let's attach that. Basically this audio source is gonna play the clip we want to play or the sound we just want to play. So we need to drag the clip, which clip we want to play. We can see it says none. So what we have to do, we need to drag the clip right over here, which clip we want to play. So I'm gonna move over to project tab, assets, and then this you can say sounds folder. I have many audios right over here. Of course I will give a link in the description of all of this, you can go and check them out. So I'm gonna select this one. So if I just select unstoppable one and then go over to inspector, click on this play button in the bottom, we can hear the music. So I hope you are able to hear the music. So what I want to play this clip. So I'm gonna hit this play button one more time to just pause that. So I want to play this clip or this sound, you can say. So I'm gonna select the sound game object in hierarchy, and I'm gonna select that clip and drag it over to this audio clip section. And what we can do, we can just loop this. So this is our music or this is our game music, you can say. So that's why we're gonna check this one loop, and we can just play around with this volume as well. And if you just want to get in more depth, then I will have a video in the description about sound manager, you can go and check that out. I'm gonna not gonna just go into deeper section, but I will just gonna teach you on the top, you can say. So we play on awake. So if it takes, it means the sound just gonna play right after the game start, and we do want this. So this is our music or the theme for the game. So that's why we're gonna uncheck this play on awake, because we want to play the sound right after the game start. And if you don't want, then you can just uncheck and you can just play your game, or the sound just not gonna play right after the game start. But we do want for this thing, so that's why we're gonna leave this play on awake, and we're gonna check this loop because we want to loop this our theme or the music. Now if I just click on this play button in the top, we're gonna have that sound just gonna play right after the game start, and the sound just gonna loop or the music just gonna loop right away. And you can just play around with these settings, and indeed we are able to hear that music right after the game start. But we need to play some certain sound like jumping. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So we want to play the sound something like, once we collect this coin, we want to play the coin collection sound. Once we attack on this enemy game object, we want to play the attack sound. So we need to play those sound clips. So that's why we're gonna add some more audio source component to this sound game object. So we just gonna click on this add component in the inspector. So make sure you just go to inspector in the right and then click on add component, or you can just select any game object of your hierarchy and then click on add component. And we're gonna add audio source, let's attach that. And for this audio clip, so we need to drag the clip, which clip we want to play. So for the first one, we're gonna play the jump sound. So when we press down space key on our keyboard, we jumping. So in that moment we need to play our jump sound. So that's why we're gonna select the jump clip right over here in project tab. From that assets folder, we're gonna take that and drag it over to this audio clip. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna uncheck this play on awake, because we don't want to play this jump sound right after the game start. Instead we want to play once the player game object jumps, or the player just press down space key on the keyboard. So at that moment we want to play this jump sound. So we're gonna create a script to in order to play this jump sound in perfect time. To do so, what are we gonna do, we're gonna create a script for that. So let's go to project tab, assets, and then script folder. Let's go there, right click, create, and C# script, name it to something like sound. I already have it over here, so I'm gonna select this sound game object or sounds game object, or you can just select any game object you like in hierarchy. It's totally up to you, but I'm gonna select this sounds game object, and let's select that script and drag it over to add component section, and basically attach that script. And now double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. We don't need this start and update function, so we can remove this, as well as two namespaces in the top. We don't need it. Instead we're gonna include another namespace. It's called using unity engine dot audio, and close that up with semicolon. So whenever you're working with audio, you need to include this namespace called using unity engine dot audio. So what we have to do, basically we're gonna make a function to play our sound. Before we play our sound or create the function, we need a reference of this audio source of this jump, you can say. We need a reference, then we can just use a play function to play the clip we want to play. So we need a reference of this audio source. So let's go to script and let's grab the reference first. So make sure you just making it public, so we can see underneath our this sound script over here. Then we can just drag the reference right there, and that is a audio source component we have to type. So audio source, and we can call something like jump source. I'm gonna call it jump audio source, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and make sure you once you go to the Unity and drag the reference right there. So in order to play the sound, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a function for that to play the sound. So we're gonna create a function. So let's make this function public, because I'm making this function public because I want to call this function from another class or another script. So that's why we need to mark that function as a public function. And for function we have to type void, and we can call this function something like a play jump sound, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do in this function, we will move over to this jump audio source. Then we're gonna play the sound or the clip. So to do so, let's go to jump audio source, then dot, we're gonna use this play function, and this play function right over here, it's gonna play the clip right away or the sound we want to play. And make this first bracket and some close that up with semicolon. Sorry, I'm gonna close this up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And let's so let's go to Unity, and we also need to call that function. And what this play jump sound function will do, it's gonna play the sound where we want to play. So we want to play once the player game object jumps. So in that moment we're gonna call that function, and that function just gonna do the rest thing. And we indeed can see that sound underneath our sound script or sound class. We can see jump audio source, and it says none audio source, basically empty. So we're gonna take this audio source, the jump one, let's select that and drag it over there. Now we have the reference. And now let's move over to our player script, because in player script we just jumping our player game object. So let's open that script by double clicking on it, and where we jumping, so let's go there. Over here we jumping our player game object. So before we jump, oh, basically at the same time, once we jumping, we're gonna go over to this sound script or class, you can say, and then gonna call this function. And what this function is just gonna do, it's gonna play the sound or the jump sound, it's gonna play right away. So let's go there, our player script, and for that we're gonna use this find object of type, and into brackets sorry, into, you have to need you need to make these arrows, and into arrows you have to pass the script name which you are looking for. So we looking for our sound script or sound class, and make this first packet, and in there we created the function which is play jump sound. So let's access that dot, we're gonna call that play jump sound, and make this first packet and close that up with semicolon, and control s to save your code. So once we jumping our player game object, so we jumping over here, then we just finding object of type, basically we just moving over to this sound script or this sounds class, and then calling this play jump sound function. And what this play jump sound function is doing, it just moving over to that audio source and then playing the clip what we want to play. Basically we just playing the jump audio clip, and control s to save your code. And to let's move over to Unity right now, and once we jump on the in the air, we should able to hear that jump clip just gonna play right after jumping in the air. Let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna hit this play button in the top. By default I'm gonna remove the, you can say, I don't want to play the theme for now, so that's why I'm gonna select this sounds game object, go to inspector, and I'm gonna uncheck this audio source for the theme, or you can say the music, because I want to hear the jump only, so that's why I just got it unchecked. And now let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on it. We should able to hear that jump clip sound gonna play right away. So if I now here press down space key on my keyboard, I hope you are able to hear the jump sound. And we also need to play those, once we collect this coin, we need to play the coin collection as sound as well. So when we are jumping, we just playing the only the jump sound. So once we clicking, you can say clicking basically attacking on our player on enemy game object, we're gonna play the attack sound. Basically you can just achieve the thing in the same way we have done about the jump sound. You can just create another function for sound, but I suggest you to check that video. Of course I will give a link in the description about sound manager, so you can just get the idea that how you can just play a sound when you need to play that sound clip. So I hope you get the idea. And now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna select this sound game object one more time. Let's go over to inspector, and I'm gonna check this one audio source. Why? Because I want to play this music once the game is once the game is started. And I make sure you just make this sounds game object as well a prefab, because we need this thing as well in the menu scene, because once the player game object open the game, the player or should hear that theme or the music of the game. So that's why, so we're gonna select this sound game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to that prefab folder. Now let's move over to project tab, assets and scene, and let's move over to menu scene. So just double click on that, and we're gonna click on this save button. So basically whatever changes we made into this level 1, it's gonna be saved right away. And then if we just click on save, we're gonna get redirect to menu. And over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to project tab one more time, assets, and then prefabs. We just made a prefab of that sounds game object, so let's find, so we have it over here. So let's select that and drag it into this hierarchy. Now we have the sound game object or sound source right into our menu scene as well. So the music just gonna play right after the game start, or this once the menu is loaded. So if I just click on this play button in the top, by now we should able to hear the music right away, it's gonna play. So just wait for to compile, and you can achieve the same thing. And indeed we are able to hear the music, and we can just play the game. And in the game we are also able to hear the music and the jump sound. I hope you get the idea that how you can just get. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. And the last thing we have left to do is that we need to make our game as well. We need to make our game. Time to create our game. So make sure you are in the menu. To do so, I'm in the level 1, you can say. I'm just gonna go over to menu. So I'm gonna go over to project tab, assets, and then scenes folder. Let's move to menu. So to do so, double click on that menu, so you will get redirect to menu. And to make your game, you need to go to top left file, then click on this build settings, or the shortcut key you can see, which is Control Shift plus B. So just click on that, and we need to change some settings. So in the built in settings, we can see player settings in the bottom. So just click there, and just wait. And we have the name the company, so you can just name it in your own. You can just name it as studio, as your name of your studio. So I'm gonna call something like bat code, and you have to name the game or the product name or the game you want to name it. I'm gonna name this something like 2D action platformer. Let's call it action platformer. And you can choose an icon right over here. So just click on that, and you can choose a icon you like. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to project tab, assets, sprites. I have so many icons right over here, so I'm gonna select from right there. So to do so, I'm gonna move to sprites folder, then player. We have tiles and background. So let's suppose I'm gonna select this one. Let's select that sprite and drag it over to this icon or default icon. Just drag it over here, and it's gonna just do the thing. And let's just scroll down, and we don't need to set some important setting right over here. We can just ignore. I'm gonna cut this step right over here, and we can see and splash image. So if I just click on this preview in splash image section, just click on that, we can see the logo, Unity logo just loaded up. And then after it, the game just the menu scene just get opened up. And you can choose a logo as well. If you just want your logo to, you can just click on this plus icon, and you can drag right over here if you like, if you just want to have a unique logo. So let's suppose this tree, if I select that, I'm gonna drag it over here. And now if I just click on this preview, we can see the logo just get top of our Unity logo. So you can just play around that, and you can also change the background color by over going to this background color field. Just click on that, and you can choose a color you like. I'm not gonna do that. And let's scroll down, let's move to other setting. So we can leave this, and we have nothing to do it over here, and we are ready to create the game. To create that, I'm gonna cut this tab right now. Let's go to top left file one more time, and then click on this build settings. And in the bottom right section, you can see in build settings, build and run right over here. So just click on that, and you have to choose a folder where you want to save it or just want to make it. So I would suggest you to just create a build folder. So I'm gonna go over to this project folder. Let's right click, new, and folder. I'm gonna call this folder something built. Let's open that up folder by double clicking on it, or you can just click on this select folder right over here, and it's gonna create your game right away. And Unity will take a moment to create your game, and once it's done, we are ready to play our game. Now the game loaded up, as you can see, and we are ready to play our game. and it's going to take a few moments depending upon on your system. If you do have a fast system, so if I just click on this play button, we can play our game, we can collect our coins, we can jump, and let's kill this enemy. So I'm gonna kill this one, and let's get at the end of the level, and we have traps we need to pass through. Sorry, that enemy just gets down, so I'm gonna just pass through this. Let's kill this enemy, and we just able to kill it, and let's pass this trap, and we can collect. And if we just click on this menu, we can see we just get back to our menu scene. And if I just right away click on this exit button, we can see our application or the game just get exit or get quit. Why? Because we just made the application totally, so that's why it just gets quit. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make a 2D action platformer, and you learn something like C sharp script, classes, functions, and all of these things. And I hope you also learn a unity game engine as well. And now I'm gonna see you in the next tutorial. So goodbye for now.